Caterham 7 Championship, the top step of Caterham Racing. The academies have had their day. Their championship finished 2 weeks ago in Snetterton. Let's have a chat with our pole sitter. Car number 10 is Harry Eaton, currently second in the championship. Harry, great start to the championship challenge. Can you follow it through?
I'll be trying my damnedest. I'll be trying very hard. So, yeah, looking forward to it around here. It's a wicked circuit for these Caterhams on the slick tyres. We're going quick around here, and it's pretty hard work as well to hang on to the driver for 20 minutes. So, yeah, we're going to have our work cut out, and looking forward to having this happen.
Now, several people have gotten quite an impressive amount of air off the mountain. Some people need an altimeter rather than wings or anything such like. Just give a bit of an indication of how difficult this track is for those unfamiliar with this circuit.
Well, it's a roller coaster. It is a roller coaster. With these slick tyres, you really do have to hang on. It's a physical challenge as well as a mental challenge for the driver across 20 minutes of racing. But you mentioned the mountain there. You do get a bit of air with these cars, and it's just about hanging on. You feel the wheels spin up as you just crest, and you just got to hang on until you drop back down, and then away you go into the essence there. So no, it's great fun.
Awesome stuff. It's as much fun for us to spectate. We wish you the best of luck for your championship challenge that yet to be released, and see if we can have a chat with James. So we've just been having a chat to Harry on how challenging this track is. How does this track suit your driving style?
I don't know about the driving style. It suits my enjoyment very, very much. It's incredible. Particularly the new spec of car we got, the slick tyres, how stiffer it is. It's a roller coaster ride, and I'm loving every minute of it.
It's been a little bit chilly today. Does that make a huge difference to how these cars behave?
Yes, it makes a slight difference to the tyres, particularly if we go throughout the latter stages of the race. We'll have to see what happens though. We've had spells of sun, so yeah, we'll have to wait and see. But yeah, it can make a small difference. So let's keep in mind just where, going around the roller coaster, like I said.
Excellent stuff. Best of luck, James.
Appreciate it.
We will see you out on track very shortly. Now then, championship leader, car number 46, Stephen Nuttall, racer. We'll have a quick chat with him before they get released. Stephen, championship lead still in your grasp. Will it be by the checkered flag? Well, that's the plan, yeah. So to get a good start and get the back of these two, so fingers crossed. Alright, we won't delay you any further. They've just released the cars for the first race of the weekend. Caterham 7 Championship, Gaston, the final 2 rounds here. See who will come out on top. Stephen Nuttall has a narrow championship lead. Will it be that way by the end of the weekend? Over to the commentary box and Scott Woodwiss.
Thank you very much, Chris. Yes, hello everybody. Welcome to Cadwell Park for another race meeting courtesy of Caterham Motorsport and the British Racing and Sports Car Club. More live coverage as we come towards the tail end of this 2021 season. And it's Caterham Finals weekend. This is where we settle another 3 of the 5 Caterham Championships on the roster. We've already settled 2, in fact, both of the Academy titles, and also the Roadsport title was wrapped up last time at Snetterton, where Taylor O'Fallaghan was crowned provisional champion. We've still got the 7270R, the 7310R, and this, the 7 UK Championship grids to finish. So the cars are making their way around to the grid. It's a smaller grid than we normally would have for the 7 UK Championship. I think there's some drivers either otherwise occupied or unable to compete this weekend, looking forwards towards next year. One driver who should be on the grid, I'm disappointed that he's not, but I'm at least the silver lining pleased that he's next to me, as he was at Snetterton, is Chris Hutchison. And Chris, I think first and foremost, you should be out there, but unfortunately qualifying didn't quite go. Well, I think it's an understatement to say it didn't quite go your way, did it?
It didn't, no. It's very surreal to see them all pulling up onto the grid and not being out there with them. But yes, a touch of the grass on slick tyres, and that was the end of my qualifying. And unfortunately, it's the end of my race weekend. So, like you say, silver lining and all, I get to sit here and watch the racing going on.
Well, as the cars head off onto the formation lap for the first of their 3 races this weekend, it's a different format for 2021 as we've had, rather than the 2 half-an-hour races, due to the increased grip and traction and the increased power from the modifications on the 2021 spec Caterham 7 UK Championship car compared to last year's specification. They had to do 3 20-minute races because half-an-hour races in cars that can corner and run this quickly will wear the drivers out quite fast. So the cars, they make their way out onto the formation lap. The grid is as follows. As we say, there was due to be Chris starting towards the back of the grid, but sadly due to his incident qualifying means that we just have the 6. So Henry Heaton starts on pole position, and he's questioning as one of 3 drivers for the Caterham 7 Championship UK title. Alongside him on the front row will be number 3, note James Murphy, the black and orange car on screen in front of us here. Then it's Championship leader Stephen Nuttall in the black and gold car, number 46, just going through shot. He starts in 3rd alongside his DPR teammate Gordon Sawyer, who is also in contention for the title. And then it's row 3 for Jake Swan-Dixon in car 66 and car 12 for Chris Albury. And again, we should stress, Chris, the grid is never this small for this Caterham 7 UK Championship. It is a mixture of drivers with other commitments or unable to travel for various reasons, but there is lots of interest for next season, lots of interest from in terms of teams and drivers picking up cars, so everything genuinely is looking promising for next year, despite the small number that we've got for the final round.
Yeah, and it is, like I say, only this final round. We've had bigger grids earlier in the year, and it doesn't help when drivers put it in the wall, does it? But equally, like you say, yeah, there's good interest. This car is an incredible machine to drive. It's very rapid, and on the slicks, you can see them all having to work it really hard on the way to the grid to get that temperature in those tyres, and really, it's substantially quicker than the 310R even around here, just because it is an absolute weapon. So yeah, even though we've got a smaller grid here, you've got plenty of championship intrigue there with all the championship contenders right up there and ready to go. And with 3 races this weekend, there's plenty of points on offer for them to pick up, and everything is still up in the air.
Yeah, don't let the small grid fool you. There is genuine interest for a lot more drivers to come along. They will be back for 2022. So just to quickly give you a rundown of the connotations for the championship. This is directly from Simon Lambert, the chief motorsport officer at Caterham Motorsport. The connotations are read as follows: with 81 points available for the 3-race format for Plus Superpole, a lot could happen this weekend. The top 3 championship places will be decided between Steve, Henry and Gordon. However, the few points for Superpole could make a difference. If Henry starts on pole, which he does, and Steve is second, which he isn't, Stephen has only to follow him home in each race to secure the title. So this could be quite an interesting first start to proceedings. So, glad that you're with us for our final main two-day weekend of the season for the Caterham 7 UK Championship. It's a decent start from the front row of the grid. Small little jump from James Murphy's there, down towards the left-hander at Coppers for the first time. Up towards the left-hander, it's side-by-side with Murphy on the outside line, and Heaton trying to defend his pole position. They turn in through Coppers and up through Charlie's for the first time out of sight, and Sawyer forces his way up the inside, so that's crucial for Sawyer. Out of the 3 championship contenders, he's already into a leading position out of those 3. But it's Murphy then who heads the field out of Charlie, up Park Straight and towards Park Corner for the first time. Sawyer with the great run up towards Park Corner, the right-hander at the top of the hill, and now trying to get involved with both Henry Heaton, but he's got his outside, Stephen Nuttall. Turning through the right-hander, there's Jake Swan-Dixon in car 66, keeping close to 5th position. And Gordon Sawyer gets edged out wide, he loses 1 spot again to Henry Heaton and almost gets under attack from Stephen Nuttall. Out of Chris Curve, and now through the gooseneck for the first time, plunging down the hill and towards Mansfield. Very tricky braking zone because you're braking downhill, so the momentum tries to carry you faster into the corner than you want to go. And you continue as you make your way towards the winding complex of the mountain, towards the end of the first lap. Hold the field together, wind left and then right, and then hop over the mountain. These top spec Caterham 420Rs, you can see, can and do get all 4 wheels off the ground, but so far it seems as though quite a bit of fighting battling, Chris, between the top 3 championship contenders. But as for James Murphy, we know how quick he is by default. Straight into the lead after getting the better of Henry Heath initially, and effectively he's there simply just to have fun himself. He's not worried about the championship contenders, he's there for himself and himself alone. He absolutely wants to win this race, yes. Job 1 complete, lap 1 complete. Heaton coming into the outside of turn 1. It's brave around the outside, but we saw Murphy stick it around the outside on the first turn, and it looks like Heaton has done that same thing. So Nuttall will be watching that with interest, and so will Sawyer there. Don't want to let Henry disappear off up the road. But yeah, job 1 complete, lap 1 complete, and now we can settle in and see what happens. Of course, James is also part of the DPR setup himself, so there's a chance to potentially help both Gordon and Stephen get themselves into championship winning contention. He'll certainly try to do the job. He slots back into the lead with a slipstream up the hill into Park Corner, so he already takes the lead before they hit the brakes. This is crucial now. The 3 title contenders now line astern, 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Not in championship order. It's Heaton in 2nd place. Gordon Sawyer in the black and gold car behind that chrome turquoise car, Heaton runs as an independent. He doesn't run as part of any of the bigger teams, so it's all a family-run operation. And the fact he's been able to take it to some of the bigger teams like DPR and other squads that do run these Caterham cars on a regular basis is very impressive indeed. So Henry himself, of course, is quite a talent in his own right, and certainly proving it at the wheel of one of these cars. Over the mountain for the second time, Chris Aubrey fully off the road. That's one of the great shots of these cars. They're lightweight, they're fast, and they provide some spectacular action and great shots like that on circuits like these.
Yeah, we have epic grip with these slick tyres on this very light car and very capable car, and just as you come up the mountain there, you really get that sort of fling over the top, and it's, yeah, everyone wants that shot, don't they, to hang on their wall. You know, anyone new to watching Caterham racing, the toe in these cars is extremely powerful, and you can see that these 6 cars, while the little gaps appear, Nuttall going down the inside of Sawyer there, so really committed on the inside, but he's going to be on the outside for this next bend, so I don't think that's going to work out overall. But yeah, the toe is so powerful around here, it can be worth maybe 7/10 of a second, something like that. So we are seeing these cars, while the gaps might appear, we'll see them disappear again as the race progresses.
You know, these cars are quite unaerodynamic. They do make for some great racing, as Chris has advocated, and they can go side by side and nose to tail pretty easy. Case in point, side by side for the lead and for third. Murphy holds on in the front, whilst it's still wheel to wheel between the 2 DPR teammates, and Jake Swan-Dixon and Chris Aubrey stay in close contention. So even though there's only a 6-car field, they are again, the silver lining of it is they're all staying very close, and it's still looking like it's a very competitive race so far at the front of this field. We've only had 4 minutes of racing so far. Everyone's staying in a close bunch together. Lock up from Nuttall as he turns in through Mansfield. Now they back up through the gears again, through that Sadef sequential gearbox, and then punch down through it again as they come back towards the mountain. Murphy still leads. It's Heaton in 2nd place. Then it's Nuttall 3rd, Sawyer 4th. And it's Brett Swan-Dixon in 5th and Chris Aubrey in 6th. Another leap over the mountain there for Jake Swan-Dixon. It's his turn to get all 4 wheels off the road. They swing through the hall bends. This wonderful sequence of corners. I actually learned that this sequence of the circuit, this towards the final few corners, has essentially remained unchanged since the circuit first opened back in 1938. So this is almost coming up to sort of 85, 90 years old's worth of the circuit, but that original layout stays as it is. And this is a proper old school circuit. This current layout's been around since about, with extended section towards the top of the circuit, since about 1961, but it's one of those proper old school circuits. It's been pretty much untouched over the last 60 years, and it's a magnificent venue to go racing. Yeah,
it's unlike anything I've ever raced at before. It's narrow as you like, and yeah, the grass is right up to the edge of the track, and it's, yeah, like you say, old school, and the old halls bend. Heaton looking at the outside. He tried that last time, but Murphy was able to hold him off. So hopefully we'll see what happens this time round, and we'll see whether Murphy manages it again. Murphy's very late on the brakes there, but not enough to hold back Heaton that time round. Nuttall slotting up and maintaining his 3rd place ahead of Sawyer there. Front 4 of this race, champions all in Caterham, so they know what they're doing. You'll see some really, you know, it comes down to strategy sometimes, but yes, narrow track, not forgiving at all, and those old hall bends are really excellent to drive, especially when you've got slicks under you like this.
I mean, you hear narrow track, you automatically think it's something like Monaco or the Hungaroring, where it's very tricky to overtake. Not quite so the case. There are slightly wider parts around the circuit, but you can get cars side by side and make moves. So this is certainly where drivers can look for the opportunities, try and find those gaps and try and make it through. Can't really pass over the mountain, but cars can do go side by side. Jake Swan-Dixon fully off the road. This is the reason why we love these top-level occasions, because they can do things like that over the mountain.
He's going to need a pilot's licence soon if he carries on like that, isn't he, as well as his driving licence. I know he's out powerboating next year as well, so he's using all different mediums to go racing, isn't he?
I think he also does super light grass track racing as well, so there's all sorts that literally land, sea and air, basically whatever Jake Swan-Dixon races. Henry Eaton with the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 30.147, so looking pretty quick around here. I was going to check what the overall lap record was. I think that was set by an F1000, so I don't think we're quite there. But I was going to probably double check it whilst we're having a look at the rest of this race, which is coming up towards half distance now. We've got about 3.5 minutes before we hit the half distance mark in this 20-minute race. It's still Heaton that leads then, Murphy in 2nd place, but he leads a DPR 234 at the moment, because it's himself from the name of Stephen Nuttall and then Gordon Sawyer. I was so engrossed in what was going to go on for 2nd place now, I almost forgot the names. So Murphy then in 2nd place, and this is the key thing, because even though 2nd, 3rd and 4th are in the same team, you have to remember 2 of them are in the championship contention. One of them, I guess, will help where it might be necessary when it's necessary, but at the moment, literally James is being allowed to race for himself, and I think rightfully so, because essentially, even though he's not in the championship hunt, doesn't matter. He's got the paces at the front, and if he wants to go for the win, he's going to go for the win.
Like everyone else, they're there on their own independent back. You know, they want to win the race for themselves. You know, they're all absolute racers. So yeah, I don't think teams actually comes into it too much, especially when you put the helmet on. And it's, you know, it's not like the Formula 1 with team orders or anything like that. So certainly you want to look out for each other, but don't want to cause incident for each other. But nevertheless, you want to win that race, and that's what they will all be doing then as they come down here to start another lap. Heaton actually looking like he's got a bit of a sort of a comfort gap there, but even up the back of the back straight last time out, he looked the same. But James was right back on his tail by the time they got up to the top of the circuit.
Dipped into the 129s now. Stephen Nuttall with a 129.7. Top 5 starting to leave Chris Aubrey behind now. He's back in 6th place at this point. As the top 5, as you can see on the top left of your screen on the timing tower, covered by 1.5 seconds. So incredibly competitive towards the front. And top 3 are starting to gap Gordon Sawyer now because he's not in the shot. And here comes Murphy with the toe up Park Straight towards Park Corner. So now on lap 6, down the outside he goes for the lead. Heaton breaks a little bit later, but Murphy with a better grip around the outside sweeps through, holds us the position as they turn in through the right-hander. So top 5 as it was, but no change so far.
Yep, obviously we've done 2 days of testing leading up to this, so Chris actually only did 1 day yesterday, but nevertheless they're now finding out what's possible in these new cars in a racing condition. So you know whether it's possible to go around the outside, whether you know where the best place to be at each particular point of the race is. So they're learning every single lap, every single corner, what they want to do and how they're going to actually, you know, what's the best position for them to be at the end of the race so that they can maximise their scores.
Another leap from Jake Swan-Dixon over the mountain. That's a shot I'm never going to get tired of. I was checking the actual lap record. It was set actually this year, last time a couple of months ago when we came back here with the British Supercar Championship. The lap record now is held by Sam Moss in the Division 1 Supercar. 121.036 around this circuit. So they are lapping incredibly quickly. Not quite supercar quick, but they are some of the fastest sports cars that you'll find out there racing in the UK. Top 5 again across the line. Another new fastest lap. James Murphy now lowers the time to 1 minute 29.7. So only just by a few hundredths of a second as we approach half distance. Chris Aubrey having a slightly more lonely race out there this afternoon, but he'll try and pick that up towards the second race later on. If I just close it back up again, look at that, all 3 of them close together. Nuttall has the double toe as Heaton pulls out to go side by side up Park Straight towards Park Corner, and now you saw that Nuttall was in the toe of Heaton. He's going to try and make it through. It's almost 3 abreast as Heaton goes to the middle of the track. And look at Jake Swan-Dixon looking for 4th round the outside of Sawyer into Park Corner. He's got the confidence to try and make a move, and that's not going to help Sawyer one bit, but those who have come to blows previously more than one occasion. I remember back in Knock Hill when they kind of both came to go for the same piece of track, neither of them would yield, and it led to contact, which ultimately put Sawyer out of the race. And that's going to be crucial, of course, this weekend, particularly the 3 championship contenders. Again, forget the number of cars on the grid. These 3 drivers cannot afford one single mistake or slip-up, particularly drivers like Gordon Sawyer who've had those mishaps in the past. He can't afford to bang wheels and to get into that kind of battle that he did with Knock Hill, because if he does that, that's championship over. That really can't be the thing that can matter. As Gordon Sawyer thinks, right, time for me to have a go at the flying contest at the mountain, and he got proper big air. In fact, the rear of the car was higher than the front. That was extraordinary. We
can actually adjust the angle of the car using the throttle. It's one, you know, a bit like you're on your motorbikes jumping. You can adjust the angle based on whether you got your throttle on or not. But yeah, Heaton there again with that gap. But you're right, Sawyer there back in 5th place is not where he wants to be right now. And with 10 minutes to go, you know, these races go quick because we've only got a 20-minute race. We're halfway through already, over halfway. So he now needs to start making that way forward. And Jake Swan-Dixon is the man that looks like he is making those moves. But we've got the 2 championship contenders there, 1 and 2 out front, with Heaton out ahead of Nuttall at the moment. But Nuttall got the long straight ahead of him now to gain that time back.
Yeah, so he will now try and pull in. Now Sawyer's the one that's having to sit and watch and fall back as Jake Swan-Dixon goes for 3rd on Murphy on the outside again towards Park Corner. Now Nuttall gets the move done before they hit the brakes, but Heaton goes back round the outside and thinks, not on your life, Stephen, back through into the lead I go if you don't mind. And Murphy now, because of all that move, has gone straight on the tail of them, as has also Swan-Dixon, and Sawyer's back into the mix as well. I'm sure Chris Aubrey's looking back in 6th saying, guys, can I be a part of this? Can I play too? But sort of try and find a bit more pace to do so. But great 5-car scrap at the front here as they come towards the left-hander at Mansfield again. It's on lap 8. We've still got 8.5 minutes to go in this first Caterham 7 Championship UK race. Wins the championship. He'll be the 2nd ever driver alongside John Byrne to have earned the prestigious title of British Catering Champion, because it is a officially recognised national motorsport championship by Motorsport UK. So if you win this championship, you are a British Catering Champion. So John Byrne has it from last year. That was his 2nd top flight Caterham Motorsport title in a row, but he decided to move on to pastures new, or at least give the opportunity for somebody else to have a title. And in this case now it's been between these 3 effectively all season, between Heaton, current leader Nuttall and Sawyer, who's back in 5th. This is where it starts to get crucial. 7 3/4 minutes to go. Look how close the lap times are. Everyone lapping within 0.3 of a second of each other. This is a competitive 5 cars at the front of the field, and they're incredibly evenly matched. It really is. One slip up, and there goes your momentum. And
it's all about accuracy, this track. So you can see how accurate they're all being, and equally, you know, they're putting the cars in all the right places. And you see Swan Dixon here on the outside of Murphy. So Murphy slipped back a little bit at this point, so he's going to be not wanting that. Again, he's been very good on the brakes into this park bend. This is where the most of the action's been taking place so far in this car. We've seen some around the turn 1 as well, but the park is certainly the one where you arrive at, and you need to start making that progress up there, don't you?
You do, particularly with the incredibly strong slipstream that you get with these cars. And Park Corner appears to be, or sort of the exit of Charlie's on Park Straight, that appears to be the crucial part of the circuit. You can get a good run there and stay close. That gives you the drag in these Caterhams all the way up Park Straight in order to get towards Park Corner. And you've got the option of passing outside or inside. It's possible at either side of that corner, depending on which way you go. Leaping over the mountain again, coming up towards the end of lap 9, still 6.5 minutes to go. There's Chris Aubrey in the background, you can see just back in 6th. And Sawyer, of course, not exactly where he wants to be back in 5th, because of course the couple of places that he loses, that's losing invaluable points in the battle for the title between himself and these two at the front, Henry and Stevens. Of course, Stephen Nuttall, the points leader coming into the weekend, but Henry Heaton on his tail, and Gordon Sawyer keeping a watching brief in 3rd. James Murphy and Jake Swan Dixon, the sort of anomalies, if you like, the ones that aren't really in a championship fight, but they're there simply just to enjoy themselves, to prove their pace. And the fact that they'll be around them, given that these three are in a championship fight, that'll give them that confidence for going for next year, particularly James Murphy, who I know that at the start of the season just wanted to get a really good result, use this year to learn and see what results he could get. From the first round, he got a victory, and for him, I spoke to him at Knock Hill, and he said, that's enough for me. I've got my kind of goal of getting a good result. Now I'm using the rest of the year to learn, to get used to the car, to how it feels around the circuits, so I can make a proper full assault on the championship for 2022. This is going to give him, if it hadn't already, a massive confidence boost in his pace towards next year, because he can carry that momentum into 2022, and I'm certain he'll be a big bet for the championship next year.
I mean, we always say it's a 2-year project to work into this top level of Caterham Motorsport. It takes a year to really get used to it, get to grips with it. He did so quickly at Donington, but while we've been talking, has also noticed that Nuttall is back out in front of Heaton, so he managed to do that move up into park. There was, again, a gap appearing every now and again, as we see all leaping. It's a great shot, isn't it? It's just so fantastic to see that. And yeah, so Nuttall back out in front where he wants to be, although we have said that there are sort of situations where he can just follow Heaton through if he needs to. Here's Chris Aubrey, again, maybe suffering from that just one day of testing rather than the 2 here, just trailing along a little bit at the moment.
Yeah, he was quite competitive at the beginning of the race, but towards this sort of second half, he's faded a little bit, so maybe going to try and find a bit more pace. Before we go back to the drawing board and have a chat with the Williams Automobiles squad, see if they can pick
Got 3 races to work it out, Scott. Yeah. It's you know, it's a long time on track.
Just saw there, just the pace of the cars. I watched just them, the force of them pushing through the air, just pushing the grass side on the right-hand side. It's a wonderful shot to see. Here's that crucial corner, we think, exiting Charlie's and up Park Straight. This is where the momentum is all crucial to get the slipstream. Dixon lining up Murphy, likewise Heaton on Nuttall. They're going to go 2 by 2 up towards the top of the hill. Big lock up for Nuttall as he tries to hold on to the lead, which he does. Heaton tried the switchback, but he couldn't quite make it quick enough alongside to make that happen. So now it's backed into Murphy and Swan Dixon, and Sawyer's still in there, but again, whether it's just the nature of the circuit in terms of not catching the cars in the wrong spots, or simply just not having the ultimate pace to be able to overhaul Swan Dixon and then get around the top 3. Either Sawyer's just keeping his powder dry until the last couple of minutes as Murphy runs wide on the exit of Mansfield and allows Swan Dixon through. I think he's possibly going to also see Sawyer charge past as well. He doesn't, so I think, again, Sawyer was looking for that opportunity, but if he's keeping his powder dry a little bit, I spoke too soon, round he goes, and that's one of the championship contenders in trouble. So Gordon Sawyer, that at least means that he will be, well, at least 5th. In fact, Chris Aubrey goes fast, that means he will be down to 6th at the back of the field. Gordon Sawyer, well, he is quite flamboyant at most times, but unfortunately he was flamboyant at right at the wrong moment, and that certainly would have had quite a dent on his potential championship chances.
Yeah, slightly awkward and compromised entry into that corner. It's very easy to start. You know, if you lose it on the left-hander, then the car very rarely comes back. There's a Heaton up the inside here of turn 1. We said that was another opportunity to overtake, and he has made that. But that means he's out front going into Park Straight. last time out, Nuttall defended at the top of here, which is the first time we've kind of seen that. So that was an interesting thing to see right on the last lap. But again, we've got Nuttall with a brilliant run coming up over the rise and back into our new camera. We'll see whether he's made that stick.
I think the one person you have to watch out for is Jake Swan-Dixon. Look at him, he's in third place. He's got past James Murphy, and now he's on Motul and car 66. There he is. As far as I know, he hasn't won a Caterham race in the time he's been racing here. So, in the fact he's in the lead group, there is every chance he could do this. Of course, and again, in his own right, complete disregard for the championship title, which again, is no reason why not. Essentially, he's racing for himself. So, if he wants to get his elbows out and get amongst the championship contenders, they might complain and say, well, we're not past the championship. But to him, in a nice way, he's not really going to bother about that. He wants to go for the result. He wants to go and get a result that will give him a really good confidence boost into next season. If he wants to go for the victory, look at the pace he's got. He'll go for it, and he deserves to in many cases because he's got the space. And James Murphy in the ever-present Caterham leaping contest continues to go even higher. I think he set a new benchmark there. It's like high jump, isn't it? They keep trying to beat the previous height every time they go forwards. 2 minutes to go in this first 7 Championship UK race. And yeah, Swan-Dixon has the potential, but at the moment the focus seems to be on the current 2 championship contenders of Nuttall and Heaton, with Nuttall now the points leader coming into the weekend in front. And Heaton's not comfortable because he knows that Swan-Dixon's got good pace as he comes to the second to last lap.
Yeah, he's the man that's moved forward, isn't he? And he can throw caution to the wind, and he doesn't have to worry about the championship. The other two do, and that's certainly going to be a good... I mean, it's where Nuttall wants to be now, out front with Jake Swan-Dixon acting as interference. Henry is going to have to look forward and backward, and that is always an uncomfortable place to be. As drivers, we get used to that kind of driving in your mirrors and looking out front. He had a little bit more extra speed coming out of that was it Charlie's or Chris Curve? I'm not sure. And he's just sitting there in third. But equally, with 1 minute to go, we've got one lap after this one. There's still that one chance to go to get in front of them.
So Heaton was then gutsy on the outside into Park Corner. Now through a long, almost multiple apex right-hander of Chris Curve before they filter back through the gooseneck and they plunge downhill down towards Mansfield. So Heaton then a little wide on the exit, but he had to really throw the block into Mansfield. He was very quick to get back to the inside line to stop Nuttall from taking full advantage of that. Now we see Swan-Dixon on the back foot. He's the one defending from Murphy, so they come back towards the complex at the mountain. There goes Murphy taking a look up the inside for third place and has to back out of it. He runs deep into the first part of the mountain. That's lost him a few car lengths as they come back through towards the Hall Bends now for the second to last time. This is lap 13, so we'll have one more time around with about 30 seconds left on the clock. Sawyer, meanwhile, is still going, but he's lost so much time getting back going again. He's way behind by about 11 seconds or so, Chris Aubrey. I think that gap probably will come down a little bit more, given the fact that he's got quite a lot of pace on his own. So Heaton then, he's got one more time around this Cadwell Park Circuit to try and defend, to take victory in the first of this Caterham 7 Championship UK races here this weekend at Cadwell Park. In through Coppice.
But is first place the place you want to be going into turn 1 here? We've still got the long part straight, and Nuttall, I think, might be in the championship point here. But equally, you know, there's Henry backing him up there on the entry into trying to sort of compromise his run up the straight. And it does mean he's starting a lot closer than he'd like to be, you know, to get that slingshot. But here we come up an important bend at the top of the hill.
Side by side for the lead in for third, and Nuttall gets himself in front before they hit the brakes as for third place. Murphy sends it round the outside of Swan-Dixon and goes for the position. So James Murphy, I don't call him Superman for nothing. Oh, there's been contact somewhere, but I did notice a few corners back that Swan-Dixon's left rear was smoking. That'll be it won't be the mechanical smoke, it's possibly the bodywork that's rubbing on the rear tyre, but he's sort of less than a lap to go, so he should be okay. Murphy's also missing the rear wing. Look at, you can see the left rear wing, it's folded in alongside it, as now it's nose to tail. There's a bit of a shaky run through Mansfield there, and looking up the inside, there's a piece of bodywork. I think that's the bodywork that I think Swan-Dixon or somebody's lost in the back of that car. But anyway, through the mountain for the last time, it's nose to tail, and Nuttall has been practically pushed over the mountain by Heaton. Over the crest they go towards Hall Bends. Heaton has to get the brakes on because he looked for the inside through the Hall Bends, but he couldn't make it through. This could be a sprint to the finish between the top 2 championship contenders. Murphy and Swan-Dixon will be close. It will be a 4-car train up towards the checkered flag for our first race of the weekend here at Cadwell Park on Caterham Finals weekend. Now the sprint to the line. Is it going to be Heaton, Nuttall or somebody else? Nuttall's managed to keep himself in front up towards the checkered flag and points it to Nuttall. Will take the first victory of the weekend. Nuttall wins, Heaton second, Murphy third, and Swan-Dixon the top 4 covered by 0.8 of a second at the flag. But it's Chris Aubrey in 5th, and then rather, I'm sure, incredibly disappointed and frustrated Gordon Sawyer, who in many cases has unfortunately only himself to blame. He made the mistake up at the mountain, tried a little bit too hard, and just let over exuberance get the better of him in that point.
Yeah, we didn't see the exact incident, but I know how easy it is to lose the rear round there, and maybe it was just a mile an hour or two extra. Oh, but it could also be where it backs up, but, you know, if it concertina effect, where all the cars were sort of dicing there, and with the concertina effect, I mean, you've got nowhere to go other than avoidance and therefore an incident. But he has crossed the line. Nuttall there constructed that win very nicely, didn't he? It didn't always look like he was out front and comfortable. In fact, he didn't look like that at all, but he absolutely was in the right place at the right time, which seemed to be second place coming into turn one on that final lap. Henry Heaton did the best he could to compromise that, but yeah, here we see the results. We've got Stephen Nuttall in first place. We've got Henry Heaton following at home, just a 10th behind in second. Then we got James Murphy on the final spot of the podium, in 5/10 back. Swan Dixon looking good through that race in fourth. Chris Aubrey fifth, and then we had Gordon Sawyer in sixth place.
It's great stuff from our first Caterham race of the weekend here, and there's plenty more where that came from, with more titles to decide. We're getting set for our second race of the day already, which is going to be for another set of Caterhams on track. And we'll be getting them underway very, very shortly. And if you want to find out more information about Caterham's motorsport activities, you can go to the website, caterhamcars.com. You'll be able to find out all the information there as we go along. The next race coming up is for our middle step on the Caterham Motorsport Championship, and it's for the Motul Caterham 7 270R Championship. They have a title on the line. That's coming up in a few moments' time.
It's the Motul Caterham 7 270R Championship, led by poleman Blair McConaughey, the only man into the 137s during the qualifying session. Car number 34. Blair, the only one into the 34s, pole by half a second. Surely you've got to be happy with that.
Definitely very happy, but qualifying only gets you off the grid, so I just need to keep it simple. I'm going to have to judge it, see how it goes in the first corner, see how the start is, manage the race. I'd love to drive off, but I don't know if that's possible with these lots. I haven't been in a tool yet, I'm not sure how it's going to go. So yeah, I'm just going to see what happens after the start and judge it from there.
Championship is very, very tight. Your main championship rival, Carl Jones, is on fourth. Does that make the pressure any easier, or is it just constantly keeping an eye on the mirrors and on this roller coaster of a circuit?
Just take it home, really. If there's an opportunity to break the back, I'll take it. But if I've got a fight to get through here, it's very, very narrow. I'm not going to take too many risks. I need to win the car.
Good luck, good sir, and we will see you for the second race, which is the 7th race of the weekend. And I think they may be being signalled to leave the area. Just give it a second, just in case. No one seems to be moving just yet. Just seen an indication from one of the amazing Orange Army, and well, I don't want to get run over here, of course. Right, we'll have a quick word with Wes Payne if we can. There we go. They are about to be released. Okay, so let's get to a state barrier before we get into any more trouble. So it's the 270Rs that are heading out track. Blair McConaughey leads the way. His pace has been blinding. Let's hope it holds for the race for him. Back over to Scott Woodward in the commentary box.
Thank you, Chris. Yes, the Caterham 7 270R Championship, sponsored by Motul, makes its way out of the assembly and onto the circuit for their first of two races, their final two races of 2021. And there is, as we mentioned, a championship battle to resolve. Because Blair McConaughey, with 6 wins to his name this season, is in prime position to seal up the championship that he's missed out on twice before from his, I say jokingly, arch nemesis Tom Willis, because every single time he's gone for in the last 2 seasons, he's gone through Roadsport and Academy in the Roadsport. On both occasions, his main rival has been Tom Willis, and then Tom Willis has won the championship, and Blair has been second. So, whilst Tom has appeared this year, it has been as an invitation driver, so he's been invisible for points. And that means, Chris, of course, that coming to this weekend, Blair now has a chance to pretty much put right what he missed out on the past 2 seasons, to finally get the championship. It's in his grasp. Famous last words, it's his to lose. But ultimately, it's not as simple as just going out and getting it finished, because he knows he's got drivers behind him like Carl Jones, Harry Ed, Stephen Lyle, and even those around him on the grid like Wes Payne on the front row of the grid, who, as we both know, are going to make it incredibly difficult to get that title. They're going to push him all the way to the last checkered flag.
Yeah, it's another one of those situations where that you don't, just by looking at the points table, you don't really get a full view of the competitiveness of this season and how well Blair's done to manage these situations. He has robbed off into the lead, and he did have his double win at Scotland in Knockhill, which I know he's very happy with. But yeah, you know, he has been hounded by this following pack, and we've got Wes Payne, who's always there or thereabouts. Stephen Lyle, who's come into the championship 1 round late, but has been absolutely inserted himself at the front there. And you've got Jones there as well. So yeah, it's been an epic battle all year, and even, you know, we've got Harry Air there, sort of slightly behind, and again he's come through the field so many times that I wouldn't be surprised if he pops up there again.
Let's run you through how they start for this first of 2 races from qualifying this morning. It is champion leader Blair McConaughey, who starts on pole position. Alongside him is the car that you definitely can't miss, the kind of pearlescent coloured car of Wes Payne. Here is the grid on screen. So McConaughey on the front row of the grid, Payne alongside him on the front row. Stephen Lyle, 2-time winner from back at Croft, starts on the second row alongside Carl Jones. He's also a race winner this year. Then it's Peter Wells and another race winner, both from Silverstone and from last time at Steston. It's Harry Air starting in 6th. Angus McLean is from the 4th row of the grid alongside an impressive Oliver Smith, who was very good last time out at Steston. Watch for him from the 4th row of the grid. Michael Curley will start then in 9th. Alongside him is Tim Steele to round out the top 10 on row 5. Here's the second half of the grid. David Morgan starts 11th alongside Darrell Cresswell and Carl Bray. He will go off from 12th on the grid, both on row 6. Row 7 sees Alan Curtis, who was strong at Steston last time, but maybe not suited to the tight and twisty confines of Cadwell. He's back in 13th alongside John Cox on the 7th row. Then it's Fraser Jones. He's dropped off a little bit in the second half of the season, not where he wants to be in 15th. He'll start alongside Duncan Cook on the 8th row of the grid. Then Nick Allbone's also another one that's something around the top 10, back in 17th for this first race. He's alongside Roger Gorton, row 9. And then the last 2 cars on the grid, Richard Hoare in car 48 and Lydia Gould complete the 20-car grid that takes off for their first of 2 races this weekend for the Motul Caterham 7270R Championship. The season closer here at Cadwell Park in Lincolnshire, the mini Nürburgring of the North, as some people call it, with its dips and swoops and massive undulations. It's, as you well know, it's a circuit that's very much unlike any other out there in the UK.
It's the first time I've driven it this weekend, and it's an incredibly unique prospect, and it really doesn't relent at all. It's up, down, left, right, never a flat or boring moment. It's one track that you could even do just a track day or anything and have a great time on it, and to master it is certainly takes confidence, and it takes a lot of car control. So anyone seeing doing well here is great respect to them. Equally, it's one that some drivers will click with and others won't, and that's why we see some of this sort of toing and froing of where the people are in the grid. But again, that shows how close everything is and how competitive these Caterham cars are.
Yeah, there are one or two drivers that are out of position. Sometimes some drivers are better qualifiers than they are racers, and some drivers are better racers than they are qualifiers. They might not be where they want to be starting, but you can see them charge their way through to pick up a good spot or two. So don't be surprised to see the likes of Fraser Jones and Nick Allbones and some drivers that are a bit further back in this field that will start to make their way through. Championship connotations-wise, according to Simon Lambert, for the Chief Motorsport Officer from Caterham Motorsport, he says, as far as he's concerned, it's in the bag for Blair. What he needs to do apparently in this race is stay out of trouble and finish 16th or better. Given it's a 20-car grid, he can afford to fall in that case pretty far down the order and still pick up the title. His worst results so far this season, apart from a very uncharacteristic DNF at Croft, was a 5th place at Steston after contact with Stephen Lyle, and that's where he dropped out a little bit. So it's the runner-up spot where the battle is on. Carl and Harry on drop scores are neck and neck. If you look at the points on drop scores, Blair McConaughey has 240, where it's 217 each for Carl Jones and Harry Air in 2nd and 3rd places. Carl has the better drop scores to fall back on, so we'll see what he needs to do after today's race. So essentially the battle for 2nd place in the championship, it seems, is all down to these two, between Carl Jones and Harry Air. But it will depend on what happens today to determine what needs to be done ultimately tomorrow to see who can take the runner-up spot.
I've just learned that Harry Air actually hurt his wrist in an accident yesterday, and it was up in the air whether he would race or not. So the fact he's on this grid, and in fact he's managed to muscle his way up to the front part of the grid, shows how much determination he's got there. But he is, a little hurting wrist is not a good thing to have around here, that's for sure.
I've known some drivers who have had injuries and powered their way through despite coming through the pain, so that should be quite something to watch out for. Last couple of the cars into position, Richard Hoare and Lydia Gould to hit their spots. The green flag will wave at the back, and our First race of the weekend for the Caterham 7 270R Championship, sponsored by Motul. The Championship decider is all set to get underway. Watch for the cars to get underway in the next few seconds. The 5-second board's gone up, the red lights will be on, and we're underway in racing. It's a clean start from the front row and from the second row. Better jump off the grid from Stephen Lyle on the second row, just ahead of Carl Jones, head towards it. Oh, it's repressed in the mid-pack. Don't do that, boys and girls, towards copies. That's never going to work. Everyone's trying to jostle for racing room, but they've just about managed to get through unscathed. McConaughey then leads the way with Lyle up to second place. Wes Payne from the front row's dropped down to third. And Carl Jones there in fourth place, with Harry Air down a spot to fifth place, and then just behind in sixth. Looks like it's that's Morgan in sixth position. So it's Oliver Smith up there, who started in eighth. So he's up a couple of places. Colican already under pressure to come in towards Park Care for the first time. With the contenders, as we expected, getting up towards the front.
Yeah, still tight and congested in the midfield there, but out front there, again, job one done. They've got through turn one, and we've seen again that there's movement early, isn't there? And then everything sort of settles down into its kind of snake. We've got, again, nose to tail Caterham's here, and we'll see that with these 270s. This will not relent for the whole race.
It's a half an hour race. There's plenty of time for these riders to sort themselves out. Fraser Jones there in the black and white Caterham, trying to make some moves already in the early stage. We said to watch for him to start deeper in the pack. Now they charge up towards the mountain for the first time. So McConaughey leads it then as they hop over the crest, followed by Lyle and then Payne, Jones, Air, Oliver Smith in sixth position, and Nicholas McLean's up there in seventh place as well. And then we've got Daniel Cresswell having a good start so far. Tim Steele is in there too, in his almost half naked car with no paint scheme, so just bare metal and the yellow nose and wings. Up at the end of lap one they come then. So McConaughey leads, Lyle in second, Payne third. Is there Charles Jones in fourth, Air fifth, Smith sixth, McLean in seventh place, Cresswell eighth. The rest of the pack goes from Peter Wells is ninth, and Tim Steele rounds out the top 10. So pretty clean and tidy first lap here for everyone so far. McConaughey just again not getting through any dramas, gets a decent strong start, exactly what he needs to do, and now try to extend that gap as much as he can to try and try and put one hand on the title to become champion-elect by the time we finish this first race. Yeah,
and the top three have pulled away. They pulled away at the beginning of that last lap, and they're now got a gap, but Wes Payne is dropping a tiny bit back now, even from the front too. So Stephen Lyle, I'm sure, will be keen to let Blair McConaughey do Blair McConaughey things like pulling out a gap and go with that. One thing we did see as well, Scott, is in the sort of tail end of the lap, it was kind of traffic jam situation going through the Hall Bends here, and we, with a larger field like this, it is single file. There really isn't an overtaking opportunity, but by the time you get to the back, it snarls itself up to a virtual crawl, but there's still nowhere to make use of that, and get by.
Just taking their time, just feeling themselves out a little bit here. A little wider, I think, for Angus McLean as he starts to come under pressure from Tim Steele. So Peter Wells up in seventh place, McLean's back in ninth. Over the mountain they go the leaders. There goes Harry Air, Smith, Wales. Again, leaping over, not quite as high as the 7 Championship UK cars were, but still getting quite a decent impressive amount of altitude off the jump. Michael Curley having a scrap with car 43, and that is Alan Curtis. Alan a bit further back than he was back at Stetson. He was very impressive on the long straight to Stetson. He sets the fastest lap of the race. Immediately duped by Wes Payne. And on the straight again. There goes Curley and Curtis.
Yeah, Curtis had made great strides, didn't he, at Snetterton? It was really, really good to see him making that, and you can see him pressurising the car in front at the moment. It's to make that kind of progress and then maintain it is the hard thing, especially when we're visiting different tracks like these two. They're sort of diametrically opposed. Snetterton is wide open and long straights, and we have Cadwell Park, so it's a narrower track with sort of very little opportunity for overtaking, whereas Snetterton's all about that toe down the long straights. But yeah, Cresswell here following on. So the battle for the middle, it's got Curtis up the inside. They're nearly making that move. Sticker drifting wide, number 95 there, and Curtis is going to make that stick round Chris Curve.
He's determined to get that piece of real estate, and now he's actually also going to allow the 3 car up the inside, which is Nick Allbones, so he's going to try and pick his way through as quick as he can. Now, Oliver Smith just chasing after Harry Air at this point as they come out for the final couple of corners. I think Harry Air's managed to. So Harry Air has. So Oliver Smith has lost out to Peter Wells. So Peter Wells is up to 6th now. Smith is down to 7th as a result of that. Still 25 minutes to go. So the first couple of laps being put under the books here. Over the crest they go. There goes Curtis. Then chased down by Nick Allbones, who's managed to pick up a couple more spots in that sequence. He started back in 17th. He's already up now to 14th after towards the end of the second lap. But David Morgan there, who's also he's dropped back since where he started. He started back up in 11th place. He's dropped back 4 spots to 15th, so he's got some work to do to get back up the order where possible. The field just starting to spread out a little bit here, and everything's, dare I say it, this is very un-Caterham, right, Chris? It's a bit more civilised rather than the typical Caterham fast and frantic at the front. Everyone's kind of behaving themselves a bit and kind of taking it steady.
It can lead to a bit of single file. As we said, the main opportunity is up into Park Bend at the top of the hill here, so it's that's where we're going to see most of the action, even in a larger field like this. Harrier looked like he had the best of those last laps through, so he's showing that his wrist isn't causing too much problems right now, but obviously towards the end of this half-hour race, that's when we're going to start. If we're going to see an issue, that's when that will happen. But yeah, up in the top is where main action will happen. The rest of it, you have to be patient, really, or take an opportunity if it arises. But Lyle, happy to sit there at the moment behind Blair, with Wes Payne following on. And you can see they've actually got a fairly comfortable gap now. They've got sort of guaranteed podiums if they want to do this. But at the moment, Blair's in a really good position because he could sit behind them quite happily and still be championship ready. But you know Blair, he's not going to be happy sitting in third place.
No, he'll want to pretty much put himself as champion-elect in style if he can do it with a victory. And of course, ironically, the two people they're giving the pressure are the ones that aren't battling for second place, because they're actually several seconds back, just at the top of the shot there in 4th and 5th position, in their own battle for second ever championship. So there goes Carl Jones and Harry Eyre. Watch for those two as they go on. Next then comes Peter Wells from Oliver Smith. Angus McLean comes through ahead of Darrell Cresswell. Tim still 10th. That rounds out your top 10. There's top 3 covered by 1.3 seconds. They come across the line to end another lap onto the end of lap 4. Gap has come down to just over a second between them, and actually out of the 3, Wes Payne was the quickest, so both the cars in front of you won 38.9s, so 38.7 for Payne as they come up through Charlie's. And now back through again onto the back straight, up Park Straight and towards Park Corner again. So those top 3 are the measure of the rest of the package, spread eagle in the field, but that's for 4th and 5th. This is one of the main battles we have to focus on, because while it looks almost so certain Blair McConaughey in front, it's not guaranteed of course, but it's effectively his to lose. Here's up in the second place in points we have to look at in as many cases, and of course that scrap for 4th and 5th on track, because ultimately they're tied on points, but whoever finishes in front of the other will have that ever so slight advantage going just by, even just by a point. It'll be an advantage considering what might happen tomorrow.
Yeah. I mean, again, whatever the scenarios are, you can never hurt yourself by finishing ahead of the person that you're fighting with, and those two are, yeah, like you say, it's their own intrigue and their own battle there. Harrier currently sort of okay with sitting there and following on. I wonder whether he's waiting and saving some of his stamina for the end of the race. I think Wes Payne might now be winning the high jump contest, the lap by lap there. He's certainly got some good pace, and the pace is obviously benefiting from following along behind the lead 2 there, getting that double toe.
Yeah, there's a bit of a skirmish going on just back for 6th. There was all sorts going there. I think Angus McLean's managed to work his way past Oliver Smith. He's right on the tail of Peter Wells as they come through. There's Angus in the black and red car, number 61. Now as they make their way up through the hairpin and barn corner, these two are trying to pull away and have their own private battle in 4th and 5th, but this scrap for 6th is looking quite enticing. Here it comes, out of barn corner, and down the pit straight again, back towards Coppice. It's on to lap 6. There's Oliver Smith, who the last couple of metres of the season haven't done too much in terms of results. He's came into the weekend 18th in points, but really found the pace in the last couple of metres, particularly at Snetterton, where he was able to pick up 5th place, his best results of the season. Currently runs in 8th, so got some work to do, but now as they go side by side, here comes McLean lining up Peter Wells up the hill. Side by side for position. This is now going to be for 6th place, and McLean can get it through. Smith will try and follow if he can, if there's a room up the inside. He has a little lurk, but McLean just had to sweep across and not only defend his position, but then Wells managed to slot back in behind him pretty quickly, and that's now put Oliver Smith into the clutches of Darrell Cresswell in this battle for 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th as they come back through the gooseneck.
Yeah, we see Cresswell there doing a good job of following along, but he's got to start thinking about making some moves, and that's what they'll all be we talk about Caterham race being a three phases, especially when we're talking about a half-hour race like this. We have the opening 10 minutes, which is the settle-down period. You might want to make some early positions, but then we have a middle sort of 10 minutes here where we let the race develop, and as a driver, you're kind of working out what's my best angle here, but certainly relaxing into the race and following along where you need to, overtaking where you need to, and then it all comes to a head towards the end of that final 10 minutes. So in this middle phase, a lot of the driver's mentality will be, am I happy where I am? Am I faster than the people around me? Am I going to benefit from just being towed along at this point, or do I need to get in front to actually make an impact on this race? Am I seeing my main championship contenders sort of getting moved further out in front of me, and I need to go and catch them back up? So this is that middle sort of thought phase of the race, but whereas we had the kind of the initial drama of the opening laps where they're all side by side, this is the period where you get the thinking drivers working out what they need to do.
This is the strategy section of the race, essentially. This is the point where you have the opening skirmishes. Now, as you say, you're absolutely right. This is the point where you start to think, right, where am I in this race? Who are my main rivals? What do I need to do? How's my pace stack up? What kind of grip am I working with? How long's left in the race? And just all these little thoughts that go through, but you've got to do it whilst also lapping it as fast and consistent a pace as you can manage without getting too caught up in your own head. Fourth and fifth together, and sixth, seventh and eighth come next to the shot. Darryl Cresswell's in there. Alan Curtis is also up to 10th position now. He's got past Nick Allbones. He's making slow and steady progress. Still plenty to time to go. He's got just under 2/3 of the race left before we get up there. So we see Carl Jones just under quiet pressure from Harry Air. He's not immediately harassing him, but he's keeping Carl Jones occupied, keeping him looking in his mirrors. Out of Mansfield they go. 6th, 7th and 8th. And then we've got the rest of this pack coming through. 9th and 10th are together now. Cresswell and Curtis. And it's Allbones, Morgan and Steeler in that next group behind them, so they're having a good scrap amongst themselves. Just nice. It's like a high-speed game of chess, these battles in the mid-pack as they come through the left, right through the complex. Back in through Allbones again. There's Nick Allbones and the old-school kind of almost gold leaf-coloured Caterham. Colours of the old-school Lotus F1 cars back in the late 60s. There's the battle for fourth and for second in the championship. Harry with the momentum has a look round the outside at Coppice, a little ledge on the brakes, and wasn't going to make the move stick around the outside there, so he'll try and fight back again if he can a little bit later on in a few corners' time.
We saw earlier on that outside round turn one is possible. We saw the 7th UK Championship cars doing it, so I'm sure that is possible with the 270s as well. And interestingly, that was the first time he's tried to make a move. He's just been content so far to sit there, but that was the first time he sort of showed his nose and said, I'm not just going to sit here at the moment. We're 17 minutes to go now, so we're coming sort of towards the middle phase of that thinking process. And with these 3 cars behind potentially catching up, you can't sit in there and relax and rest on your laurels, and we can be sure that he is looking in that later stage of the race to go with a move late on, and maybe he's just practicing what's possible and seeing what he can do.
Well, meanwhile, back at the front of the field, we almost forgot about these 3, but they're having a little stalemate of a fight here as Blair McConaughey, points leader and essentially champion-elect, leads Stephen Lyle and Wes Payne. The difference between the top 3 is that whilst McConaughey and Lyle have won races, Payne hasn't managed it just yet. Now then, possibly one for 4th between these two, and Harry was, I think he tried a move there on Carl Jones, get my name out, didn't quite work, and he just compromised himself on his line going into the mountain. Because of that, it's lost him several car lengths. So it looks like Javier tried to make a move, didn't make it stick, and it's lost him time as a result of that because he couldn't make it move.
It's always the risk, isn't it? You start making a move and then you're offline, and certainly if you lose momentum going up the mountain, that is a steep hill for anyone who's not been here. It is really, really steep. And in a car like, even with a Caterham, with all the power it's got to its weight ratio, it's if you lose it there, then you are going to lose that distance. However, with the back straight, I think he'll be able to sort of push him back, especially as Carl Jones doesn't have any kind of toe to help him along. Little bit of movement here now. Blair thinking he had to defend a little bit there ahead of Lyle. He was still sort of, again, getting to that middle phase of this, middle part of the race. Lyle there having a little cheeky move out just to make Blair think about it at least. It's a sign of Blair's consistency and accuracy, though, that he is able to keep out front and pull all of this group away from the following. And Lyle well out there, out of the gooseneck, and yeah, that's not a place you want to be.
Yeah, as they come through the car, I was going to say, telling a racing driver not to go for the victory is like trying to hungry dog not to go for the steak, but kind of like, you can tell him he's not going to do it, and he'll probably listen temporarily, but ultimately, he's a racer through and through, and he'll want to try and essentially get this provisional championship status in style with a victory, as Wes Payne shows his pace by again adding to the weekend-long Caterham flying contest. And now they come up through the Hall Bends again. This is on lap 9, coming up to half distance. Oh, now that's interesting. Now Carl Jones looks like he stumbled or stuttered a bit into the first part of the mountain, whether he went a little too hot, just maybe under attack from Harrier, and as a result of that, he's now put Harrier back into his tail. But look at the way also that McLean, Wales and Smith have also caught up as well. That was quite odd, that run through the mountain. Not quite sure why he checked up there.
Yeah, they lost a lot of momentum from something. So again, maybe they had another sort of side-by-side moment coming down into Mansfield, which held them up all the way through that. But that trailing group were a fair distance behind. So all of that's gone now. Equally, that's to Carl Jones's benefit, because now Harrier has got his mirrors to concentrate on. He cannot just look out front and start putting those moves in. But I wouldn't be surprised if that started maybe at Mansfield with a quick move there.
A couple of moves on here. Curtis looking around the outside of Darrell Cresswell for 9th. As we see here, Carl Jones just on the right of shot in car number 11. And what's intriguing now is, again, I'm not sure that was purposely tactical, but that sort of backup that Harrier had to kind of do by almost getting to the back of Carl Jones, you're absolutely right. It has put Angus McLean right onto his roll cage as they come back towards Park Corner again. 14.25 minutes to go. Turn into the right-hander Chris Kerr. Lock up for Darrell Cresswell up the inside to make the move. Goes Alan Curtis. Here's the next group, which is involved as well with David Morgan and Nick Allburns and Tim Steele and Michael Curley, and that's all for at the moment. That's looks like 9th down to 14th, so plenty going on. As Harrier now goes from the hunter to the hunted in rather quick succession.
Yeah, so say it quietly, but we're coming up to that final 10 minutes. Remember the save phase where things actually start kicking off. But already we're seeing these two middle groups compressing together. As soon as people start trying to make overtakes, you lose all the momentum. You got side by side again. Harrier is so quick coming out of there, and it's I wonder whether the only other thing I can think is, does he have a fuel pickup problem on Carl Jones's car? Maybe that's giving him a stutter going off the bottom of Mansfield. But nevertheless, yeah.
Harrier's dropped back a few spots. I'm not sure if he got wide on the exit through as they went side by side, but I waited for him to come past outside our commentary box window here. Carl Jones came through first, but it wasn't Harrier right behind him, and he was almost signalling to the left with his indicator. So either that's a problem for Harrier, or he simply just lost momentum and trying to keep out of everyone's way, but to compromise. He hasn't gone to the pit, so it's not a technical problem as far as I can see. It's simply just him losing momentum and speed. He's back up to pace now, and now that Carl Jones finds himself under attack from Angus McLean. And I think Andy possibly is an invitation class driver, because I can't see him listed on the championship points table, so he must be invisible for points, which means that even though Carl Jones has lost a position on track, I'm sure that Simon from Caterham will correct me on this if it's wrong, I don't think he's going to think Carl Jones will lose any points, because I think Angus is invisible for points by the looks of it. So Carl Jones will still get the points he's scheduled to get. If he finishes 4th, he'll just be finishing 4th, he'll just be 5th on the road behind Angus McLean.
Yeah, and Ayres now got Curtis on his tail. We're looking at like 10 minutes ago, Curtis trying to get by Cresswell, and he's actually 10 minutes later he's managed to do it, and now Curtis is looking to the rear end of Ayres there. Ayres was definitely pushed to the outside of the mountain just as you're going up that hill, and again, if you lose momentum up there, maybe he missed a gear as well. It can get a bit flustered there, and especially if he's sporting an injury on his arm. We said that if it was going to cause a problem, it was going to be later in the race, so maybe that's something to do with it. We've seen the indicator flashing on. That's not always an indication that they're actually moving to one side. It can, a bit of exuberant flailing with your hands can actually knock the little indicator stick. It's only a sort of switch on the dashboard, so you quite often see that, but he has cancelled it again. So I wonder whether this is a bit of endurance for him at the moment.
Looks like he's made a move on Peter Wales, so I did see just as they came through the shot that Harrier was to the inside and making quite a move, so looks as though he's up in position. There is 65, which is Lydia Gould. She catches a little bit of air herself. She continues on in 20th position. So Ayres is going to sit back ahead of Wales. His next target is to get back to this group of 3 cars battling over 4 between Jones, McLean and Smith as they turn through. And Alan Curtis has been making very silent but solid progress. Remember, he started a little further back in the grid. He started all the way back in 12th on the, where was it? It was, yeah, 30th on the grid. He's now up to 9th and keeping this sort of middle to bottom end of the top 10 pack in the mix with each other. So they're not too far away. Over the crest they go, and it's now McLean's turn to put the attack on Carl Jones, but Ayres coming back at them. There he is in the green and yellow, almost Team Lotus coloured car. There's Curtis in the plain steel coloured former 43 car with the black wings and the white roll bars. Showing some good pace. comes our fourth place battle. Just outside our commentary box window, the battle for the lead has swept through again. So still unchanged, still Blair, McConaughey from Stephen Lyle, then from Wes Payne in third, but it is this scrap for fourth downwards, which is starting to see this train getting ever bigger and bigger and longer and longer. As we talked about, this is classic Caterham racing, where if one group of cars starts to fight, the more they scrap, the more time they lose, and the second group gets closer and closer, and eventually it becomes one big train. Look, this train is almost endless coming through the complex, as Wes Payne sets the fastest lap of the race. So this is only going to get bigger as we come towards the last 10 minutes of the race. If these three, basically, if everyone starts bottlenecking up behind Carl Jones, this is going to be quite a scrap to be best of the rest off the podium. I
mean, Carl Jones has not been able to look out of his mirrors for the whole race, has he? He's had hair there, and now he's got a whole hungry pack of cars behind him, so he's going to have to be definitely driving in his mirrors there. And like you say, McLean doing a great job as an invitational. And I was going to say, I didn't recognise the name, and it's great to see him getting there stuck in and maybe looking towards that kind of podium, but that'll depend on how the front of this field and how Carl Jones obviously responds to him being there. But here's the lead group here with Blair. Here's their Blair little gap there, especially as we've just come out of Park Bend, which is where you expect everything to actually be closer. And Lyle there following on, doing everything he can to cling on in there and hold on to that. You can see he's still within that toe distance. It's such a powerful toe around here that actually you can get a toe from a fairway back, and that gap's already looking a slightly less dramatic now.
Yeah, Lyle trying to do his best to close that gap back in now with Payne in third. I noticed on the timing towers that came past, the lap times for the cars from fourth down to about ninth, they're literally all lapping within 0.2 of a second of each other, so very evenly matched as Wes Payne continues to join the Caterham flying squad. Up through the complex they go. They've got such a lead, look at that. You can see the lead is about 25 seconds on the next gap, because here they are. Wait. Carry on waiting. Make a cup of tea if you actually wait, because it'll be quite a back gap to go through. Maybe catch up on the news on bbc.co.uk if you want to, or the news from today. Here they come. Here's the fourth place battle. They're that far behind, but the purpose is they're all scrapping amongst each other. So there's so much of scrap here between them. So fourth, fifth, and sixth. It's still Jones from McLean from Smith. I should also mention other news website outlets are available.
Yeah, I mean, like you say, we've seen that before, those front three, just when they settle down and they've kind of worked together, haven't they, whole thing, but we are fully into that last 10 minutes, and we saw Blair has clearly dropped the hammer as far as trying to get his gap going, you know, like he traditionally does, but Lyle was not letting him have that anyway. But I can see the battle here for third and fourth and fifth. It's side by side into turn one. That's a really uncomfortable place to be. That grass comes up very quickly there, and it's such a quick turn. You can pretty much guarantee that's flat out for these cars going into turn one, and if you've ever driven here, you can see how much of a daunting corner it is. So good luck to them. As I say again, McLean here just doing such a good job of clinging on in there. So it's a fascinating battle that we continue to watch for fourth place. Here comes McLean. He's got the run on Jones up towards Park Corner, and behind, Harrier is trying to defend. Well, he's defending from Peter Wells, who's trying to repass him into Park Corner, but he is just about on the tail of Oliver Smith now. He's having, again, a fantastic run in sixth position. His best result of the season has been P5. That was back at Snetterton, so this is the battle we need to watch. Still the top three comes past us on the commentary box position, still unchanged. Little touch of the grass there from McLean as he runs a little bit wide. Now remember, again, if he is going to be, they have switched around, so McLean is ahead now as they come out of Park Corner, and out of Mansfield now, down the short straight towards the mountain complex. Here's the top three. Still McConaughey from Lyle, who is keeping him honest enough. The gap is now back, well, certainly honest. New fastest lap of the race, 1:38.011 for Lyle. He's got the gap down to just under 0.6 of a second. So Lyle's not done just yet. I think he's kept his powder dry. He's biding his time and let Blair set the pace of the race initially, but I think there might be a little bit left in reserve now for Stephen, which if he's got it, he's got to deploy it now to try and get that third win of the season. And this is such a long race. These tyres do start getting a little bit tired. I mean, we've got nice cool conditions, so I don't think it's going to be as dramatic as it can be when we've got hotter weather, but certainly the tyres can go off, and it is something that drivers have to manage and certainly keep an eye on, and Lyle's certainly been in a nice comfortable position. Wes Payne did have the fastest lap before, but Lyle just took it by 0.08 of a second, but that's another point, you know, it's all important for drivers here. And that move with Jones dropping behind McLean here, that actually puts him a point nearer to Air, and obviously Air with his is gonna need, that's a good thing for him. He's got one less car between him and Jones.
So he'll try and close that gap now, of course, being in seventh place, and again they're side by side for fourth. Jones thinks, right, this time my turn into Park Corner. Down the outside he goes. Harrier again for the second lap in succession, under threat from Peter Wells into that right-hander at the top of the hill. And look at Alan Curtis as well, ninth position, just behind these two. He could possibly hoodwink them both and get both places in these last few minutes. Change around again for fourth between fourth, but also for the lead. I think Blair McConaughey has lost the lead now to Stephen Lyle. So a change around for the lead off camera. So we can look at our leaders in a second. I'm sure we'll be able to see that the grey and orange car Stephen Lyle is in front. The gap with Hackey starting to close back up again now for fourth downwards. So now up through the complex. Now here they are on the screen. There it is. Stephen Lyle is ahead of Blair McConaughey now. So again, you do stress that according to Simon Lambert's calculations, all he really needs to do is finish at least 16th or better. He's currently second, so he's by far doing that at the moment. Touch wood. He's still got 5 minutes to go to get to the checkered flag. But we believe that essentially where he is will be more than enough to essentially put him as champion-elect and effectively put the title provisionally with it out of anyone else's grasp. He's going to come back him up the hill now towards Park Corner. He'll go to the outside line. They're going to be side by side. You can go around the outside. He's even got the move done before they hit the brakes. The power of the slipstream of these cars up the hill was strong enough to give McConaughey back into the lead. And of course, he wants to try and basically provisionally seal this championship. He wants to do it. He wants to do it with a victory. He wants to do it in style. Yeah, and it's the easiest way of doing it in this situation, isn't it? Keep everyone behind you, and then there's less variables that you have to deal with. But Lyle certainly putting the cat amongst the pigeons there, wasn't he? Trying to see what would happen. Wes Payne, occasionally we've seen him just dropping off the pace, but he's sort of clinging on in there, and because these two are going to go battle, he could be in the prime seats. We see a little bit of contact, or we saw some at Snetterton. We obviously don't want to see that, but nevertheless, even side by side here, Wes could get an absolute run on them going down one of the straights. Over the crest, leaping over once again. These top three still as they were. Wes Payne's coming back into this one. He's not out of it yet. Oh, that's Peter Wales. Round's gone Peter. Now, of course, the big question is, did he jump or was he pushed in terms of, well, I think that might be a legacy from a previous meeting, that sort of little patched up damage on the back rather than what happened. But it is one of those situations where we have seen cars diving down the outside to make a move, and it can be a case of just being a little bit too over-exuberant, and possibly because of that, you sort of excitement gets the better of you into the braking zone. You brake a little bit late, you snatch a brake, and something locks up, and before you know it, you're round. Yeah, and side by side through this first complex, the grass comes up to you very quickly if you've got another car to contend with. It's very quick round this bit of the track, and he dropped all the way down there just in front of Roger Gaughan, so down into 17th place there, it looked like. So it's a quite costly mistake, that, isn't it? Especially when this midfield's so close together. If you have a spin, that's it. You are going to drop through. Now, these front three could probably have a spin and still continue without losing a place at the moment, but what a great battle as we come into the last 3 minutes of this race, with McConaughey still holding on there, Lyle and Wes Payne still persisting, hanging on in there, and looking like he could become a factor in these final 2-3 minutes. Wes Payne hasn't yet won a race this season. The closest he's come was second place in the second race at Croft, so, and he came close also in the second race at Snetterton as well, but he had to settle for third place in the end. So instead of keeping in contention and doing his best to make a nuisance of himself amongst some of the drivers towards the front, he came into the weekend 7th in points on drop scores. Meanwhile, here's our titanic scrap for fourth, still between Jones, McLean, Smith, Eyre, Curtis now up to 8th position. Allbones is in there in 9th. There he is in the white, red and gold car. Leaders also gone across the line in the background. They've now gone across the line with about 2¼ minutes to go, so they've got quite this gap. They've got about 30-second gaps. They're miles ahead of everyone else at this point in time, and plenty of gap for them to battle amongst themselves. Here is that scrap for fourth that we continue to watch on. Again, that train getting bigger and bigger ever so steadily, because now latching onto it, you've got the likes of David Morgan, Darrell Cresswell, Michael Curley's not too far behind. So this is fourth down to 12th essentially, all through the complex together. They go one after the other, across the crest they go, and Allbones putting the pressure on Curtis as they come towards Hall Bend. So Jones, McLean, Smith, Eyre, Curtis, Allbones, Morgan, Cresswell, Curley, all together as they come back into the complex to end another lap. So they've got, McConaughey have crossed the line, so they've got, I'd say maybe one more lap to go, possibly even two. We'll have to wait and see. But as they come up to the Park Corner again, Lyle was putting the pressure on McConaughey again. He was under attack, but McConaughey's inside line meant he was able to park the car on the apex and stop Lyle from trying to make an outside move. And he also had to be careful, did Lyle, not to allow Payne an opportunity to get through. Back with our scrap for fourth. And Carl Jones here has got to do everything he can to hold off McLean, who I'm sure is going to get a super exit here, Chris, on the run through Park Corner. In the slipstream he'll get, I'm certain he should be at the very least alongside by the time they get to the braking zone for the corner. Yeah, let's wait and see as they come over the crest of the hill, see if they have managed to pull that off. Just catching it
here we go. So Jones he's actually maintained and sustained that very well. I mean, he's done that the whole race, hasn't he? And you can be sure that now in the closing stages of the race, they are absolutely not letting him do that. So he clearly has some pace there. And with the lead battle here, with still 30 seconds to go, I think they will get that one more lap, Scott. So we're coming into that last lap now. But again, McConaughey, you can be sure that the others are trying to get by him at this phase. We're into the closing stages of this race that he has got some serious speed in that car.
He might not be thinking about it too much, but I'm certain possibly the only thing that will be on his mind now is to complete this last lap of this first race as cleanly and as, well, I'm about to say as quietly as possible, but there's no chance of it being quiet, given the fact that both Stephen Lyle and Wes Payne are right on his tail. Up through Charlie's.
Whoever comes out of Park Corner in front is odds on to win this race. And so this is the most important part of the race. Actually, quite a little gap there, isn't there, to close up on this draft? That's asking a lot of the draft and then to dive bomb into that bend. But whoever comes out of here has a good chance of winning this race.
Let's have a look to the outside. Lyle's going to go for it down the outside. Is McConaughey going to let him have it? He almost backed out a little bit into the complex. He realised possibly rather than try and fight it and compromise what could be about to be a provisional title-winning result, he thought, right, I'll try and get him back on the run in the last few corners. Payne's back in it now, and now it's game on for the top 3 positions. Up through the gooseneck for the final time, out to a crisp curve. Down the hill they go. Lyle will be on course if he stays there for win number 3 of the season. It would be McConaughey's 7th if he can hold on to it. Wes Payne hasn't won a race all season, so out through Mansfield, up towards the complex of the mountain for the final time. Then the Hall bends. Is he going to try and hold on to it as close as he can? They're all watching down the complex, see how that all plays out. But Lyle then, with his road way clear at the moment, but his mirrors full of both McConaughey and Payne, heads over the crest for the final time into Hall bends. It'll be his 3rd win of the season, but the man behind him looks as though he's set to pick up something which he missed out on the last 2 seasons. He was 2nd in the academy, he was 2nd in Roadsport. As they come out of the final couple of the corners, it's still on for 4th as they come up through the left-hander at Mansfield. But out into the final corner for the last up. We're up to the checkered flag. It'll be the victory for Stephen Lyle, but provisionally it's a victory and the championship, we believe, for Blair McCall. He crossed the line just at the flag. It was 0.153 of a second, but Stephen Lyle is the victor of the race. Blair McConaughey, we believe, has done enough to become provisional Motul Caterham 7 270R champion, and Wes Payne will hold on for 3rd place. Now, sort yourselves out, boys and girls, for 4th place downwards. Let's see what you're made of. Now up towards the complex, out through the hairpin. It is Carl Jones in front, and that's crucial in his battle of the 2nd place to Harrier. I think there was a possible switch on there. There was 2 cars side by side into the hairpin for the final time. But for 4th place downwards, it's going to be Carl Jones with a very feisty Angus McLean and Harrier on his tail. Jones gets 4th, McLean 5th, and Harrier 6th. That will give Carl Jones a 2-point advantage or so for the final race tomorrow. Nick Allbones then 7th, Curtis 8th, Morgan 9th, Curley 10th to round out the top 10. Then Cresswell and Steele, Fraser Jones back down in 13th, Cook in 14th. Then it's Cox and Wells. We did lose Oliver Smith. I didn't realise we lost him, but I did see there was a car stopped. But Oliver Smith, it looks like, with a mechanical issue, stopped on the circuit. There is the race winner, Alistair Lyle. But the man beside him, we believe now, provisionally, he's done enough to become the 2021 Motul Caterham 7 270R champion. And that's been 3 seasons in the making. He came runner-up spot to Tom Willis both times in Academy and in Road Sports. But it seems as though, at last, Blair McConaughey is, we stress provisionally, a Caterham champion at last. Yeah, I mean, great once that's confirmed. He has been the consistent force of this season and absolutely deserved of that. You know, a great result here, firstly, but secondly, the whole season just adding up to that championship win. What a made up for him, also made up for Lyle there. Perfect result for him. So Stephen Lyle takes his 3rd win of the season, and we believe the 2nd place is more than enough to provisionally give Blair McConaughey the Motul Caterham 7 270R championship for 2021. Wes Payne picks up 3rd, then the awesome scrap for 4th downwards finishes with Jones in 4th, McLean 5th, and it's Eyre, Allbones, Curtis, Morgan and Cresswell completing the top 10. Michael Curley finishes 11th from Tim Steele and Fraser Jones. Duncan Cook and Richard Hall come next from John Cox, Roger Gort, Peter Wells and Lydia Gould, and we lost sadly in the closing stages Oliver Smith, who will not be classified after he retired in the last few moments of the race. So we're going to take a break whilst we have qualifying out for tomorrow's races for the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship, the final 2 races of the season. So we're going to take a short break, so get yourselves settled in for more racing this afternoon here on the BRSCC channel. For those watching on both the Caterham and BRSCC streams, we'll catch you in just a few minutes' time with more action here at Cadwell Park. So stay tuned. There's plenty more where that came from coming up this afternoon.
No, I've got there's a camera at the moment, Scott, and I wanted to bring it in for you. it's not showing you part of the circuit over there. I want to go meet it. And the headphone bar. The what, sorry? The headphone bar. Is this volume?
It's like a black hole they go into.
Yeah, they come out of there into a black hole and they magically appear on the other side. Sounds like a Morty. You say, where did it go, man? It's in the strange world, Morty. Yeah. Right, are you able to put that back on? Yeah, before we go back into it. Yeah, that's fine. I'm going to do that one, then come back. Yeah. Maybe start with it, then going to do that one. Okay. Yeah. Otherwise, going to miss it. Mate, that shot is, I love that shot.
It shoots itself, really.
It does, doesn't it?
Are you the flying man?
Yes.
Yeah, they do actually, they've got.
It's proper, yeah, it's great. The 420s earlier, it's brilliant to see.
Yeah, the crackers. How long have you got for?
15 minutes, apparently. It's just going to take a little while to get to the circuit.
Well, coming up next will be a qualifying session. This will be for the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship. They'll be out making a 15-minute qualifying session for their race tomorrow. They're not racing here today. So the Fiesta Junior will be out very, very shortly for 15 minutes. Then we're back with more Caterhams. Next will be the Caterham 7 3 10-hour championship. So that's the next step up in the Caterham family. The slightly bigger brother of the 270s that we've just witnessed. And another 30-minute race, and looking forward to what will be another very close battle. These championships will be decided tomorrow. Then we'll see the senior Fiesta drivers come out. They'll have their race. Further Caterham Roadsport Championship. Then we'll change tack slightly, where we'll see the Nankang Tyre BRSCC CityCar Cup, and then the final event of the afternoon, well, it's not such an event, but it will be a free practice session for Caterham Roadsports in the 2020 Challenge, the Autumn Trophy. Motul. Just quick as that.
Welcome back to Cadwell Park for the continuation of the Caterham Racing Weekend. There's a qualifying session going on, but right here in the holding area is the Bilstein Caterham 7 310R Championship, currently being led by the second position, number 88 P. Walters. We'll have a chat with the absolute legend that is Lewis Thompson, again on pole position. I mean, other than Snetterton, your record was absolutely exemplary. We said about that when a couple of weeks ago. How's Cadwell Park? Very different circuits. How were you feeling? I mean, you were the only man into the 35s, and you got it by half a second as well.
Yeah, I'm really confident around here. I feel I can run Pete's pace on my own up the front. He did it in a tow, so I'm feeling really confident. Just got to make sure I get through the first lap, keep my head down, and try and get away. But it's definitely very different to Snetterton. I have to admit, it's a lot more technical, but it suits my driving style, so I'm feeling really good.
I was going to say, do you prefer the sort of twisty stuff rather than lots of right foot? The weather looks like it's going to be on your side, although it's a little more chilly than it was 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, it's definitely a bit nippier today. Like I was saying, yeah, I do like having a nice heavy right foot around some circuits, but Cadwell just suits my driving style, so fingers crossed you can convert it into another win.
I have no doubt with your pace at the moment, it's absolutely legendary. Best of luck out there, Lewis, and we will see you again for race number 2, which will be tomorrow for the 310s. Car number 88 P. Walters, currently at the top of the championship with drop scores involved. He has the Minion-esque camera that we mentioned last time around. Pete, a narrow lead up top on championship-wise. That Mr. Lewis is... his pace seems unreal, but you're still hanging on in there. Are you confident for Cadwell?
Yeah, I mean, I love it as a track. It's probably the one I've driven the least. But I've had some good testing. I think after drop scores, I need a couple more. I need a better result than Lewis. But yeah, we'll just try hard and try and get out front.
My goodness me, second quickest on a track you've driven the least is quite an achievement. So. Again, with a very different circuit that this is to Snetterton 2 weeks ago, which is your preference? Lots of right foot or tight and twisty?
Strangely, I love these type of circuits. This, Alton Park, Brands, all the twisty undulating circuits. But I just seem to go really well at Snet. It's a track that's just clicked with me, so both is the answer.
Excellent answer. Fit for all rows. Best of luck, Mr. Walters, as he hangs on to a narrow championship lead at the moment with drop scores involved. Of course, 2 races to go here at Cadwell Park. It's the last race meeting of their championship. All the Caterham championships except the Academy class will be concluding their championships here this weekend. The Academies finished their championship 2 weeks ago. Harry Cook in car number 9 in third spot, just half a second behind Pete Walters. Harry, how are you feeling ahead of this race?
Yeah, feeling good. Qualifying wasn't quite where I wanted it to be, but hopefully, anything can happen in the race, so we'll see.
It's such a difficult circuit, this. I mean, how do you get acclimatised to a circuit like this? It's just such a difficult circuit. It's very tight and twisty, of course, up and down, here, there and everywhere. Do you attack this one different to the likes of Snetterton 2 weeks ago?
Yeah, I've actually had to change my driving style throughout the testing, because I'm usually quite smooth, but I've really had to attack in the testing to find the time. I think that's where the time comes from here, just really committing to the corners, yeah. Should be a good race though.
Excellent stuff. We wish you the best of luck as well, Mr. Cook. That is car number 9, currently third, or starting third, I should say, on the grid. We've got a few minutes to go yet, whilst the current qualifying session is just leaving the circuit for their race later on. Car number 84 is Andrew Murgatroyd. Hello, sir.
Hi there.
Starting fourth.
Yeah.
Are you happy, or is there more to find?
No, I'm pleased with qualifying. Really close with Harry there. Yeah, hoping to get a good start, stay with the lead pack, and anything can happen from there. Yeah, podium's the target.
Now, overtaking is not necessarily the easiest thing to do in these cars of the best of conditions, but with Cadwell being so challenging, is there anything you need to do differently as far as the mindset or driving style is concerned?
Yeah, I think think about the tyres from the off. Look after them, and hopefully when people start sliding around towards the end, I can pounce.
Best of luck, Andrew. As you can hear, the engines are starting to rev as the cars are now leaving the way. Whoops. Don't want to be run over here. We'll make sure we are out of harm's reach as the 310Rs are leaving the holding area, or will be shortly, for their first race of the weekend. We'll see them again tomorrow, as we'll see all of the Caterham classes have 2, or some of them are actually having 3 runs today. So, back over to Scott Woodward in the commentary box.
Thank you, Chris. Yes, welcome back to Cadwell Park for more action here from this Caterham Finals weekend. We've had 2 Caterham Championships out for their first races of the weekend. Now it's time for number 3 to make its appearance. As we said, the Bilstein Caterham 7 310R Championship. And there is a fight at the top of the points between Lewis Thompson and Pete Walters on drop scores. There's just 8 between them, with Lewis Thompson 248, Pete Walters on 240. So, with this gap, just quickly running through the car rotations of what's set to happen. We'll give you the grid shortly as well. The cars haven't just quite just got out there just yet. They're just having 1 or 2 last minute clear up and having some of the personnel coming back over from the pit lane back across to the paddock. Because such is the unique nature of Cadwell Park is that there isn't the paddock and the actual pit lane aren't connected as one place. The assembly area is towards the top end geographically of the circuit, whereas the pit straight is much lower down. So therefore, in order for crews to be able to get to and from the pit lanes to the paddock and vice versa between sessions, they have to use a couple of small roads to cross over from one side of the circuit to the other. So the cars are now making their way out onto the circuit with points leader Lewis Thompson on pole. Here they come. So you can see that Lewis Thompson and Pete Walters are the 2 main contenders on the front row for this first race together. So they make their way around. Giving you a quick reminder of their champion connotations and what can potentially happen. Well, here's the grid we'll run you first of all. So Lewis Thompson then starts on pole position. He'll be about half a second clear from Pete Walters in the second. Harry Cook and Andrew Murgatroyd make up the second row. James Wingfield and Lars Hoffman, who's finding a bit more pace in these last couple of rounds, but managed to get himself back towards the front half, a bit of an average first half of the season. David Yates will be disappointed back in 7th after an excellent recent couple of meetings. He starts alongside Rob Keogh in his second weekend 310Rs. Then Henry Williams and Harry Landy complete the top 10 on the 5th row of the grid, followed by row 6, which is Jeff Price and Douglas Christie. Jeff Price starting 11th, Douglas Christie back in 12th. Then the 7th row of the grid sees Stephen Metcalf alongside Chris Welch. They'll be trying to come off from the 7th row of the grid. And then row 8 sees Gary Curtis in 15th place towards the back with work to do, starting and in last position. So, for the championship connotations as follows, Lewis Thompson does lead the way, but with 3 0 scores to drop from missing the first round. He needs points in both races this weekend, so he cannot afford a 0 score in either of these races because he has no more points to drop. However, he has finished every race this year in either first, mostly, or second place. He needs a 2nd and a 4th or 2 third places to guarantee the title, and that's on the assumption that Pete Walters, who starts alongside him on the front row for this first race, wins both races with the fastest lap in each. If Lewis wins today, it means that it leaves him just needing to come home in 8th place or better, and he will become the 310R Caterham champion. So Chris Hutchison back alongside me here. This is going to be quite an intriguing battle towards the front. Ultimately, I was about to say all the pressure is on Pete Walters, but given the fact that Lewis Thompson has to score points in both these races. There's a large enough amount of pressure on him, which meant that both of them are going to be feeling the nervousness this one. There'll be a degree of confidence, but also they'll be very wary that both are as good as each other in terms of pace, and that's going to come crucial in terms of what it could be, arguably, a one-on-one duel between the two of them if they're allowed to get away quickly enough.
Yeah, Thompson has had since he's joined us from the second round onwards, he's had a good old run, hasn't he? But it's always been these two or three cars out front. Walters and Thompson have been consistent. The cars that have joined them have kind of varied slightly as we've gone through the season. So we've got Wingfield's definitely been up there. We've got Lars Hoffman sort of a little further back than we expected with Yates as well. But nevertheless, these two have been consistently at the front. And exactly, you hit the nail on the head. Thompson hasn't got any sort of leeway. He has to finish well, and if he doesn't finish well today, it puts all the pressure on tomorrow. So, both of them are in this intriguing position where they've got to both be careful, but Thompson's certainly got to finish this race.
And pretty much everyone on the next 3 rows behind are going to make it horrendously difficult for them, knowing that they are all have the capability to be just as quick as the front two, because we know how quick the likes of Murgatroyd, Cook, Wingfield, Hoffman. You've also then got David Yates in there as well, and also Rob Keogh in there too. Of course, he's still adapting to 310 after he started the year in 270Rs. This is going to be incredibly tough for all of them, because essentially, and if they even get an opportunity to put themselves right amongst the pair of those front runners, they're going to take it and they're going to grab it all day long, because ultimately they'll have their own points battles to go with, and they'll have their own sort of ambitions to get strong results to round off the end of the season on a high. So again, it's like what we saw earlier on in the 270R in the 7 UK race and in the 270R race as well previously. There are drivers up towards the front that are not necessarily in championship contention, but for them, that's the least of their worries. They're here to end their season with a good result, to carry that momentum and that positive feeling into next season, so they can build on that and make a quick start and a clean start to try and get some strong points at the beginning of next year's campaign.
The most important thing so far for them this year has been to, or this weekend has been to get on pole position. We've already seen in the previous couple of races, you don't make massive strides forwards and backwards, and you certainly don't do it quickly. Like at Snetterton, you could make 3 or 4 places up in a lap, even more than that sometimes, whereas here you are likely to only make 1 place up, if that. So yes, the race doesn't sort of move around as much as possible. So here, more than anywhere we've been so far, getting on that pole position has been important, or at least on that front row grid. You can see we start in Caterham side by side, so you don't really, other than a bit of a line, you don't get an advantage into that first turn, and it makes everything close. But oftentimes in Caterham racing, the most spread out they're going to be is on this grid, and we'll see that they'll all go side by side as we go through turn 1, no doubt.
Just looking back on that battle for second place, third place in the championship as well, Harry Cook and James Wingfield, separated by 3 points. Wingfield ahead of Cat Cook as they head off onto their formation lap after a short delay to proceedings. Head off to get some temperature into the temperature into the tyres and the brakes, as well as to get the tyre pressures up as well. And of course, it's crucial enough to get a good start, particularly when it's such a narrow circuit. Those first couple of corners, the start here, amongst other circuits, is equally, I'd say, one of the most important. It's one of those trickiest circuits, crucial places to get a good start, because it's such they all funnel into that very tight first corner coppice that goes uphill, so it does kill momentum a bit, but of course you've got very little margin for errors. Therefore, getting a good start here is absolutely crucial, and that starts from this warm-up lap here, where they can get the tyre, the temperatures and the pressures up to their optimal range. Sometimes they do, again, correct me if I'm wrong, they do set the tyres a little bit sort of lower to begin with, because then it means that you can then, the feeling is that as you get the laps in, the pressure will start to build up a little bit on track whilst you're driving. So that means that by the time you get the tyres into the right temperature range, they're also at the right pressure range as well, so you've got the optimum performance from that tyre. So getting the pressures and the temperatures up on this one formation lap is a lot more crucial than some people maybe already even realise.
Yeah, absolutely. It can take several laps, depending on temperature and ambient temperature, for all those things to get up to speed. We saw how hard the 7 UK Championship cars are working their slips to get the temperature, and then it's equally the same for this. And exactly that, the handling characteristics is such a well-balanced car, the Caterham, that you can affect the handling characteristics quite a lot just by tyre pressure. So yeah, getting that temperature in, you can see them all scrubbing and working the tyres. Is Thompson as he shoves it around the mountain there. Yeah, really, really important. We also see that the inside is, you get the pole position is on the inside of turn 1, but that quickly leads to being the outside of turn 2. And earlier on, we were seeing that actually the outside line was quite a nice way to slingshot and have momentum around. So pole position is no guarantee that you're going to come out in the first lap in the lead, but we've also seen that back straight is so powerful that over the course of the 30-minute race that we've got here, it will sort of certainly settle itself down.
Not less than the result or another spot. Coming out of the head, so it is shenanigans going on down there. So we're weaving and burnouts to get this heat and scrubbing to the tyres to get optimal sticky range to get on the wire as quickly as possible. Into position now. Cook there. He wants us 40k champion himself. Charger, Lewis Thompson, 8 points between them at the front of the field. Thompson's clearly got underway. Stuck outside like them. And by the fast start of David Yates. Straight towards Park Corner, but essentially Lewis Thompson was in the lead on towards Park Corner. It's side by side
Yeah, David won't mind me saying he's not a spring chicken, so he is doing very well, and he's moved forward in every race we've been watching him. He came sort of later in the season to the 310R Championship this year. Wingfield there just was on the outside, like I said, he got the run and he was actually looking really positive through the inside of turn 1, but then he was on the outside of turn 2 and that pushed him outside the train and he just got swallowed alive.
To round out the 15 cars in the field. Initial field spread after the first lap, 8.7 seconds at this point.
Yeah, an interesting early start, wasn't it? There, Thompson actually setting the fastest lap there, even though he was out front. So a really good start from him, and Wingfield fully locked up there, going into that corner. But it brought back under control as they go into Chris Kirby. He's on the outside now. That's real nerve-wracking stuff. But they both hang on, and Wingfield actually makes that stick around the outside. So that's a pretty impressive bit of driving there.
That was gutsy stuff there. Meant that sticking. Good car control. Cook not to lose that one completely. Really on the long stop to try and make sure that car wasn't going around. Big lock up the clears behind it. Defence from Harry Landy. Out through the complex. Back towards the mountain. Again, still just pressuring Wimble as they come through side by side for third. As Hoffman goes side by side over the mountain. Makes the move stick and gets in front of Murgatroyd. As I say categorically, you don't pass the mountain, but nobody told Lars Hoffman that.
No, we don't. Yeah, Caterham races, they're going to do what Caterham races going to do. They absolutely, we get told where we can and can't overtake, and we ignore that regularly. So a great move there around up the mountain. It's generally single file through this whole section, though. Once if you lose momentum there, it's too difficult to go side by side. Thompson again setting that fastest lap at 36.7. A really good bit of result there.
So as they come now through the end of lap number 2 towards the left-hander at Coppice again. So already 2 laps in the books. There's Hoffman then trying to hold on from Murgatroyd as they come up the straight. There is David Yates holding on to 5th position, still keeping the battle of a 6th in his mirrors. But now Lewis Thompson is as Lewis Thompson does, which is dominant at the front of the field. Hoffman then maintaining his advantage in third place after that superb side-by-side move through the mountain. So Yates holding on to 5th position, and Keogh's holding on to 10th place as well. Rob Keogh, who's a former Janessa racer, took a year off last year due to the COVID-19, and Hoffman's trying to go off the circuit there. He went very wide on the exit of the gooseneck and got 2 wheels onto the grass, so just managed to hold on the correction. But the flag marshal's pointing at somebody, so either someone hasn't respected track limits, someone's done something wrong for the marshal, but he was pointing at them and saying, you might be in trouble. So
I'm pretty sure the driver won't have seen that, but nevertheless that will be communicated back, as here we are back at the high jump competition. Yates there making that great move forward from a slightly lower position there, but ahead of Wingfield there and Cook, so making some good progress early in this race.
Yeah, currently sitting in 5th place. He's got some work to do to get onto the tail of Murgatroyd and Hoffman to join that scrap for a potential podium spot. Through Barn Corner, rest of the pack coming through. Williams, Landy, Rob Kears and Doug Christie in there as well. Jeff Price is down at 12. Fastest lap of the race for Lewis Thompson. End of lap 3. 1.6 seconds is the gap now, as here comes Cook having a look around the outside. We've been here before between these two. There goes Williams, Landy, and also in there too was Rob Keogh. So back out now through Charlie's. This is on lap 4.
Yeah, Thompson getting 3 fastest laps in a row there. He's absolutely flying out front. We've seen he didn't have it all way at Snetterton, did he? And he was absolutely consumed by the pack. But here, like he was saying in his interview beforehand, he's really enjoying the technical nature of this track and really showing everyone a nice, clean pair of heels at the moment.
You do get some drivers who are a little bit more prefer one kind of circuit than the other. Some prefer the circuits with the fast circuits with the long straights and with longer sweeping corners. Others prefer the technical courses with lots of winding circuits, or circuits that have lots of undulations, particularly like Cadwell Park and Alton Park, and to a certain extent Donington Park as well. That first sector all the way out of Redgate through up towards the top of McLean's is quite a roller coaster in itself. And then you get the all-rounders that no matter what circuit you put them at, they're going to make an impact. And speaking of impact, there was almost one from Harry Cook into the back of James Wingfield. He was all over the back of the red and yellow cage from just in front of him, car number 13. He had to stand on the anchors to make sure he didn't make an impact with him just before the mountain.
Yeah, and it's tight through there, heavy on the brakes, and so he actually had to get on the brakes a little heavier than he wanted to there. No way through for him, but Wingfield there holding on. We've seen Wingfield is very strong in his defensive driving throughout the season, and it looks like that's set to continue. David Yates getting a little bit of a healthy gap ahead of these two, and certainly Wingfield's going to be looking in his mirror. There we go, Cook going around the outside. Cook seems to have a little bit of extra speed, doesn't he? But he's hanging on in there. Will he be able to go up the inside coming into turn 2? Yes, he's made that stick. So round the outside of turn 1 is definitely a viable overtaking opportunity.
Yep, if you've got the grip and you've got the confidence and the belief the car will stick, you can make it through. And it's exactly what Henry Cook's done. He's now up into 6th position. So Wingfield drops down to 7th. There's 8th down to about 11th. Now it's David Yates, who now has his mirrors Harry Cook, and he's going to bring James Wingfield with him. So last lap for David Yates, his initial decent pace has dropped off a bit. He's in the 138s now, 138.4 last time, and he lost about almost nearly a second to the cars in front at least, because the leaders, Thompson and Waltz, are in the 36s, and then Hoffman and Murgatroyd are now just about equal on pace in the low 37s. So it's got a little bit to try and make up here, and now that Cook's got past Wingfield, you can see the pace difference. You can see how much he was clambering all over Wingfield's car. Now he's got through, got that clear air, he can get right onto the back of David Yates now and put the pressure on him now as they come towards the mountain to try and pick up that 5th position. He will. The ultimate thing is, even though it's a half-an-hour race, Cook will feel that he's got some decent pace and clear air. So what he'll want to do is clear David as quickly as he can. If he can do that, his next target is almost certainly going to be to try and close up to that scrap for 3rd.
Easier said than done, though. David Yates is not an easy man to get past, and certainly not to make it stick. Certainly plenty of battles as well happening deeper in the field there. We saw Harry Landy disappearing around the hairpin, coming into Barn Corner now. So yeah, and just ahead of him is Williams. So Harry's definitely looking to make some improvement over his qualifying position, and certainly is doing that right now. And David Yates looking like he's having to defend into a bit further along the track as I just look out the commentary position there. Here's Thompson, though, absolutely dominant so far, isn't he? So he's back to his old ways of actually just being relentlessly consistent and fast, and 36 bracket in these cars is a great time to be turning in clean air.
In the background, looks like Cook has got past Yates. We did make the move sticks. Obviously, he must have pulled off, I'm guessing, a similar sort of move, if not a carbon copy, of the one he did to make the pass on James Wingfield. So up and now into 5th position goes Harry Cook. And
yeah, we've still got Hoffman and Murgatroyd are in that sort of middle ground, aren't they? In third and fourth there. I watched them through the Hall Bends last time, and they're absolutely pushing flat out. Murgatroyd having a bit of a resurgence. He hasn't done the full season this year, but he's absolutely a great, consistent driver, and he's made his way back up to Hoffman off the track, and we've seen that a few times as well. I'm wondering whether some of our earlier races we sort of missed a few of those moves, and that's what was causing some of that bunching up that we saw. We talked earlier on about these different phases of the race. We're now into that settle-in period. These three are not settling in, but nevertheless they're still going for it. David Yates still managing to stay ahead. Remember, I said he's quite a difficult character to get by. Great little jump there by Wingfield there. So yeah, we're coming into that middle phase of the race, and we might well see some of these groups come back together as the battles intensify.
Yep, so Cook's lead that he had when he managed to get through in the first couple of corners before the start of a lap has kind of diminished a little bit, because it looks out the back of the circuit that Yates was able to take full advantage of the slipstream that he had and gets back through. So here they come for 5th, 6th and 7th. Here goes Wingfield, keeping his way, turning up through Coppice Corner again. Watch out for the likes of Williams and Landy. They're sitting personal best now in the 38s. They might start to close a bit more, but David Yates in that blue, black and white car number 15 with the black and red machine of Harry Cook just on his tail now. He's as close as he's ever been, so surely this has to be a run up the hill to pull alongside, and surely he will get himself in front before they get to the braking zone. At least you think so in theory, but David Yates is hanging on. He's a wily old fox, is David. He's not going to let it go that easy, but he has to capitulate, because he realised if he tried to keep going on the inside line, Harry was always going to turn in to try and tip the line. There was going to be contact, so smart driving there overall from David, and he knows if he can pick the pace up a bit more and stick with him, there's every chance he can get back past. But now his next task is to try and multitask. He's going to try and keep closing in on the back of Harry Cook's car, staying with him, whilst also keeping one eye on James Wingfield in the mirror, who is closing in to try and pick up past both of them if there's an opportunity to do so.
He is the filling in the sandwich at the moment, isn't he? And yeah, but it looks like Cook is the person with the pace in that group. So if there's some wise heads in there, and I'm sure there are, they will let him drag them along. They can gain that sort of second around this lap of extra speed, and you can even see now Cook's gained a little that comfortable gap. So David Yates wants to keep that in view to protect them, well, maybe drag them up to the group in front, but also to protect from the group behind.
In front, I was just about to check in with how the front runners were doing, but that's how Lewis Thompson's doing, 136.448. Now Pete Walters isn't that far off his pace. He did the personal best last time of 36.7, so the gap is only, and I say only because obviously it could be much larger, knowing how Lewis Thompson's pace is, it's only 2.6 seconds, because Walters is doing everything he needs to try and keep that, minimise the gap that he can pull out once more, so working hard. So now that Cook has got the advantage here, it's now David Yates in the slipstream as they come up Park Straight towards Park Corner. Wingfield is trying his best to keep hold of them. Just behind them, there goes Henry Williams, Harry Landy, and then it's now this battle we've just been looking at, which is Doug Christie versus Rob Keogh, as they turn back in through Park Corner again. There's Wingfield, who came into the weekend third in the points, hasn't won a race so far this season. His best result of the year was all the way back at the season opener at Donington, where he was in second place. So he hasn't bettered second place all season. Right now he's not in position to do that, being back in 7th, but again, he'll be hoping that he can bag some solid points, because he's actually, although again that said, he is battling at the moment for third in the championship with Harry Cook. So these two now are pretty much almost nose to tail, but it's David Yates that's being the proverbial cat amongst the pigeons here. Is that James Wingfield needs to find a little bit more pace and get around him to try and minimise the difference, the amount of points that Cook's going to try and take off him. At the moment, he's taking 2 points out of him. He wants to try and minimise that to 1 in order to try and maintain his advantage.
Yeah, he's been consistent throughout the whole season, but like you say, he hasn't managed to bring home that win. He was extremely close at Croft. It looked like he was, for all that he was going to do it, but he got a bit balked behind a missed gear change, and unfortunately that cost him the race. And so yeah, so he's looked likely to win a race, but in this one he's a little bit further back than we might expect. In 7th place, I guess sometimes championship gives you the jitters, doesn't it? And he's definitely wanting one of those nice trophies at the end of the year, but he's seeing Cook a couple of places ahead of him, which isn't going to help his position right now.
Yeah, the championship awards coming up in a few weeks' time for Caterham Motorsport, and so before we actually hand out any trophies, we've got to decide who they're going out to, and so we've already essentially wrapped up effectively 4 championships, if you like, out of the 6. So we've still got a couple more to settle. Now then, Wingfield must be trying to wake up here, because he's trying to get the undercut here on David Yates. Yates wants a little bit wide, and Wingfield sniffs an opportunity through Chris Curve, but David Yates just cuts across and holds on to the position, and maintains the place. So everyone getting a bit spread out here. This is arguably the closest battle on track at the moment between Yates and Wingfield, but even they're starting to lose touch quickly now to Harry Cook, who his next target has got to be using the clear air to close back up to Hoffman and Murgatroyd and try and get himself in potential contention for a possible podium place. Coming up to half distance, there is Cook, and then Yates being chased down by Wingfield. Over the hill they go, and now back into Hall Bends once again. This is looking quite a feisty battle with still half the race to go, Chris.
Yeah, and Cook showing that he's got a clean pair of heels, isn't he? He's actually pulled away fairly quickly from this chasing battle. Thompson again sets another fastest lap. He's absolute metronome right now, isn't he? And just looking, he's out front doing it. This battle for third and fourth, though, is absolutely on fire. We've got Hoffman still ahead, trying to weave to get out the toe. You can see how they don't want to do it. Again, as he said, the grass on the right-hand side of the screen there as they zoom by, all getting blown out the way. But Murgatroyd looking sort of feisty, isn't he? He's looking like he wants that podium, and I'm sure he would like that to put on his mantelpiece.
So out through Park Curve again. We're now on to lap 10. Just saw there Hoffman chasing down Murgatroyd. So that's still it's side by side now as Murgatroyd's managed to get back through. They're sort of past Hoffman now. So Murgatroyd back into a podium position. Hoffman now, of course, who's came into the season as a successive two-time Caterham champion. He was champion in Roadsports and champion in 270R last year. So he was hoping for a possible three-peat this year, but just whether it's just the upgrades to the car or just how he's felt this season in terms of the competition, just hasn't had the same spark and the same burst of pace that we saw him at times to get up to the front and get his elbows out. And I know he was involved in one or two incidents at Donington Park, so I don't know, is that maybe shook his confidence a tiny bit, or is that kind of nuked his momentum a little bit? Why do you think sort of Haas has been a bit off the pace this season compared to how he's been the last couple of years? Is it the car? Is it him? What do you think?
It can be all sorts of different reasons, and they can all compound together. But like you said, he got involved, or he was involved in some incidents that I'm sure that it wasn't really his fault. There was a mixed grid at Donington which caused some issues, and yeah, off he popped, and it was unfortunate. And again at Knock Hill, he got into an incident which took him out of that race. And once you started having a bad run of form, it becomes a little bit more important that you get a good run of form. So he's always been there or thereabouts, but sometimes a bad result here or there drops you back down the field. If it's race one where you have an incident, you've got to start the race two, right back, and then you're relying on a bit of luck as well as judgment to get back through. So I don't think he's lost any of his. We've seen him already. He's been off track and as exuberant as ever. So he's definitely a man on a mission. But yeah, you can definitely have a bad run. We've got Wingfield now ahead of Yates. So Wingfield has made that stick, and maybe just showing that he's got a little bit of pace over Yates there. So Yates making early moves in the pack together, but as soon as things spread out, it looks like he's just needing a few more tenths to stick up there.
I think Lars is tuned in because he's now managed to get his way through, but Murgatroyd will fight back as they come out of the complex of Chris Curve into the gooseneck, and there's a quick point and a sort of a widening of the eyes to Chris when he's pointed that, because Hoffman did make the move into Park Corner, but Murgatroyd tried his best to try and usurp that by backing him up the inside through Chris Curve. Didn't quite work, but now that Murgatroyd's found himself behind Hoffman, it almost seems as though that as soon as he sees literally like a red rag to a bull, it's a red Caterham to Andrew. As soon as he sees it, he thinks, right, his tail's up, now he's going back after it. He was a bit didn't have to defend too much, but now he seems to have lost the position. It seems to have woken him back up again.
But don't forget, we've also got Cook coming up behind them. He will be watching his mirrors and checking whether that gap is shrinking, and you can bet your bottom dollar that it is. Harry Cook is definitely faster there at the moment, and you can see as soon as that third driver comes into the mix, it starts becoming more complicated. You don't want to be the person in the middle of that sandwich. It becomes complicated, and you often then your defence will let the person in front of you just disappear off. So yeah, don't want to happen. Again, we're just seeing that gap here, Wingfield to Yates, slightly spreading, which just says to me that Yates doesn't have that extra couple of tenths he needs right now.
So yeah, lap time wise, definitely the person to look out for is going to be Harry Cook, because Hoffman did a 37.8, 38.9 for Murgatroyd, and then Harry Cook just steaming along with a 37.0. So on that lap time, he was the second fastest man on track, even quicker than Pete Walters. So Henry will certainly try and close that gap as quick as he can. It's a 2.5 second deficit, and if he keeps on running at this pace, it certainly will be only just a couple of laps. There he is, just flashing through the shot, so not too far behind. And even though we say that sometimes the benefits sometimes of being in a pack is all too evident in the Caterham race as well, never underestimate the strength of running in clear air if you've got a good car underneath, because if you're not having to suffer any turbulent air for the car in front, if you know you've got a good car of a single lap when you're on your own, for example, if it's a good qualifying car, for example, it'll also tell you that provided everything's working with the car for you, you can extract a quick lap time out of it when you've got clear air around you. When you're in a pack, it's very hard because you're battling constantly in offline. When you've got that sort of that gap from in front and the gap between, you're chasing and your tail's up and you're motivated to try and catch the cars in front, you can start to pull in some pretty quick lap times and dramatically close the gap which there once was to something that's almost nothing in a matter of laps.
Yeah, I see. Here's Williams ahead of Landy. Absolutely. If you're in a pack, you're relying on what the person in front of you is doing. If you're following someone, you can't go through the corner any faster than they are if you're behind them. So that's where you often see. Actually the fastest laps we see are where someone is catching up a gap. I'm just looking out the commentary window. Obviously Murgatroyd is in front again, but here we are with Williams. Great lap, carries, caught up the gap to Williams, closed it in, looking like he's got the pace, but can he make that move? Certainly he's going to have a good opportunity. Maybe not into turn one this time, but up at the back of the park straight. He's certainly having to go defensive, and Williams on the inside, and Landy there absolutely being a pain for him, isn't he?
Battle on for 8th, and here's the battle on for 3rd as Murgatroyd gets the run in the slipstream, pulls to the outside line, but Hoffman, I thought he was going to try and stick it back up the inside line to defend, but he decides, right, rather than try and possibly risk contact, let me sit back behind and try and get the undercut and pull back past him in a few more corners' time. Now, looking at the gap between Cook and Hoffman, and basically Cook in 4th place, whoever it might be at the time, the gap's come down by another 0.6 or so to 1.9, so it's getting smaller, and Cook is starting to get a move on here. In fact, he has been the last few laps anyway, so Cook is definitely putting himself as a factor to try and get himself onto a podium place. There he is in the black and red car, just behind these two battling for the last podium spot. Very, very quick check-in. Lewis Thompson does still lead. He leads by a fraction under 5 seconds. He's about to complete lap 13, so he'll do so very shortly in the next few moments. Pete Walters is still in 2nd place, doing everything he can to try and minimise the gap, but we know that if Lewis wins today, and he has the fastest lap of the race, it should mean that all he needs is a spot in, I think, around about 8th place or so tomorrow to effectively mean that he picks up the provisional 310R title tomorrow. So keep an eye out for that one. Thompson Walters across the line. Gappy's out to 5.2 seconds. Another sort of 10th and a half taken out. What about 3rd and 4th? Well, that time's 37.9 for Murgatroyd, 38.0 for Hoffman, 37.3 for Cook. So he's coming.
He's definitely coming. He's definitely got the pace of these two, and he's obviously got the bit between his teeth, hasn't he? He's really going for it. We see Murgatroyd here actually stay in front for a couple of laps now. And at the same time, disappointingly, Thompson hasn't set a fastest lap for a couple of laps now. Maybe his tyres are just tipping over, or maybe he's actually realised he doesn't need to push quite so hard. But here we go again. We've got Hoffman around the outside. We've seen the outside here work, and he does swing around the outside. He obviously keeps they're just dripping his wheels over the edge of the curves. Exuberant as ever, Murgatroyd's going to make this one sticky. He's got that done. So the outside move does work, but you must keep it on track, because that little bit of wetness or mud on your tyres just means that you cannot get that car turned into Chris Curve.
What is it we always say? The harder these two fight each other, easier it is the car to gain ground. Case in point, Harry Cook has absolutely charged onto the back of these two. That is the downside of having a fantastic battle. It looks spectacular, but it's not the fastest way to race this one. As we see also, still we've got James Wingfield battling away with David Yates. There is battles all around the top 10 for positions. This is by no means settled.
And you can see the gap that he's come across. David Yates and James Wingfield have dropped that far back, and that is the gap that Cook, because he was battling with them just a few laps ago. He's made all that ground up, and now he's on them, and he's got, he will be able to inject some interest in that battle now, whereas those two have been swapping comfortably between themselves now. They've got a really fast guy caught up with them and is now looking to maximise his positions.
This is no longer a one-on-one battle. This is a three-way dance now between these three. Murgatroyd, Hoffman and the hard-charging Harry Cook. Last lap times, boss time by 37.8 for Murgatroyd, 38.0 for Cook, 38.0 for Hoffman, 37.3 for Cook. He's brought the gap down again to 0.6. Now I'm sure on the run off his corner it's going to be Hoffman's turn to get the toe. Up Park Straight, here he comes. He gets closer and closer. Harry Cook watches on behind in 5th position. Where's he going to go? Is Hoffman goes to the outside? Indeed he does. Will he go to the outside, make the moves 2 times in a row? Thinks about it. This time, Murgatroyd sticks his elbows out. There's contact. Murgatroyd's left rear wing goes flying. Cook's watching him, is saying, fancy if I get involved, boys. Try and elbows into the battle. Side by side again, and Murgatroyd for the umpteenth time holds the inside line, gets back up the inside and says, Lars, get back behind me. You ain't getting in front before the gooseneck.
We saw a wing ping, which is not that uncommon in a Caterham, and But yeah, great driving by them just to lose that wing. But I don't think there's any room for Harry Cook at the moment to make that move. The outside line there, again, showing that it is a powerful one, but doesn't necessarily win you the war. It only wins that sort of initial battle. But yeah, now wingless as well. It might give him a bit of a rear left cooling, which is probably quite nice at this stage of the race. But I still think with 5 minutes to go, or just under 6 minutes to go, Cook's still got a chance, but he must make those moves in the next couple of laps. Otherwise, I think it's game over.
Yeah, and all he can do is find the opportunities where possible. He's now made it a trio for third place rather than just a one-on-one duel with him catching. So he is in this fight now. A little twitch of oversteer from Murgatroyd as he put the power down, but he's got a couple of car lengths now over Lars Hoffman. Last lap times again. Look at that, Murgatroyd and Cook, identical lap times to the thousandth of a second. They both set a 1:37.802. So both of them lapping at exactly the same pace, and it's Hoffman who's a further 4/10 back in terms of speed. So ultimately, not only is he in a bit of no man's land here and in a difficult situation, but Hoffman is the slowest out of the three. I think he's got a wing peel. I think his right wing, I think, is peeling a bit. So there might be a legacy of the contact he had a lap ago just here. And now it's Cook's turn to go on the attack. He's close enough to do so. Murgatroyd, I have to say, Lars Hoffman right now, Chris, I think he's an understatement to say he's not comfortable out there at the moment.
It's definitely not a comfortable place to be, and he's seeing Murgatroyd disappearing off, though. He might start getting a nice little tow from that, but at the moment he's having to drive looking behind him, which, again, if you've ever tried driving on a track day, then it's tough. Here's Thompson going on his imperious route. He's starting to overtake back markers. You see Gary Curtis there in his car with Walters there going round, doing an impressive job but it's a kind of ultimately just a lonely race that both of them have had, and he just hasn't had those extra few tenths that Thompson has actually dialed in. The Yates and Wingfield battle going on here has been race long, and they've been swapping backwards and forwards, and here's the Landy and Williams, and every time I look out my commentary window, all those battles are swapping, so they're really sort of going backwards and forwards. Everything's spread out a little bit, but Wingfield currently ahead of Yates just as they go past us now.
Looking at lap times, I'm pretty convinced that Lewis Thompson I don't think he's been out of the 36s all race. He's pretty much been putting in rock solid, consistent 1:36 lap times. He's at least half to 3/4% quicker than anyone else on track, which is pretty astonishing. Now, though, these guys are starting to pick the pace up. They've got into the 36s now for all three of them. So Murgatroyd, Hoffman and Cook are now into the 36s. Personal bests for Murgatroyd and Hoffman, both on 1:36.9, so they were joined in that lap by Harry Cook. So all three of them lapping at pretty much identical pace. That's how evenly matched they are now. Now they've woken up and stopped battling. Now they know what speed they've got. But that's the thing, that's the compromise. They've got the speed, but it's come too late because they've been so busy battling with each other. It's allowed the top two to pull away that much.
Yeah, but I think the top two still had that gap over them. As it's spread out, that's why we're seeing those faster times, because they're all using that tow. But Murgatroyd managing to do that in clean air, as we see this Wingfield and Yates battle still going on. Every time I see them, it's different. Into turn one, into this part bend, they're just making the most of it. And Wingfield, they're currently best, but certainly David Yates has not let that one lie.
Sounds like a crime novel, doesn't it? The adventures of Wingfield and Yates. It's certainly been quite an adventure watching these two battling it out over 6 positions. It's been quite entertaining. I'm pretty sure there'll be quite a handshake and a hearty sort of celebration we hope between these two, because they've had quite a good show between all of them. It's been also an equally good show. Third, fourth and fifth, and Hoffman gets the tail out a bit. Cook gets a little bit off the ground as they come through, and that little slide for Hoffman has lost him a car length or so. Now he's under all sorts of pressure. Harry Cook's exhausting while he's pushing that hard. The exhaust is swinging around on the side of that car, so got to be careful that doesn't become a factor either. If that starts to get loose too much and starts wiggling around a bit too much for the liking of the clerk of the course, you might well throw the black and orange flag, which means that you've got some kind of mechanical issue that might possibly be a disturbance to other cars around you. So you've got to come in and get it fixed. So watch out for that.
Couple more laps to go. Yeah, if that exhaust does fall off, obviously it's a big issue, but equally for Cook's car, he will lose a lot of pace. Here's Thompson with 2 minutes to go now. Again, every time I see him on screen or just out in through this part of bends, he is absolutely on his apexes. Real relentless flow and very impressive stuff. Murgatroyd still looking like he's got a now comfortable gap. Hoffman, in his exuberant fashion, still having to defend from Cook. Cook hasn't had an answer to getting past just yet, and like I said, if it wasn't going to happen in these next 2 laps, it wasn't going to happen to get back onto that podium. So it looks like Murgatroyd dipping his wheel up the inside there, but didn't quite work out. Here's Thompson into the mountain once more, though. 1 minute 25 to go, so this will be the penultimate lap.
Yeah, one more time around, and of course, you can't necessarily wrap it up today. You will go into tomorrow with the advantage in the points by managed to pinch a couple more from this man, Pete Walters. He says he quite likes these twisty circuits, but it seems as though that Thompson's a bit more of the all-round. There's a blue flag out there, which is Gary Curtis, and he's going to try and get out of the way because there is the third place scrap, and he'll want no part of this. Good driving from Gary, well done. Keeping out of the way of this scrap for third. They're rocking over the curbs. They've got roughly 1 lap to go. Across the line goes Lewis Thompson to start the final lap. Walters is now second, but it's this really tasty fight for third place between these three, which could go arguably still either way between them as they come on to the last lap, Chris. This is going to be epic.
Yeah, they're closing up, aren't they? Just as I thought that Murgatroyd looked like he was going to win it, actually, it's all closing up once more. The battle for this final podium spot is heating up and really coming to a crescendo. Like you say, Hoffman's rear wing there just dangling off, and we've got some other damage on the other cars. They've certainly had an adventure on their travels around Cadwell Park today.
Through Charlie's for the last time. Now it's the Park straight, and Hoffman, he's just not close enough to quite get the strong enough toe to stand a chance into Park corner. He'll certainly keep trying. Closes back in, under brakes, turning in through the right-hander at Park corner at the top of the hill. Now this long multi-apex right-hander at Chris curve. It's almost a never-ending, virtually endless right-hand, and all of a sudden it just very tightens up and sharply flicks right and left. She plunged down through the gooseneck, and then further down across that very tricky braking zone where the downhill slope means you have to really stand on the brakes to get the car stopped. But no troubles for this man. Lewis Thompson, pretty much every time he gets into a Caterham, bar one this season when he's turned up, has been a victory. He's just missing out the one last time out at Snetterton. Pete Walters pushed him as hard as he dares, but he will have to settle for second place. So as he exits out of the final corner, it is going to be another race win, another step closer potentially to the Bilstein Caterham 7-310R title. Lewis Thompson wins race 1 at Cadwell on the final weekend. It's Pete Walters for second place. Now then, hold your breath. What's happening for third? Well, the answer is a bit of an anticlimax, no change, but it's been a fabulous scrap between the three of them. So Andrew Murgatroyd will get back onto the podium with third place after a brilliant battle all race long. Hoffman fourth, and Harry Cook charges back well to fifth. Sets a personal best on the last lap of the race as well, a 36.7. Looking pretty strong, and in the closest stages, Williams and Landy come together, and Williams was very lucky not to collect Landy. Off goes the 49, round he goes. Now I suspect that was the two of them getting side by side off the mountain, trying to go and make two cars go into one part of the circuit that is increasingly narrow, and it really didn't work out. Landy will hold on, but I think there might be one or two conversations after that.
Yeah, we didn't see the build up to that, but there's certainly Landy might still be able to hold on to that position, just does over the line. Yes, side by side up there is always exciting. The crescendo really happens up a Park Bend, doesn't it? And it looks like there's very few opportunities, but certainly that Williams looked like he was trying to make one exist there towards the end of that race, but unfortunately that spun him round, and he's going to have to start deep in the field now for race 2.
So, another win for Lewis Thompson. I was going to try and calculate exactly how many he's had this season. So, he had, I think that's his 10th win of the season, because he won 8 on the bounce from when he first turned up this season in Knock Hill. You missed the rounds at Donington Park. He won both at Knock Hill, both at Silverstone Grand Prix, both at Brands Hatch, one with the fastest lap on that as well, both at Croft, and then missed out by taking 2 second places. The second place in race 2 at Snetterton being with the fastest lap of the race. That is his ninth win of the season. If he can make it 10 tomorrow, that should be title wrapped up.
And he got the fastest lap to boot, so a perfect start to this race weekend, and most of his race weekends have been perfect, right?
Absolutely. Well, here's confirmation of that then. Lewis Thompson provisionally the winner in race 1, and as we said, the fastest lap to boot. Not bad for a young kid, is he? Pete Walters in second place, then it's Andrew Murgatroyd in third, Lars Alexander Hoffman fourth, and Harry Cook in fifth after a brilliant battle for the last podium place. Then David Yates and James Wingfield. Yates beating Wingfield this time. Brilliant, entertaining battle towards the back, with Landy making contact with Henry Williams in the closing stages. He holds on to an 8th ahead of Keogh and Christie. Jeff Price takes 11th. Henry Williams, after his spin, recovers to 12th, and it's Metcalf, Welsh, and Curtis rounding out the 15 cars. So all 15 started, and all 15 finished the race. So if you're watching on the Caterham stream, we're going to take a quick break whilst our next race comes up. For those on the BRSCC stream, next on track is the first of our 3 races this weekend for the final rounds of the 2021 BRSCC Fiesta Championship. So stay tuned on the BRSCC stream. We'll take a break on the Caterham stream, but there's more action coming up very shortly here at Cadwell Park.
The first outfitting operation, which is the BRSCC Fiesta Championship Race 4 on the programme. Sadly, there are no programmes, but had there been one,
Welcome everyone to Cadwell Park for the final round of the BRSCC Fiesta Championship. It's the second visit to this circuit for this championship, and it's going to be just as hot as it was last time. On pole is car number 9, a bit of a surprise here from Dominic Bush, who's 11th in the championship. Dominic, what a performance!
Yeah, brilliant in qualifying, mate. Absolutely insane. Yeah, we got good track position, got everything sorted perfectly, mate. Brilliant. Yeah.
So confidence is the name of the game then for you today?
Confidence is needed, mate. Confidence is much needed.
So is Cadwell usually kind to you? In the past, I'm trying to find the previous results for you. It was a bit of a mixed weekend for you last time.
Yeah, well, Cadwell's definitely one of my most favourite tracks. Throughout the year we've had issues like towards the car and stuff like that, but now we've got it all sorted, mate. Yeah, it's brilliant.
Time to reflect the true pace. Best of luck out there, Dominic, and we will see you next time for their second race. Both they have 2 races tomorrow, so we'll look forward to that. Second is Luke Pinder, car number 55. So Luke, they've been told to start the engines. We have a quick moment. Luke, you looking forward to this one?
Yeah, it should be good. Weather's nice and dry but cool, so it should be a good race.
Does the cool conditions make too much of a difference in these cars?
Yeah, the turbo cars, the cooler weather always helps, and it's always fun with the slick tyres to get some heat in and go, so we'll see.
The Caterhams chuck it around, so I imagine the Fiestas will do the same. Best of luck, Luke, for their first race. Are they being released? Yes, they are. The whistle blows, and away they go. This is the first race of the weekend for the BRSCC Fiesta Championship. And what an amazing grid of STs we've got. Over to Scott Woodward in the commentary box.
Thank you, Chris. Yes, the car's heading out then for our final weekend of competition for the incredible BRSCC Fiesta Championship. What a year it's been for them with these brilliant new ST240 class turbo Fiestas. Of course, the Mark 7 Fiesta E ST180s with a remapped engine, which of course produces, surprise, surprise, 240 brake horsepower. Lots of positive action about these, lots of positive things said about by plenty of the established drivers and some of the new ones that have come in throughout the season. And it's great to see so much positivity around this championship and the cars involved. And there are more of these Fiestas, I know, in build for the next year, so the grid should continue growing and growing and growing. And I'm sure we'll also see some more of the ST150s. Well, here's the grid for race 1. A surprise pole for Dominic Bush. A brilliant performance in qualifying to take, I believe, his first. Luke Pinder, early championship leader, starts second. Then Simon Horwin, double Donaldson race winner. Alongside championship leader Rob Smith. He knows what he needs to do to get this title wrapped up. Then it's David Nye and Zachary Lucas coming next on the third row. Alistair Kellett from Ireland, former champion, starts 7th. Jamie Going, a long-standing stalwart for the Jam Sport man, in 8th place on the grid for row 4. Stuart Robbins takes one of his personal best qualifyings of the season with 9th. John Cooper back in 10th. It's a bit of an up-and-down season this year, but he's going to try and start the high. Then the first of our ST150 contenders, Ethan Rogers, currently top driver in those standings, starts 11th alongside Fiesta Junior graduate Dylan Hotchin. Marlo Cordell and another Fiesta Junior graduate, George Davis, starts 14th along with Marlo just ahead of him. And then it's on the back row of the grid on row 8, Bridie Davis, another FJC graduate, and Matt Chambers, who has been for all through season in his purple number 69 car. So, in terms of the championship, just one thing to make clear is that whilst there are drop scores in this championship, a rule that came in this season determines that from this weekend, from these final 3 races, drivers cannot use any results from any of these final 3 races this weekend, which is today and tomorrow, as a drop score. So they can only use everything up to the conclusion of the previous round at Donington Park as their drop scores. Whatever they score here, or whatever they don't score here, if they retire and have problems, has to count towards their final total. So with that in mind, looking at the championship running coming into this weekend, it sits as follows. Rob Smith is on 486 points on drop scores. That is a gap of 42 points ahead of David Nye on 444. Then Alistair Kellett on 441. All these points being provisional, by the way. Then it's 437 points for Zachary Lucas, 433 for Luke Pinder, and 431 for Simon Horrobin. Arguably, those are the 6 drivers in the mix for, if not the championship title, but for most of them at least a podium place, because if you look at the spread of points between 2nd down to 6th, it is 13 points between them. David Nye on 444 down to Simon Horrobin on 431. So it's looking very close indeed and very, very competitive. So as we say, 2 classes of car in this championship. Of course, the dominant class up until last year was the Mark 6 ST150s, but these brand new Mark 7 ST180 turbo Sierras, that's old school, Fiestas, which of course have that engine remapped to go up to 240 brake horsepower and other various new parts, and they've got to have EBC brakes, ASD suspension. They also have a Puma Speed engine remap as well on top of that, a Miltech Sport exhaust system, and everything else on top of it as well. These cars are incredibly fast in a straight line. 240 brake horsepower makes them absolute rocket ships. Now, they made their debut in the championship as an invitation class whilst they've been developed throughout the season at the start of the 2020 season, when it was the truncated season here at Cadwell Park. So these cars are coming home here. The cars are actually making their third ever visit in terms of the turbo cars. The ST150s have been around for quite a while. In fact, they've been around since the early 2000s. And they are sort of the evergreen cars that you'll see in the field. And of course, and there are still a few more of them in the mix that will be in there too. One car, what I was noticing, I have to see if they're on the grid as they go around. I noticed we should see 6. We have got them. I was wondering where Ethan Rogers was, but he is on the grid. So Ethan Rogers fans, don't fret. He's there. He's just the red ST150 just behind John Cooper's car there. He's kind of the 6th car along in the shot there. So the ST150 cars are towards the back. In terms of results this season, looking back at who won what throughout the year, John Cooper picked up 2 wins, as he at the time been the driver with the most mileage out of anyone in these ST240 cars. Then it went to victories for Luke Pinder, as he took 2 at Alton Park, and then it went on to a triple header at Snetterton in July, and that went to, if I scroll on my points table, 2 wins for David Knight and then a win for Jamie Going. So from the first 7 races, there were 4 different race winners. And then that was added to again by Alistair Kellett picking up 2 at Cadwell Park, and then by Luke Pinder picking up another. This was here back in August. Then 2 more race winners were found, showing just how competitive the championship really is. As it was 2 wins for Simon Horrobin, and then a victory at last for championship leader Rob Smith, who comes so close so many times this season, but was finally able to get that top step of the podium at that 3rd race at the Donington Park. And he was so relieved and happy to finally get it. But that just shows how competitive these brand new SGT40 cars have made the championship, because we had John Cooper's 1 win, then we had, of course, Luke Pinder taking a couple of victories. Then it was David Knight and Jamie Going. Then Alistair Kellett, followed by Simon Horrobin and Rob Smith. That's 7 different race winners in these ST240 turbo cars, and they really are brilliant cars. They're almost like a bit of an alternative to champions like the Clio Cup, and you also look at Cup series that are very similar to these cars now, like the Civic Cup as well. And they're quite cost effective to put together, these cars. You can put a car together for roughly around about approximately, don't quote me directly, but about £15,000 or so. It's not too bad in terms of price to put these cars together, and you do get quite a powerful machine for your money as well. So in terms of where we are on the grid, in terms of the cars, Dominic Bush, who starts on pole, comes into the weekend. Where is he in the point standings? He is currently in 11th in points. He's quite far back. His best result of the season has been when he scored 34 points, and that would have been 6th position, and that was a 6th place around about, where was that? Looking on the table here for a second. Whilst I'm doing that, we can obviously mention the fact there is the ST150 class, which is in a little bit of a similar vein to when you've ever seen the BMW Compact Cup, where you have sort of taking a class within a class, and so whoever finishes highest in the point standings amongst that becomes the ST150 champion, if you like, in inverted commas. And it's, of course, Ethan Rogers who's top of that. Brian Davis is 2nd best ST150, and then Matt Chambers is also up there as well. But watch out for the likes of Marlo Cordell and possibly also George Davis as well. Those two are going to want to try and climb up the order. William Kellett's also in there as well. Marlo Cordell, who's in there, he's level with Matt Chambers too, so he wants to try and overhaul him if he gets some good pace. And he's had a couple of decent results. He's been sort of second on a couple of class podiums as well, so watch out for him too. But in terms of the rest of the field, for those who towards the front, who haven't won a race just yet, ironically, Zachary Lucas, 4th in the points, hasn't won a race yet, but he's doing quite well with strong results. He's had a couple of 2nd places on the way, including at Alton Park. And couple of cars were also missing for this weekend, sadly, after they had some incidents in testing. Marco Ricci and Spencer Stevenson. Sadly, they had problems in qualifying. They had a couple of incidents in testing, and so because of that, their car's not able to get back underway and be fixed in time for this weekend's racing. So, with the championship on the line, and multiple 7 different race winners in the field, with Rob Smith looking to hold on to his 42-point advantage and no drop scores from his final races, this should be pretty frantic stuff here in the Fiesta Championship. All set for the first race of the weekend. Here we go, lights out, and we're underway. What a rocket start from Rob Smith. He's 3 abreast at the front of the field. From the second row of the grid, Rob Smith is straight to the front. He says he's not in championship mode. He says contact in the big battle between David Knight and Jamie Goh, and they both get out of it just about unscathed. The ST150s get away all set amongst themselves, and out the inside for the lead looks Luke Pinder. Pinder tries to take the lead back again. Smith holds on through the right-hander at Charlie's, but what a getaway from Rob Smith. The championship leader finds himself into the lead of the race, and already he's trying to pull a gap here. So Smith leads the way then. Pinder second. It's up to third for Simon Horobin. There is George Davis up behind his fellow Fiesta Junior graduate Dylan Hotchin. And the poleman Dominic Bush has been swamped. He's down to 5th. He looks back up the inside of Zachary Lucas. Side by side between Kellett and Nye as well. John Cooper's in there too. I told you it was competitive, and they're at it already. Zach Lucas goes out wide through Chris Curve. So Dominic Bush holds on to the position. Also just behind him now, see Cooper and Jamie Going are getting into it, as on Stuart Robbins. But no wonder all the drivers at the front here are raving about these ST240s. They've got on a half a lap, but there's been quite a bit of action already. So hopefully this is a taste of things to come in this first of 3 15-minute races to decide the fate of the Fiesta Championship title. Behind him in the ST150s, Ethan Rogers getting away quickly enough as back to the front of the field. Pinder is swarming all over the back of Rob Smith. He's all over his rear bumper. Over the hip of the crest they go. They're starting to catch air, Caterham style. Over the crest they go. Like a brilliant sight, working their way through the Hall bends. These ST240s really are like little touring cars now. They're fantastic to look at. They sound great, and they are absolute rockets on a straight line through the barn corner. Look at them all together. 3 of them for the lead down the pit straight. Bush is back up to 4th and Zach Lucas 5th, but it's Smith who leads. Pinder second, and Simon Horrigan, the double race winner at Donington Park, he's back in there in 3rd. He's looking down to the outside of Luke Pinder. He's going to go round the outside at Coppis. Can he get the inside line for the right-hander at Charlie's? Yes, he can. Luke Pinder into the lead here at Cadwell Park with a brilliant outside pass, makes it stick, and up the inside for 3rd. There goes Dominic Bush on his ex-team boss. Simon Horrigan, he switched teams midway through. Well, I think he's his team boss. I'll have to wait and see. Either way, he's up the inside and through he goes. So Simon Horrigan gets edged out wide. Zach Lucas gets in there as well, and he's up to 4th position. They're all over each other now. So Lucas now is holding on to 3rd place if he can. There's Kellett in 6th position, 9 7th, Cooper 8th. It's then Jamie going 9th and Stuart Robbins rounds out the top 10. And then for the ST150s, it's Rogers in the lead of that category in 11th overall, with Davis 2nd, Marlo Caldell 13th. Then it's Hotchin, Riley Davis and Matt Chambers. So out through the gooseneck, down the hill for the 2nd time. I should note that some of these cars, if you see the hazard lights coming on, that's simply because these drivers are literally standing on the brake pedal so hard that it activates the warning light system that you get if you're standing on the brakes if you're about to have an accident. So they still have that programmed in some cases as Pinder thumps the curb on the inside at the bottom of the mountain. Little leap from Dominic Bush as they come up through Hall bends again. There's some brilliance to come past the control box window. Just little chirps of the turbos that come off the power. It's fantastic to listen to. There's Alastair Kellett, Ford Fiesta champion back in 2016. So essentially for him, it's effectively the same car in some cases. He's just modified, but he won the championship with back in 2016. He's had a couple of modifications since then. Well, it's a similar build of that car. But down the pit straight they sprint. Pinder leads the way with the first proper flying fast lap. 1 minute 40.120. Now Smith is back in 2nd place. Now Smith knows, but he just has to keep himself out of trouble to pretty much put this championship out of touch. He's got a 42-point lead on drop scores over David Knight. Alastair Kellett is back in 6th, Nye is back in 7th, so he's got the points advantage. If it stays as it was, he would gain quite a lot of points. He wouldn't be over in the championship. He would need to do the same again tomorrow to essentially put the championship quite out of reach in terms of points. Up the inside into Park Corner goes Simon Horowitz, so he's looking to try and make it through back into 4th place past Bush, and big sideways moment. Oh, they're all off the road. Horobin off, Nye off, Bush off, they're all off, and there's their fluid off on the road. Into the barriers goes Horobin, into the barriers goes Lucas. Oh, and Rob Smith's off the road as well. Now, is that fluid? Is it possibly, I'm not sure if it's raining in the air at all, it's overcast, but there's several cars have gone off the road. Now he's that fluid now. You see Horriban rejoining, Cooper's rejoining, Nye's off the road, and he's out of the race. What on earth happened there? I didn't, it wasn't anything obvious that showcased there might be some fluid down. It never really usually is, but that's caught everyone off guard. Zach Lucas out of the car, he's okay. So Luke Pinder leads the way, Jamie Going second place. That will also have to be a safety car, I'm sure, at least for that. That's caught everyone off guard, including myself in the commentary box. I did not expect that. That's really broken up the field, because you can see Pinder now leading. It's Jamie Going in second place. It's now looking at the order of the field. I think Dominic Bush is now into third place. Stuart Robbins is fourth. And I think Rob Smith has carried on. Also carrying on is John Cooper. Safety car has been deployed, so there's no surprise there to clear up the incidents. There's David Nye. You can see he's out of the car, but that's Fiesta not looking very healthy, I'm afraid. Hopefully it's just cosmetic damage on the front. There's not too much mechanical damage, but so much has changed in that sequence. Simon Horriban's just gone past our commentary box here with smoke coming off I think the left front of that car, and a damaged rear end after he backed it into the tyres. Well, that was quite a bizarre sequence. I can only presume, but it was possibly some kind of fluid. Either that or just they all went straight into Chris Curve, and for some reason it was slipperier than they anticipated. I'm not 100% sure exactly. So well, there's Dylan Hotchin. He managed to keep out of trouble. He is up to... He hasn't crossed the line yet. I think he must have possibly got involved in that. Let's rather than get tongue-tied, let's take stock of where we are. So it's actually Alistair Kellett who leads the race. So it looks like also, I think, that Pinder got involved in that as well. And so the only one that kind of kept out of trouble, it seems, was Alistair Kellett, and he now leads the race. Horriban, not sure what's going on. He's just explaining what's happened. But let's just take stock of where we are then. So Alistair Kellett then leads the way. It's Pinder in second place. It's Jamie Going in third. Bush in fourth. And it's Dominic Bush is fourth. Stuart Robbins is fifth. Ethan Rogers is sixth in the ST150. And crucially, Rob Smith, who's one of the main, he's the championship leader, has carried on. He's still in seventh place. But we realised he had to carry on and pick up as many points as he could. For him, it will be, no pun intended at all, damage limitation for him. Because of course he's going to have to try and pick up as many points as he can. Now in terms of points that he'll score, in terms of the championship connotations, so he'll score 32 points for finishing seventh. Now he's got the pace, he might be able to get around the likes of Rogers and Smith, and maybe that might be as far as he gets in P5. If he can get to fifth, that'll give him 36 points. Now the fact also as well that you got some of his main contenders are out of the race. So Horriban is out, Nye is out, Lucas is out. So Nye will have a non-finish. It means he has to stay on 444 points. Lucas will stay on 437. Horriban will stay on 431. So the only ones that will gain out of the top, 5 drivers is Smith, Kellett and Pinder. So that will really help Kellett and Pinder get themselves up into contention, which is going to be all the more crucial. So the rest of the order behind Rob Smith, in fact, red flag, race has been stopped. And I think that's no surprise given the fact there's probably not just cars to remove, but also possible tyre barriers to rebuild as well after that. And that was quite extraordinary. It might be possibly, if we can get some kind of a handle on whether possibly Chris is around and there are 1 or 2 cars that have come into Parc Fermé or somewhere that's possibly going to give us an idea of what happened, because I can only presume it was fluid down at the compound. Chris Hutchison is nodding next to me. Do you think the same thing?
Well, it had all the hallmarks of that, yeah. I mean, sometimes you do see obviously spins and issues in sympathy with an accident or a spin in front, but just the sheer number of cars that were having issues around that Chris Curve there, I can't think that there wasn't some sort of fluid on the road that was causing that. And maybe that's also why, as well as the tyres and the barrier and the car they want to remove, it also gives them a chance to put the speedy dry down and sort of make everything safe again, because you can't have them going back to full speed if there is still fluid on the track.
So the car's being brought to a stop on the pit straight. I wonder possibly if they let them go until the completion of lap 3 in order to essentially mean that rather than having to restart them, because the rule is that if you stop the race before the second lap is complete, then before 2 laps is complete, you go back to the original grid starting order, whereas if you go beyond that, and as they completed 3 laps, what that then means is that you then set the grid based on where they currently are, where they currently came across the line on. So let's just take stock again of where we are then. So Kellett is shown as race leader. It's Pinder in second place. Jamie Going is third. Dominic Bush is fourth. Stuart Robbins is fifth. Ethan Rogers is top ST150 in sixth position. And I think they're going to quickly reset them now. Now, it says that they've reset that now to a 15-minute race. So whether or not they've got the time in the timetable to be able to actually restart the race at full length, I'm not sure. Well,
so much had happened in such a short time, hadn't it, as well? So it's hard. Yeah, like they tend to sort of, yeah, you know, they make the decisions based on the situation on track, not necessarily what regulations they can do. So I'm sure the safety car was scrambled because they thought they might be able to tidy up, and then other things come in and get reported in by the marshals to say, no, we've got to go and clean up some fluids, or we've got a bit of tyre barriers. We're seeing them here repairing, hard at work comparing the tyre barrier there. Yeah, shown currently 15 minutes, but again, this is all a fluid situation. There'll be a lot of comms going on around to actually sort of sort it all out, but they've certainly figured out what the grid they want to do, and they've put them all up there.
Yeah, so we'll be able to give you pretty much go through the order. We're going through the order before we'd actually cleared it off the screen. So Alistair Kellett then will start this on pole position, and again, the 15 minutes is probably up there just to kind of reset it, and I think you're absolutely right. They probably will reset it to a time that's more representative of what was left. So I would guess it was somewhere around, I would presume, about a 10-minute restart in terms of the length of the restarted race, I would presume. So Alistair Kellett then will start on pole position. It'll be Luke Pinder in second place. Then it's followed by Jamie Going and Dominic Bush on the second row. Stuart Robbins will start in fifth. Ethan Rogers will be almost, I feel like, out of his depth a little bit there in terms of he's in the ST150. He's surrounded by ST240s. He's got, just behind him, he's got Rob Smith, which is crucial because out of all the main championship contenders that were involved in that, Rob Smith kept going. Now, they are looking at Rob Smith's car, and it looks as though if he did, it didn't look as though, again, from initial look at it, unless this is just, there's more behind that, beyond that, the cosmetic damage. He might look a little rough on the front of that car, but although they are...
Are they moving him forward on the grid, maybe? Or is he asking to go back to the pits?
I think he's maybe asked to go back to the pits. If that's the case, that might be dramatic for the title. So he's being told to go to pit. He's been told to go to pit lane. He's
certainly, there's enough damage there that if they've got sort of coolant systems at the front of that car, it could have maybe he's seeing a warning on his dashboard.
Well, he's pulled it into pit lane now. He's pulled it into, now that's interesting. Now you're under red-flag conditions. Now I guess either he's been given permission, I would presume, by the clerk, but by the marshals to go back around. But look, you see Simon Horwin, in fact, actually is getting involved, actually helping, so to get him out on track. So they're actually straightening the bumper. And again, Simon Horwin, you can see they're just in the black, white, and orange overalls. He's actually going in to try and give Rob a hand here as well. So. But actually, the marshals are also getting involved there as well to have a chat. So basically, there's work going on with the car. So they've pulled the front splitter off, and they've managed to pull the front bumper out a bit more, so it's a bit more resembles more like a Fiesta should. The bonnet is a little bit crumpled. Also, so is the left front headlight. They've completely just pulled the headlight out of its.
Well, it's important if that is actually a glass headlight as well, to not have that sort of showering across the circuit and causing punctures and other issues. I'm sure it is about making this car, the clerk, happy that this car can go out without shedding parts, because again, the last thing you want is the race to restart and big bits of the car start flying into the cars following along.
I imagine what this will mean, though, is that Rob will have to start this race from the pit lane, because if he's gone to the pit lane, he will have to start from there if he's had some work done to that car to get around. So there is Zach Lucas's car, which has been recovered onto the low loader. And again, one or two of these teams will have some spare parts to work with. Of course, there'll be some work to go on Simon Horwin's car on the back of that. The front end of the car looks...
And the gaffer tape's out, Scott. We're all safe now.
Yeah,
everything.
That's a universal fixing device for all race teams, which is gaffer tape, and just trying to strengthen that back in place. Again, you can see there's the marshals having a look at one or two, but just checking the structural rigidity of how well that gaffer tape is holding things in. But of course, this is all crucial things, of course, for Robson, because the ultimate thing for him is, of course, that because you can't drop scores in these final three races, he has to do, he and the team has to do everything they can to ensure that he can get out and that he can score points, because of course, as you say, the fact the likes of David Nye, Zach Lucas and Simon Horobin, they're all out of this race. If he can carry on going, at least get some points, that's valuable for him to keep his championship hopes alive, because he knows, of course, if he has to start from the pit lane, it will be advantage mainly Kellett and Pinder, who are up there in the mix as well. If we look, remind us back where they were coming into this race. So again, to remind you, 486 points for Rob Smith, 444 for David Nye. He's out of this race, so he won't score anything from this race. As the Kellett on 441. So he's only 3 points behind David Nye. Now, if Rob Smith does get some points and finishes well, he will, Alistair will cut into his lead, but it won't be as much as it would have been had he won the race, because if Alistair Kellett won the race and let's say got the fastest lap, that's 52 points. So that would have been 50 points. So if Rob Smith hadn't finished, Alistair would have essentially taken the championship lead. So Rob has to get out there, and he has to score as many points as he can. Again, no pun intended, this really is damage limitation for his championship chance. He has to get out there. He has no choice. Zachary Lucas is out of it on 437 points, but he's not going to restart this race. Luke Pinder on the front row, 433. He will make gains. 431 points for Simon Horobin. He's out of this race. So 3 of the main championship contenders are out of this first race. So it's ultimately at the moment now, it's currently in terms of point scoring between Smith, Kellett and Pinder, barring anything else that happens in the restart, because they want to capitalise on this and literally grab as many points as they can to ensure that it's between those 3, and it will leave Nye, Horobin and Lucas, I'm sure, on the back foot, essentially battling for 4th place backwards by the looks of it.
And they've got a long way to come back through when they rejoin for the next race in this, and Smith's got a long way to come back through from start if he does get to start from pit lane. Obviously they're working as hard as they can there down pit lane to make sure those are structurally sound enough and to everyone's satisfaction that so they're not going to cause any more problems when they join. You can imagine he's going to cut through a few of these cars fairly straightforward, the lower class cars and you know, some of the people who just haven't found the ultimate pace maybe around here, but equally we've seen how difficult it is to pass around here, and you know, even in slightly smaller cars like this, it's still hard to go side by side, and you know, and to make more than one place a lap progress is tricky. So he's got to, you know, he is damage limitation, as you say, to try and cut through, make sure he doesn't lose all those points, but you know, it's still a hard task, and certainly Kellett and people like that out front there are now looking, you know, in strong positions to really sort of turn the season on its head almost, and see what's going to happen, you know, in these last few races.
So dramatic stuff in this championship finale for the BRSCC Fiesta Championship. You're never really short of some kind of drama, and I mean that in a way, in terms of, forgive me, an entertaining kind of way in terms of that, because there's always something going on in the BRSCC Championship that can either bring it down to the wire or make something interesting between the championship fight. This is one of them, and I'm sure Rob Smith, he'll be relieved to get this weekend out of the way if he can come through it all and pick it up. Obviously the Jam Sport guys are going to go to work overnight after this race, when this race is finished, between now and the second race tomorrow, to be able to make sure the car is in as fit a state as possible to get it out for racing. Now, fair play for them all. They've actually done quite. We jested a little bit about the duct tape to get the car together. They've actually done, quite to be fair, quite a decent job to pull that car together. So it still resembles on that corner of the car what looks like a Fiesta. So credit where credit's due. That's quite a mega job. Who knew that you could sculpt duct tape so well?
Yeah, it's universal in motorsport, isn't it? We see it up to the Le Mans levels of cars being held together by super duct tape panels and whatnot, and you can, you know, see how much you can achieve. When we first saw this car with its splitter hanging off and the front left there looking really sorry for itself, it's now, yeah, like you say, looking like the front of a Fiesta again and are ready to go. I'm sure that's going to make all the officials a lot happier with that car and letting it go out, and let's see what that means for this championship, and see where, you know, the updated race lengths as well. So all these things we still got to get answers to, and that will all be happening soon. It's still showing 15 minutes on the clock as we speak, but like with this delay and making sure we can fit all the rest of the racing program in today, I imagine there will be a reduction in that full race distance. Yeah, we've still got 2 more races after this, the Caterham Motorsport Championship, and then the first 3 races over the weekend for the Nankang Tyres CityCar Cup. Now, Rob Smith's car is moving once again now, and I'm certain it will go to the end of the pit lane. That's where it will stay until the restart. So I don't think he'll be allowed to take his place back on the grid, because if he's left the grid, he may well go out to do the formation lap, but have to do it from the back. Either he'll be one of 2 things. If he goes out for the formation lap for the restart, he'll either go out for the restart, then come back in and start from the pit lane, or
if he is allowed to go onto the grid, he will do so from the back because he had to take his way. Also, now, there's the reason. There's basically answer to the question: was there fluid? Yes, there was. Now, the other question's got to be, who dropped it? Because that's been dropped on the first lap of the race, I think. Now, that didn't catch anyone out on the first lap, and you would have thought on cold tyres it would have done. But
it could have been actually, as it happened, caught out immediately. So it can leave a dump of fluid, and the person who actually caused it could well have been one of the cars we saw in that barrier. It can cause you to lose traction, especially around Chris Curve here. You're leaning on those rear tyres, and if it's something at the front that's let go of fluid, then your rear tyres can just let go. And so it could well have been as it happened that we saw those accidents, and that's why it gives no indication to the guys following, what's going on, and immediately they sort of join the accident. You obviously sort of check up as soon as you see something happening in front of you, but you're never quite sure until you hit that slippy patch and then realise by the time you have, it's just too late.
Saw that Ross Smith was communicating there with Peter Ritchie, who's of course one of the clerks of the course this weekend, just to with the process of what he needs to do. Swift work also, and a big thank you, a big shout out to all the Masters and recovery teams for very quickly and very swiftly putting the tyre to top back together. So good stuff from them to get it back going. I think there might need possibly an extra row of tyres on that sequence where they've lost one, I think, but to not so have any barrier prominently showing.
They have been working hard all day, including in my qualification session, so I recognise some of the faces that are fixing that tyre barrier. They had to fix the one I destroyed earlier on today, so thank you to all the marshals that let us do what we want to do out there on track.
I think you have to buy them a pint later, won't you? Kind of all the work they've had to do, so which is intriguing. So, no news yet on a restart time. I'll just quickly check the timings. Go quickly give that a refresh. It's still showing as so the clock is now reset. Again, the clock is now showing itself as 15 minutes, but again, that's not definitive. So
they're shuffling as well on the start lines. So the positions are changing in the race as well. So we saw the a race grid, I think, being delivered on the grid. That was what the BRSCC official was delivering down there, and now all the marshals are hard at work making sure everyone is where they should be.
I'm going to check the online notice board to see if we've had actually an amended grid for this one, because they are shuffling people around. Now that's interesting. I think they're shuffling them around into their original qualifying order, which is interesting because the red flag was thrown after 3 laps was completed, and I would have thought with 3 laps having been completed. That said, no, Dominic Bush is being pushed backwards, so unless he's going to go to the front of the grid, he's been pushed back into position. So they've all been shuffled round, but not into an order I anticipated they would be. So let's quickly go back and see if that
will be. I'm assuming it will be where the red flag is thrown. That's the point at which the race has stopped. They tend to go back to the previous completed lap by the whole field. That would take them back to that sort of lap 2. So it will probably be an order that we're not expecting, because it will have all been shuffled up by the race start anyway. But the TSL will have that full list of where they finished on the lap, whichever is the reference lap they're going back to, and there'll be a regulation somewhere that one of these clever boffins knows that tells them exactly what lap they should go back to, and therefore they've printed that out, and that's where they're going to set the grid at.
I think Jamie Gogan's allowed the position. He's the car that's just on the, technically what you call is the 4th row back in many cases, just on the outside, just by the edge of the grass there. So I think they're going to shuffle forward John Cooper's car. At the moment, it is leaving Luke Pinder pretty much on his own at the front of the grid. Dominic Bush is up there as well. Looks like he's starting from what would be equivalent of the 2nd row. Now they're also moving Ethan Rogers' car round, but he's also going into pit lane as well. So that's interesting. So Ethan Rogers is now...
Could be a quick way of moving him to the rear of the grid rather than letting him go around the whole track.
Do you know what? That's big brain thinking, Hutchinson. Good stuff. I didn't quite think of that too much. So that looks to be exactly what's happening, because Ethan Rogers is quickly I think going to a point where he can fully turn around, which he is, and I think you're absolutely right. He loops the car around. I thought he was going to do all in one go. He's doing a 3-point turn just at the back. I thought he was going to do
quite hard to do a donut with a front-wheel drive car, isn't it?
It wasn't even a donut, it was just a turn I think he was trying to make. So, although if he puts a bit of plastic on the rear tyres, he might be able to get some sliding around a bit there. Looks like the tyre barrier looks as though it's just about all fixed and back into position. So, and I think the clerk of the course has gone out in the course car to go and check it to make sure he's happy, which looks as though that he is. So here we back out once again. So, in terms of the order, again, I'm just keeping my eyes on the notice board here to see if we've got a reissued grid for this one. I don't think we have just yet, but in terms of the order they're going to be lining up in, at least from what I can see visually, it's Luke Pinder who looks like he'll be on his own on what will be the front row of the grid. On his own on the second row is going to be Dominic Bush, who was the original pole sitter. Then the third row is looking like it's going to be Alistair Kellett and John Cooper. The fourth row set to be Jamie Going and Stuart Robbins. And then we have the ST150s, of which we didn't lose. When we lost one, I think. I think we lost, I can't say exactly who we lost, as the spectators just up here at the top of the paddock here, just across from where we are. Just our commentary box is pretty much literally the building just to the left here. That's where we're based. So that's the view that we have. So but just across there, you can see the clubhouse, which has been serving hot and cold food and drinks all weekend, and an array of BRSCC and Caterham flags to showcase that it is a BRSCC and Caterham weekend, and plenty of spectators and team members and such all viewing from that all that viewing point at the top just outside the clubhouse cafe. So everyone's getting back into position. In terms of those ST150s, the only one I can't see in there is George Davis. I can't see George in there. I can see Matt Chambers, I can see Dylan Hotchin, Bryony Davis is in there. So is Marlo Cordell, and so is Ethan Rogers. So see more spectators watching from the grandstand. Giving us a wave as well. They spotted us on my live stream, so hi to everyone. And well, that's one thing that's great. We've said all season, since all the restrictions have been lifted, and you know, the one thing that's been great to see is people coming back to the circuit, and ultimately, it's nice to see crowds that are, dare I say, even slightly bigger than we had done before, because I think mainly because they just missed motor racing, and to have them back to come here to watch live motor racing at the circuit, it does make a difference for some of the drivers, where they do like to race in front of some spectators, and it is something that's quite fun for them to do, so they can showcase it for their sponsors, just for themselves, just the fact it's just their own satisfaction to do so in front of spectators on a club meet. Not only is that great, but also it's great to see so many trackside, whether they're here particularly with the championship or not, or just here for the sake of watching. Great to see them just here, full stop, just to enjoy the weekend and enjoy club motorsport as it should be done. Yeah, just fans on the banks, and obviously we get a lot of friends and family that come along and support all their drivers. But you know, you have the die-hard fans who just love being on the banks, watching great racing, and club motorsport, BRSCC Club Motorsport in particular, gives some great, awesome racing throughout the season that we really, and as drivers, want to show that off to the biggest number of people we can, and so to have people on the banks, we give them a wave on the way in, because it's really nice to see. It can be often, especially this time of year, quite cold and damp and dreary, but the racing often is best when we have these changeable conditions, cooler air, because cars and tyres love that cooler air, and they certainly give their best performance under those conditions. So yeah, thanks to everyone who does turn up, and hello to everyone who are in the grandstands today. And one thing I always try to make a point of, if I'm ever on circuit comms and it's been a fantastic race, I always try and make a point of mentioning to on circuit comms to the spectators, say to give the drivers a round of applause if it's been a great race, because ultimately, if they've put on a great show, which is what you come here to watch Club Motorsport for, is to be entertained, to watch it and to enjoy it. The one thing you want to make sure is that the fan, I like to try and make sure, is that the fans appreciate the drivers and the action that they put in. It's kind of, and if I always say, if it's been a great, as I say, give these guys a round of applause, because they deserve it. Because whether it is Caterhams, Fiestas, BMWs, Mazda MX-5s, or anything else that runs on the BRSCC roster, if it's a great race, it deserves to be appreciated. So that's why, it might be an instruction more than a request, but. In my opinion, it's a fair one, because these guys put on a great show and they deserve to be applauded if they put on a great race, which is certainly one to remember. People start racing for all sorts of different reasons, don't they? And for some of these, this is the pinnacle of their racing careers. For other younger drivers, maybe they want to make their way up through the tin top ladders and see. But whatever you do, you want to obviously put on a good show and have that appreciation. So yeah, it's great to see people clapping and waving as you're coming in, and makes yourself feel a little bit special as a driver out there. But equally, we love raving back, because it's good to have them on board. If we're giving thanks to people, we also, of course, we've got to remember, as we always tend to do, which is big thanks to the marshals. There's Jensen Brickley in the centre there, who's are currently on course to become this year's Fiesta Junior champion. And he's there with his dad on the left-hand side. So they'll be out tomorrow. They've had their qualifying session earlier on. And he'll be starting on the front row for race one alongside Deegan Fairclough. So Jensen will be looking to become the latest Fiesta Junior champion. And of course, they're lots of high hopes for 2022. They've realised that they're on stream now, so they've realised where the camera is, and Jensen's giving us a wave. So
good luck tomorrow.
So whilst we're giving thanks, we're going to mention, before I had to clear my throat, as always, big thank you to the marshals, to the volunteers, to the recovery workers, everyone else who gives it their free time to make these race weekends happen, because without them, ultimately, recovery jobs like that and getting it all sorted and everything like that genuinely couldn't happen. So big thank you to our Orange Army for everything that they do. And again, they give it up, they give it their free time for the sport they love, and to make sure these events can and do take place in the way that they do. They're incredibly well trained. They get refresher training each year on any new techniques and updates. They're always welcoming of new people. It's a brilliant way to get started in motorsport. And some people who are up in the high echelons of either team owners or drivers or in any area or part of the motorsport industry, many people have started purely as marshals, and that's a great way to kind of get a footing, because there's no other way you can get that close to motorsport and being involved in it and being an integral part of it unless you're part of a team or an organisation, so or a driver. So it's a great way to get involved, and definitely if anyone's interested in doing so, it's a great way to learn and to make contacts and to just get a foot in the door in motorsport. So if you do want to get involved, the best place to get involved is by getting in touch with the British Motorsport Marshals Club, or BMMC. Do go and visit their website, and also there are sometimes usually pages where you can make a little donation or something like that, and if you can spare something, do donate to the marshals, because it's, again, as I say, they do this voluntarily, so they're not paid to do so, but I say that in terms of they do so because they choose to do it, because they love being involved, they love motorsport, they love giving their time, they love being an integral part and giving and having an impact on race events like this and being a crucial part of it, and they deserve to have all the plaudits. And given how much of a tough year they've had, particularly with the unfortunate loss that we had at Brands Hatch of the late great Robert Foote, who was a brilliant marshal in his own right, who was very sadly taken away when in that awful accident at Brands Hatch. It shows how much marshals mean to drivers and everyone in motorsport, because the amount of emotional outpour from everyone in the motorsport community, not just in the UK but around the world, was unbelievable. So quite frankly, in motorsport we adore the Orange Army. They do a fantastic job, and they deserve to get every plaudit and every congratulations that they ever receive.
They are often, as you say, super fans of motorsport, and they'd love to be a part of that, and they often see drivers at our worst. Where we've just had an accident or an incident, we're angry or sad, whatever it happens to be, all that range of emotion, and they have to shepherd us and work with us even when we don't often, sometimes don't give them the appreciation that we deserve, but certainly when everything settles and everything's good, we so appreciate what they're doing and what they're up to, and so thank you, as I said already. Looks like we've had the official race distance 5 minutes, so it's been a long time waiting on this grid. Those cars are going to be fully cooled off, and also for the next races following, they've been sat in their cars in assembly waiting for a long time now. So that's another whole skill of a driver, as to how do you deal with these delays and ready to get going again. Eventually it's going to, you've had the massive adrenaline high of a start, you then sit there cooling off, not knowing how long it's going to take. It's been a long time, and now they've got to get themselves wound back up, ready for this new restart again. And now, and maybe, is it Smith in the pit lane there? He had such a good start off that first one that ultimately, I think he will be looking to follow them around on that formation lap rather than starting the pit lane. But whether the regulations let him do that, I'm not sure yet. So
the reason there's been a delay, just being informed by our assistant director, Barry here, is that the scrutineers have got to give a quick check over of Rob Smith's car. I did see them having a look at the car. There was two of the Motorsport UK scrutineers were having a look to make sure that it was as it should be. One of them is actually stood to that's just been in between a couple of the marshals there. They are having a look at Rob's car to ensure that it is good enough to go back out on the circuit. The other one just walking across the shot there. One thing I was going to mention as well, of course, if you haven't already, for the marshals, if you're watching in chat, let's get some orange hearts in chat, because they do deserve it. They are fantastic bastions of motorsport. They've been around for ages, and they do deserve all the plaudits and adoration that they deserve. So there's Rob Smith's car then, which again, credit to the Transport guys for using an apt use of a rather artistic use of tape, shall we say, to be able to sculpt the front end of that car back into what looks like a Fiesta ST180 again at some point. Of course, it doesn't have the left front headlight. Now, cars are now heading off onto their formation lap. And now the question's got to be, what will happen with Rob Smith? Will they let him onto the circuit? Will they let, or are they going to hold him in the pit lane? He'll get him to start from the pit lane. We'll wait and see if he comes to the tail end of the grid. Looking outside the comm box window, he's not left the pit lane yet, so he might actually be starting from the pit lane rather than being allowed to take a spot at the back of the grid. So I think, so we'll wait and see. But he is being held at the moment, so let's wait and see how that turns out. So I'm going to quickly refresh to see if we've got that one. Good to see we've got some orange hearts in the chat as well for the marshals. Good stuff from all of you that have done so far. Well done. So I think the marshal's communicating to Rob Smith. I think it looks as though, given the fact that he's still at the end of the pit lane and hasn't been told to bring his car back round to parc fermé, I presume, but my presumption would be that they have deemed that car to be race worthy again still. So rather than, but then they've decided, just in case, to get him to start from the pit lane to kind of minimise any possibility of something happening, whether or not he's on track or not. So from what we can see then, it'll be Luke Pinder who'll start on pole position on his own on the front row of the grid. Behind him on the second row will be Dominic Bush. Then it'll be Alistair Kellett and John Cooper. I'm going here purely by visually rather than the grid, because I haven't had a grid come through on the online notice board on the BRSCC website. Behind John Cooper's then Jamie Going. It's then Stuart Robbins behind him in 6th. Then it's Ethan Rogers, who leads the 5 ST150s that remain. The one that we've lost, sadly, is George Davis. So you can see there that the dust has been put down there. That's a lot. Looks like there was a lot of fluid that went down initially in that point in that section of the track. So, but it looks like it went down, and all of a sudden it particularly either ran out very quickly, or it simply just got whatever fluid was there was dumped pretty much instantaneously in one go. So whatever it was quite a lot, and that's obviously what sent several cars spinning up at that corner. And particularly when you've got tyres which have only had a lap and a half's worth of heat in them off the start, they will still be getting into the proper heat temperature range as well.
Even with all the speedy dry down there, sort of obviously mopping up as much fluid as it can, that will still be tricky, and it will still be slippy in at least the next 2 to 3 laps of this race. And we're 5 minutes. It's probably going to be slippy for the whole of the remaining race, and the following grids are also going to have to be aware of that as well. But it will certainly not only be tricky with traction, it will be visibility as well for the cars following. That throws up quite a lot of dust to start with. So be interesting to see how they all deal with that. It's not an easy thing, and that's not an easy corner for it to have to deal with it round.
So on our account, we've got 6 of the ST240s on the grid and 5 of the remaining ST150s. So in terms of the cars that we've lost, we've got 7 of the ST240s because we've got Rob Smith's car in the pit lane. So as the cars that we've lost Zachary Lucas, David Nye. We've also lost Simon Horrobin. He's not in this race either. It looks like we've also lost George Davis. That's 4 cars that aren't taking the restart. And again, Rob Smith's car is still at the end of pit lane. So he hasn't been moved down just yet, but I'll be keeping an eye on it to make sure if it does indeed leave pit lane when the race gets underway. So everyone being put into position now. So again, Luke Pinder on his own on the front row of the grid. On his own on row 2 is Dominic Bush. Then it's Alistair Kellett and John Cooper, Jamie Going and Stuart Robbins. And then for the ST150s, it's Ethan Rogers, Marlo Cordell, Bryony Davis, Dylan Hotchin and Matt Chambers. And it looks as though, I think, if they're going to bring him forward, that Rob Smith will be allowed to take the restart. And in fact, they are going to bring him forward. They're going to hold him until the rest of the pack has gone through. So headlight is on. So the lights are out then. We're back underway for this 5-minute restart for the Fiesta Championship. Good start from Alistair Kellett. He's going to try and pick his way past both Dominic Bush and Luke Pinder, who box him in down towards Coppers for the first time. Into a left-hander, and Rob Smith does get away. That's crucial. He gets away, so he will be able to get going again and try and at least salvage what kind of points he can. So out onto the circuit he goes. Oh, and Alistair Kellett's got lost. It got sideways, very sideways on the exit through Charlie's. That must be completely cold tyres. So he now holds on to what's now currently 2nd place, but he's got Dominic Bush all over him. Here comes John Cooper in 4th, with Stuart Robbins and Jamie Going behind him. Then it's Ethan Rogers in the mix, who leads the ST150s. Cordell's into 2nd place. Luke Pinder is absolutely away and gone, so he leads the way into Park Corner. Then come the rest of the ST240s. Up the inside of Jamie Going goes Stuart Robbins. Robbins tries to hold on to position, kicking up the cement dust to the right-hander at Chris Curve. This is grippier than it was several minutes ago. It's a very short restart, so we get roughly, 3 laps of racing or so between these cars to decide who comes out on top. But Luke Pinder, with a pretty much untroubled restart, gets himself in front by quite a margin. So Kellett then recovers from that wild moment at Charlie's to hold on to the position. in second place. There go the ST150s, and that's Dylan. Is that Dylan Hodgson struggling? You do Mr. Gear, he's got a problem. Alistair Kellett throws the 52 car all the way through the mountain. He really is on the ragged edge to try and get this car back up to temperature. So through the Hall Bends they go. And Ethan Rogers is quite away and gone in the ST150s. I think there was a problem possibly with Dylan Hodgson. He was slow exiting Mansfield. He's now having a possible look up the inside. There was JB Go, just trying to sneak a look up the inside of Stuart Robbins. And Robbins goes tit for tat up the inside line, but Jamie Going forces the issue, makes the move, and he's got his nose in front, but Robbins gets a good drive off the corner, and Jamie Going goes, puts him onto the grass, and then side by side they make contact. I'm not quite sure that's the best thing to do after what happened on lap 2 on the first start, boys. They're still side by side. They just about rub bumpers as they're coming towards Coppice Corner. Now back through Charlie's. And it looks like it's quite slippery out at Charlie's as well as they come up to the right-hander. Jamie Going does make the move stick. And unfortunately, by the looks of it, I think Rob Smith has tried to continue going, but it looks as though, unfortunately, he is out of the race. So Rob Smith then, that's going to really hamper his championship chances, because, of course, it's going to be maximum advantage for the likes of Kellett and Pinder. Well, sorry, forgive me, he's carrying on, but he's quite slow. So he's down in 12. So 12 is going to give him, at the moment, in terms of points, 12th place will give Rob 22 points, which means that he will score 22 from this race if he carries on where he is. So we're going to try and work these out a little bit on the fly in terms of points now. So 22 points will go to Rob Smith. Now, in terms of the fastest lap of the race, of course, we'll get an idea of who that goes to when we come past the other line this time by. So this is advantage Pinder and Kellett here in terms of them getting into championship contention. Over the crest they go. Cooper then holding on to what's currently 4th position. Dominic Bush is currently in 3rd. There he is, pole man. So quite up and down weekend so far for him. Pole position, then slipping down the order on the first start and holding on to 3rd place as best he can on the second one. So they're going to come across the line this time to start what will be the final lap of this short 3-lap restart. Pulling away from Robbins here. Pinder now sets the fastest lap of the race, so he gets the fastest lap, 1 at 39.847. So currently, he was going to score on this one 52 points. So he will score 52 points in this one at the moment, with the 50 for the victory and 2 for the fastest lap. As to Kellett, will currently score 2nd, score 46 points. And of course, then we've got David Nye and Zachary Lucas and Simon Horban, who will score 0. So that's the top 6 in the championship in terms of their fortunes and what they're scoring. So out through Park Curve, up now for the last time at this 3 is Kellett stands on the brake pedal so much it brings the hazard lights on. And Rob Smith, again, is carrying on, but he's going at a reduced pace. I think he knows he just wants to get to the finish and just score some points. That's the key thing to keep himself in the mix. Now, as it stands right now, if we can get if I can put the 0 for score into Simon Horrobin's score on my points table. So what this actually does, it does actually ironically, it keeps Rob Smith in the championship lead. It keeps him in the lead with 508 points if it stays as it is. If Luke Pinder wins this race for the fastest lap of the race, which is about to, I'm sure, in a few moments' time, he's on 485, and it then puts Alistair Kellett on 487. So Rob Smith, if he gets it to the flag, he's still leading, and he's not out of this yet. He'll still have a lead provisionally of 21 points. But of course, there might be some other further discussions afterwards in the stewards' room. We'll wait and see for that, and see if we get any amended results. But as they come up out of Barn Corner, what should be the final time, up to the checkered flag, it's going to be a victory in what's been quite a bizarre first race of the final rounds of the championship for Luke Pinder. He wins race 1, quite shortened, but he'll take the victory and the points as it comes, and the fast lap of the race. He betters it on the last lap as well. Kellett gets 2nd. It's Dominic Bush who gets 3rd. It's then a 4th place for John Cooper, 5th for Jamie Going, and 6th for Stuart Robbins. And then as for the ST150s, well, Dylan Hodge, I think, might either have missed a gear or just kept going because he's still in there. Ethan Rogers should come through, which he does, to finish as top ST150 runner, with Marlo Cordell in 2nd place. Dylan Hodgins recovered. Oh, Bryony Davis puts 2 wheels onto the grass. Is she going to back it into the tyres? It's off camera, so I'm not sure if she did or not, but so the Hodgins crossed the line, and I did see she was running wide on the exit. There's Bryony Davis. Now, I think she had an incident at in the last race of the weekend, at Cadwell Park 2 months ago when we came here, and that was the one that she got caught at when she hit the barrier at through the Hall Bend. So it's Matt Chambers that comes through to pick up the 4th best ST150 finisher, and Bryony does indeed recover. It's been, it wasn't quite the end of the race she was divisioning, but across the line she comes. There she goes, into 5th position, and I can see Rob Smith has come past her, so we're going to wait momentarily for Rob to come through, and he should come through in 12th, and that should give him, by my running through the points table, or the points system, 22 points. That will keep him in the lead of the championship, so it might have been the way he was anticipating to keep the championship lead after all of that, but it's points nonetheless, and that will certainly be something he'll be thankful for come the end of this weekend when the season concludes. So across the line he goes. He does indeed finish 12th. So there's some work to do for some of the teams to get those cars race-worthy for race 2. They'll be quite busy tonight in terms of getting them ready. Quite the energetic and eventful first race for the Fiesta Championship here today at Cadwell Park. Well, here's the result after everything that happened. Luke Pinder picks up the victory for Alistair Kellett in 2nd place. Dominic Bush is 3rd. John Cooper 4th. Jamie Going 5th and Stuart Robbins 6th. Ethan Rogers then is top ST150 in 7th overall for Marlo Cordell, Dylan Hodgkin, Matt Chambers, and that's the top 10. And then Brian Davis 11th. And crucially, despite getting involved in the incident in the first start, Rolf Smith does finish. He does pick up 22 points. And provisionally, based on what we put on our points table, he still leads by 22 points. So it's not over yet. If they can get that car back to full strength, he can still be a factor and he can still become champion. So dramatic stuff. We're going to head to our next race. So we're going to head over to assembly area. We've got our final Caterham race of the day. It is the Mission Motorsport Caterham Roadsport Championship.
Welcome back to Cadwell Park for the next race here for the Caterham weekend. It's the Mission Motorsport Caterham Roadsport Championship this time. The champion has been crowned. Taylor O'Flanagan managed to secure it last time out at Snetterton. He isn't here. He's giving everyone else a sporting chance. Now, car number 22 is Hugo Bush, who is going to be starting on pole. Hugo, bit of a different track to last time out. How are you feeling? You're on the pole. You must be pretty confident.
Yeah, it's a nice tight technical track which I think suits me, so and obviously managed to get the pole position, so hopefully we can convert that into a race result.
Excellent stuff. Now it is getting really chilly. Now for those that may be a bit less familiar, you've got a screen on these cars. Does that kind of help protect you from the elements a bit?
Not really, it's Caterham, so if it's raining you're going to get wet.
Fair enough. Well, hopefully the car does its job. Best of luck, Hugo Bush. Car number 22 on the pole spot. Car number 59 is Tom Cockerill. We'll have a chat with you, Tom. How are you feeling? Pretty good effort to be on the front row next to Hugo?
Yeah, qualifying went well. I was out my own for most of it. Got one lap in my toe, which put me up here, so feeling pretty confident. Cadwell's an amazing track to drive, especially in Caterham, so go out there and have fun, hopefully.
Oh, fair play. I mean, what a way to see off the season here at Cadwell. I saw in the grandstand you got a few supporters with you as well, and you were giving it quite a few beans over the mountain, I noticed.
Wow, you got to make fun out of what got. Yeah, I think I've inherited most of Taylor's team support for this race, so hopefully put on a good show for them. Not too close because I want to take the win, obviously, but we'll see how it goes.
Good man, don't blame me at all. Best of luck to Tom Cockerill, car number 59, starting in 2nd. As the sign for the drivers to start their engines has just gone out, we'll have a quick word. Oh, never mind, no we won't, because the whistle's just gone. We were about to chat with number 25, Don Mansberger, but sadly he's gone out. Time to hand over to Scott Woodward in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Chris. Yes, indeed, our last Caterham race of today is just about to get underway. Of course, the Mission Motorsport Caterham Roadsport Championship, which, as Chris has correctly said, has already seen its provisional champion crowned in Taylor O'Flanagan, and as he's decided to sit out the last couple of races in order to essentially preserve his his provisional championship victory, it now means the focus switches on to the battle for 2nd place points, and that's going to be quite the occasion, given the fact that there is still quite a titanic battle going on between those involved. It involves, on drop scores, primarily Hugo Bush, Dominic Mansberger and Tom Cockerill, and ironically all three of them start on the front on the first 3 spots of the grid. Hugo Bush starts on pole, Tom Cockerill 2nd, Dominic Mansberger 3rd. That's the main battle towards the front for 2nd in points. Steve Lancaster an excellent 4th, ahead of Alex Vincent and Peter Mott, who started 5th and 6th places respectively. Then it's Adam West, Batman himself, alongside Toby Boys in 8th on the grid. They make up the 4th row, then followed by the 5th row with James Hall and Andy Lund, who has had some up and down fortunes this year, but still doing well to start in the top 10. And then following that, we have Andrew Berg and Mike Hilton on the 6th row of the grid. And that's then followed by Marcus Eales and Ian Hapgood on the 7th row. So Marcus Eales and Ian Hapgood on 13th and 14th positions. And then it's Simon Arnold and Adrian Mariadis on row 8. As they scroll through, and that is the conclusion of the grid. So 16 cars on the grid for this first of 2 Mission Motorsport Caterham Roadsport Championship races. So, with the championship already wrapped up, Chris, of course, as we say, Taylor Flanagan has decided to do the champion thing, which is I've provisionally won the championship. I don't need to do the last rounds. I'll sit out and I'll bank the drop scores. The scores I was going to drop anyway. I'll get them back and essentially preserve my championship victory. That means now the focus, of course, as we say, switches on this 3-car fight for second place. All 3 of them at the front of the grid. We know how competitive they all are. We know how hard they can all race each other. Are we anticipating fireworks?
Oh, of course, yeah, especially around Cadwell. These 3 have been going hammer and tong all year. Obviously, Taylor's been up there with them as well. But Don Mansberger there in 3rd place. He probably won't want to stay there. He's not the kind of character who wants to stay there. But Hugo Bush and Cockerell have, they've been right there or thereabouts. But for a few results, they would have, been there, for the win of the championship. But Taylor's not here because he can only lose the championship by taking part. He cannot win it. He's already won it. And so we often see that in the final race of a season with Caterhams. If someone's run away with a season, or it just isn't, they'd like to protect it. And that's what we're seeing. But it does, like you say, brings the focus in on this second place in the championship. And that's what we're going to be focusing in on today. And I know that there's, certainly that everything's up for grabs for these 3. They've all been there or thereabouts, but they've each had their kind of issues through the season, which have cost them that ultimate point total that they needed for the win. But nevertheless, everyone wants those 2nd and 3rd places as well in the championship. It means that the awards ceremony in a few weeks' time, you can go pick up your nice trophy and get the awards, rappel from all the crowd as well. Speedy Dry still down there from the previous race. Looks like it's actually mostly tidied itself away. Certainly there was big plumes of dust in the first race, but it looks like that's going to be okay for them. But you should be using this green flag lap to make sure that you have got grip where you need it around that corner. You don't want to be shocked the first time you come through.
So just to give a quick recap and also some connotations quickly. So in terms of points, Taylor Flanagan comes into the weekend on 244 points on drop scores. Now, because he's not contending, the 2 zeros he gets for not contending this weekend will become his drop score. So what he'll get back are the 2 scores he was originally dropping, which is 2 4th places. So essentially, even though he's not raced this weekend, he will essentially have the points back from the equivalent of what would have been 2 4th place finishes. So whatever happens, it's almost as if he's essentially quote-unquote scoring 21 points from each of the 2 races this weekend without even doing them, if that makes sense. So what it now means is that the battle between the front is a tie for 2nd place at the moment between Hugo Bush and Dominic Mansberger, and then Tom Cockerell in 4th with 226. Now, in terms of quickly championship connotations for the road sports, it's too close to call, really, because apparently Hugo and Dom are level on drops, although Hugo has the slight advantage on the tiebreak with an extra win to his name. Tom is only 3 points behind, so can't be discounted. Tom is only he's also dropping in the best score at present, so has the highest to fall back on if the weekend goes south. Assuming they make the top 3, it may well be a case of whoever wins both races, but we won't know for sure until after Saturday's race. Gwyn Jones also has an outside chance if the lead 3 has a disaster, but it's unlikely. This, Simon Lambert has dubbed, is the one to watch, because this is going to be the fight at the front. So the title might be settled, but that titanic scrap for the podium places is surely going to go all the way to the end. So 5-second board has gone up, and we're all set for our first Mission Motorsport Caterham Roadsport Championship race of the weekend to settle who picks up runner-up spot in the championship. Great jump off the line from Tom Cockerell. He managed to judge that perfectly. He wins the drag race initially with Hugo Bush, but he gets us another gear on the run down towards Coppice Corner. They're going to be level. Dominic Mansberger tries to muscle his way in between the both of them. Almost does it, almost makes contact, but they almost to get through pretty much cleanly and safely into Coppice. Now up through Charlie's, round the outside goes Hugo Bush and thinks, right, no messing around, I'm going straight for the lead on this outside line. And Mansberger tries to go up the inside, and there was a tiny bit of contact of wheels, but they just about got away with it. So that could have been possibly end of championship chances for the runner-up championship chances there and then between those two. And Hugo Bush would have been running away laughing to himself silly. Down up the back straight, up towards Park Corner. Here comes Mansberger into the right-hander. Big lock-up also from Steve Lancaster's done well off the start as well. And up through the right-hander onto Chris curve now. past the quick dry pounder, which is actually has quickly dry quite quickly, hence the name, through the right-hander at Chris Curve, up through the gooseneck for the first time, and all cost tearing up a little bit now. Mansberger working away at the wheel as he dips down through the gooseneck and up towards Mansfield again. Lancaster holding up Alex Vincent, who Alex had 1 or 2 points in the season when he's shown really good strong pace and charged his way through, in 5th position right now. But this battle is all starting to hot up already in this opening lap. But so far, Chris, is advantage Bush because he's trying to pull away, whilst Mansberger and Cochran are so focused with themselves, they're letting him try and pull away a gap in this early lap.
But Mansberger is looking like a man on a mission at the moment. He's the attitude of that car is very much, I want to go forward. He was taking no prisoners, was he? He was absolutely, pushing forward through that first. And we saw a bit of contact through turn 2, but it didn't actually cost him any momentum, and he was still able to make that pass stick at the top of the hill. They've had that one lap through the speedy dry showing that they've still got rear left grip, which was quite important at that point. But Mansberger now, obviously, he's got to worry about that gap in front of him. The toe is very powerful, and Roadsport maybe even more so because of the screen that we were talking about in the assembly area just then. Whilst it doesn't protect you from the elements, it certainly causes more drag on your car, and therefore the powerful toe that we already know is even more powerful in these Roadsport cars.
Yeah, particularly with these cars are aerodynamic, but they do put quite a punch when it comes to the hole in the air that they make, which means that the cars following get quite a large advantage to getting pulled along up the hill. Case in point, Tom Cockrell's got a great toe on the back of Dominic Mansberger, and here he comes to the outside. The red and white car, one of last year's the outgoing Academy champions from last year, now holding on to the position now. And Steve Lancaster, I have to say, having his best race today, because Steve Lancaster had a brilliant qualifying in 4th position, and whether it's just this circuit or not, he's in there at genuine pace, looking up the inside for a genuine chance for a pass. It's Trombley, he looks again up through the gooseneck, but can't find a way through. But Steve Lancaster, as Mansberger runs a little wide on the exit, Lancaster genuinely is impressing me in this first race initially so far. Strong qualifying in 4th, and on genuine pace, he's keeping with this battle for 2nd.
Yeah, it looks like Cockrell up the inside there of Mansberger. That's squeezing it down the inside of Mountain. It does mean that you're on the outside. He's actually backed away from it. Actually, I think that's probably the sensible call at that point. Like you say, Lancaster there in 4th. I wonder whether he's a local driver, because sometimes you have people who have been to the track and maybe just know it that little bit and have maybe done a few test days and track days. But yeah, Cockrell there doing, I think, the sensible thing at that point of the track, which was to actually back away from that move, which would have only actually seen him around the outside of the mountain, which was not a good place to see. We saw Gordon Sawyer spinning out there earlier today, so I think that was a good call.
Down the pit straight, end of lap number 2, 3.5 minutes in the books. It's the end of the first proper flying lap, so the first proper fastest lap of the race does go to leader Hugo Bush, 1:40.927 as they push the blades of grass well on the outside of the momentum of the cars. It sort of rushes past down towards Coppice Corner. So Mansberger holds on to that 2nd place. Mansberger, the black and green car, number 25. The red and white car, Tom Cockrell, Steve Lancaster, and the kind of lighter, sort of slightly paler yellowy green, number 49. Then you've got Alex Vincent in the grey and green machine in 5th position. Up towards Park Corner again. Mansberger just going towards the middle, then back through again, so they have switched back around again. So the toe off the corner was strong enough to give Cockrell the run up Park Straight to make the move before they even got to the braking zone. So, and that's a crucial thing, is if you get a strong enough run, we've seen that a number of times today already. You can make that happen and do that. It just depends on how good your run is off the previous corner to get the toe up the hill. And having a toe up the hill is much stronger than you think it is, because it really can give you so much advantage. The resistance that you get up the hill, it might be a little bit stronger to do so. Now, what's going to be interesting also is now Cockrell's ahead of Mansberger. How much can he pull away, which he's trying to do now, to close back down what's currently a 1.7 second advantage that Hugo Bush currently has. And we know how strong Hugo is, because if he's given a chance to get out in front, he's done it several times before this year, he will take it like a shot and he will run off like a greyhound chasing a rabbit.
It's going to evaporate. I think by the next time they come across the line, that gap will have gone. Cockrell is actually flying, now he's got through from Mansberger, but equally it would have been disappointing for Hugo to see that battle wasn't more intense and more side by side going into that bend. I think by the fact that it sorted itself out before we even got to the turn has meant that this front battle is going to compress right back up. Bush is not far enough ahead to make that break stick.
Case in point, there we go, look at that. In fact, look at that fast lap of the race. Hugo Bush did a 1:40.5, Tom Cockrell a 39.6. He's a full second of that quicker than Hugo Bush at this current stage of the race. So Tom Cockrell is driving like his life depends on it at the moment. So he's got the gap down to a fraction over a second. Mansberger has now dropped back to 2.1, back to another 1.1 seconds back. So he's got to hold on, and Peter Mott is pushing it. There's James Hall actually who's pushing it very hard. Got sideways, and look at this. Tom Cockrell has caught Hugo Bush incredibly quickly. So boy, is he ever got in terms of pace. Whether he just likes the circuit or the car's working well. I don't know what it was that he had for lunch, but whatever it is, he's propelling him pretty quickly.
But it's the power of the toe, Scott. That's exactly what we saw. Hugo Bush was not far enough ahead. In fact, he was the perfect distance ahead for Cockrell to gain all that toe down the backside. Lancaster last time out put a wheel on the mud there, and we've seen Hall do the same thing. So it's just, you've got to maintain that concentration for the entirety of this race. They've got 20 minutes to concentrate around here. They've done some epic racing all year, but it's certainly, you've got to be precise. But here you go, Hugo Bush's, as I said, his lead has evaporated with the Cockrell. Well, look at that brilliant jump over there to keep us amused through the high jump contest that we've got going on as well.
Yeah, the Caterham jumping contest that's going on all weekend at Cadwell Park at the Mount. It's a bit like Collins Crest in Sweden in the World Rally Championship, where they try and get the highest possible jump. I think the award at the moment for the highest possible leap possible to go to Gordon Sawyer all weekend, because he got the car not only off the ground, but the back of the car was higher than the front. It was incredible. He obviously stood on the nose to try and make sure that the brakes try and bring the weight of the nose down. Cockrell again with another new fast snap of the race. It's 1:39.5. And again, Bush has got into the 39s, but he's still 0.4 of a second slower. In terms of lap time, Mansberger hasn't got a response yet. He's at a 40.5. He is the third fastest man on the track, and everyone else is doing 41s and 42 backwards. But at the moment, he just has no response for the top two.
Bush just needed that battle to go on, maybe one more lap, and he would have been away. But as it happens, it didn't, and therefore he's not. And like you say, Mansberger just has not quite got those couple of tenths it needs to be able to cling on. However, these two now going side by side is going to slow them down, and they're going to have to agree to disagree on who's going to win that corner. Mansberger might therefore get the run back on them, but he's not going to do it today based on pace alone.
No, it looks like Cockrell has he got himself in front. It's tough to call, but they were still side by side exiting Chris Curve towards the gooseneck. Change for fourth though. We've got Alex Vincent ahead of Steve Lancaster, and James Hall is in there as well in sixth position ahead of Mott, West, Boys and Lund. There's the scrap for fourth as it comes down through the gooseneck. Little twitch from Steve Lancaster. Now with James Hall with his tail up, and there has been a change. There it is. So Tom Cockrell is into a lead then, past Hugo Bush. That's all he needs to try and do to try and get that on, because of course he came into the weekend on points. He was 3 points behind both Hugo Bush and Mansberger. So out of the places he wants to be in the league with both behind is exactly where he wants to be, because he's gaining those points back on them on those drop scores. So this is exactly the plan going to work. What he now needs is ideally Bush and Mansberger to start battling. There's a big strap going on behind, which we'll sort out in a second. He needs Bush to start falling backwards towards Mansberger for them to fight, and then to be caught by the guys behind the fourth downwards. If that happens, it's far-fetched, but 11.5 minutes, anything can happen. That ideally will see him start to not only pull away, but see the risk of both Bush and Mansberger dropping backwards and losing even more points, that brings him right back into contention for that runners-up spot.
Well, Cockrell gains another point because he gets 2-point gap between the leader and second place anyway, and he's also got fastest lap of the race. So actually, that is a 3-point swing immediately without having to be pushed back into the field. But nevertheless, he wants to see that happen. I don't see that actually panning out. I think those top three here just have an extra bit of pace above the pack that are following.
So watching on that scrap for fourth then. Looks like Alex Vincent already out of shot. Here comes Bush with a retaliation back into Park Corner. Looks to the outside line, looks to the switchback, and look at Mansberg. He thinks, right, you two keep on battling. Time for me to start to close back in now. Exactly what you said, Chris. Lock up there for Alex Vincent as he tries to hold on to fourth. There's battle for fifth going on still between Lancaster and Mott. I think these two have been quite close to each other all season in many cases, so good to see them battling and continuing that scrap going on. Looking at the points, Steve Lancaster 10th of the points coming into the weekend, Peter Mott 13th on drop scores. So
a great performance for them to be up there, right there, battling with this, not away from the lead group. And Mansberger there really closed up on that lap, didn't he, with that battling? So whilst I said he wasn't going to do it on speed, he might well do it by the fact that these guys are all tripping each other up at the moment.
Over the mountain, 1, 2, 3. Nice little leap there from Mansberger. Our latest entrant to the Caterham jumping contest. Judge who was the best so far today in the comment. Fourth place downwards, Alex Vincent. We've then got Lancaster, Mott, James Hall's dropped a couple of places, and also in there too is Toby Boys. Adam West, sorry. And you can tell it's Adam West because not only does he have the Batman logo, but his number plate literally says Batman. So he's fully playing up to having the same name as the original star of that. Sorry, played the original version of the superhero. 0.7 of a second between Cockrell and Bush, with Mansberger a further 6/10 back. So top three covered by 1.3 seconds. A few personal bests from 5th down to 8th from those drivers. Lancaster, Mott, Hall and West, they're all improving their pace and looking pretty competitive. And now they start to close back in again now. what kind of races would have been if we had Flanagan and Gwyn Jones and a couple of others in the mix? That would have been quite fascinating.
They've been absolutely hammer and tong all year, and it's been really great to watch such a strong grid of 4 or 5 drivers there all going at it every single race, and really exciting watching. And whilst there's only 3 of them here today, they're still giving us a show, aren't they? Interestingly, Cockerell there had enough of a lead going out of Charlie's to maintain it going in to park at the top of the hill. So whilst the gap is reduced here, the last 2 laps we've seen him extend it out again as he's going through those park bends and through the hairpin and barn. He just manages to extend it. Just a note at this point that he still looks the fastest on this track, but ultimately it's going to be those little mistakes that cause it. You can see that gap just again slightly extending. It was right at Mansfield, it was right nose to tail, but now it's spreading out again.
I think there's some gone on to who they're for. I think there's 1 or 2 signs that are being put out for some of the spectators up at the complex at the mountain. As we saw, Lancaster got a little bit sideways on the exit, just off the top of the mountain. Now he's under threat from James Hall and Adam West. They turn through the Hall bends now. This is on lap 7. As they wind their way back down towards the hairpin. Very tricky part of the circuit under brakes. Wind on the steering lock, turn through the hairpin, and back again through the right-hander at Barn. And so lap time-wise, Cockerell was not the fastest man on the track of the 3. It was actually Hugo Bush in the tow. He did a 39.9 compared to a 40.0 for Mansberger in 3rd, and 40.1 for Cockerell, who currently leads the race. West looking to the outside of Hall as they come up through Coppice again. This is on lap 8 as they come up through the right-hander. So it looks as though at the moment, a bit stabilising between 4th and 5th position down to about 9th place. There is Alex Vincent. So, and here's the battle for the lead. Here comes Bush again round the outside. Right, pass around the outside. Will he try that for size? And round the outside, which you've seen more than once today. Through goes Hugo Bush into the lead. Cockerell then into 2nd place, and Mansberger will keep him watching brief, saying, just you keep scrapping, you two. I'll pick up the pieces if anything happens. Yeah, like you say, round the outside has worked up at the top there at Barn Corner. At Park Corner, and it's it doesn't look when you're driving into that corner. I can promise you, it doesn't look like an outside move would work. But just that extra momentum. Obviously, the driver down the inside has to brake slightly earlier so that they don't drift out. It would be their accident and their issue with the Clark. Of course, with Hugo absolutely drifting round there into the mountain section. Great car control then. Maybe not the quickest way to do it, but again, he's showing his intent, isn't he? He's not happy to sit in 2nd place today. Certainly bringing every little bit of performance out of that occasion that he can try and afford to expel. As they turn out of Barn Corner, top 3 altogether. As you say, I think Mansberger, rather than having that ultimate pace, he's simply just waiting for an opportunity where these two just get a little too close to each other and just hold each other up a little bit too much, and then it gives them that chance to get through. If you haven't got those last few tenths that you need to got, that's a very sensible thing to do. You've got to keep yourself there or thereabouts, and he's definitely quick enough to do that, isn't he? So, but every time they sort of let the battle quietens a bit, he does drop back. So it does worry me for that, but he does need them to keep battling. But it looks like that's going to happen to the end of this race. 6 minutes to go. Yeah, 6 minutes left on the clock here in our penultimate race of today, our first of 2 Mission Motorsport Caterham Roadsport Championship races. There is Dominic Mansberger. I'll tell you one thing for a fact, if it was raining, Mansberger will be all over them, because we know he's a renowned wet weather specialist in these Caterhams. Back into the lead goes Cockerell with the tow up towards Park Corner, so he gets back through. And again, gives Bush the outside treatment, just as he did a lap ago. Looked easier for Cockerell, though, didn't it? Yeah, a little wiggle there on the exit, so he's just up to the Chris curve, and again, just keeping a watching brief there is Mansberger, and he's very steadily and stealthily just edging close, that little bit by bit, just edging closer. He's now on the tail of Bush as they come up through Mansfield. All line and stern out of the complex. A little wide there for Mansberger, but he manages to keep the throttle on and finds another gear as he turns up towards the 2nd complex. Over the curb, and again, and over the crest. 1, 2, 3. You're that close, you can almost throw a blanket over them. That's how close and competitive it is. Then we wait a few more seconds, and we wait, and we wait, and we wait, and we still wait, and then our 4th place battle comes through. We have Alex Vincent from Peter Mott, and then it's Adam West has got past Steve Lancaster. So Lancaster's strong run initially in 4th position has dropped him down to what's now currently into 7th place now. James Hall's back in 8th, Toby Boys is 9th, and rounding out the top 10 is Andy Lunn, with Berg, Eels, Hilton, Arnold, Patwood and Mariadas rounding out the 16 cars. So all 16 cars have started, are still going with less than 5 minutes to go. Yeah, like I said, maybe those couple of little mistakes I saw earlier have sort of cost him a little bit as the race has progressed, and some of the more regular people that are ahead of him sort of,
we've more commonly ahead of him have sort of made the benefit of that. Interesting on the Roadsport runs a slightly softer suspension. Well, they're the same suspension as the Academy, but compared to the sort of higher up classes, and they're able to use some of the curves. Cockrell up the inside, but Hugo Bush drifting around the outside there. What an impressive bit of driving that was. We're seeing the gap there, the actual physical gap back to the battle behind, but they're able to use the inside curbs and some of the higher sausage curbs much more than the other championships are, so they can actually do different lines, which is quite interesting for me to watch here.
Mansberger again, he keeps to it. He's always become a bit of a silent assassin here, just very quietly but very carefully, just again creeping onto the rear roll cage of these top two here, just keeping them in check. He knows that there's an opportunity to come here. Adam West on the back now of Peter Moss as they come through. Here's our leaders, so they wind back through the mountain. A bit of a leap over the crest. It's Dominic Mansberger's turn to catch some air through Hall Bends, and I have to agree, watching these three and the likes of Gwyn Jones and Tony Flanagan, it's been a joy to watch. I think it's been arguably the strongest battle out of the 5 Caterham, the 6 Caterham champions, including our 2 academies. Watching this group of drivers, that group of 4 or 5 drivers, constantly back and forth every single meeting, it's been a great thing to watch, and they've been thoroughly entertaining. So I truly hope that they will all go on to the 270R class, or or maybe I'd rather they didn't skip. I prefer to see drivers go through the whole Caterham ladder, because it actually teaches you something every single step. And if we see drivers skip, they often lose a bit of skill there, or it's good to have that rounded experience of all the levels of the championship. It steps you up, and if these guys can continue that battle for the rest of the season, how good? For the rest of the next 4 years, how good is that for us watching? Absolutely. Here comes Mansberger, has a look up the inside, and he thought about it. He was thinking about it, thinking, will I, won't I, maybe, and then decided at the last minute, no, definitely not happening. He has to try and back out of it, because he knew there was going to be contact if he carried on charging up the inside. So he very smartly thought discretion was the better part of valour, as the saying goes. He thinks, right, he's running out of time, but he's still got time to possibly try that one more time if he's close enough.
If he has an opportunity, as we've just seen, he will go for it at least a half go, and next time round, maybe he'll go even more. And you know what? You're right. He has crept onto that lead, and he's stuck there now, hasn't he? And while these two are still going side by side, Hugo's doing those outside drifts. It's really giving that opportunity, and he knows how to craft a race, and he may be in the prize seats with 1 minute and 50 seconds to go.
I figured out who the support is up at the complex. It's for Adam West, because I noticed only was there a black flag with the Batman logo on it. There was also a sign that said, I could read it backwards, "Go Batman." So that's obviously the Adam West fan club, the Caterham fan club down at the complex. He's doing a great job. In fact, he's up in P6 and challenging Peter Motul and Alex Vincent, so he's in the mix. He's got 1 more lap to try and pick up at least 1 more place onto the final lap of the race. Pretty much equal lap times. There's only about 1/10 of a second in it between the top 3, so they're that evenly matched. Here comes the chasing pack for 4th downwards. Vincent, Mott, West, Lancaster and Hall in there. Toby Boyce isn't too far away either. Now then, Cockrell's got the run here. He's the closest he's ever been on the exit of Charlie's. Here he comes, and it wasn't a great exit for Hugo Bush. Here comes Cockrell to pull side by side. That Mansberger will be watching this very carefully here, as now here goes Cockrell down to the outside line. Mansberger takes his race now, because he knows if they're both in the compromised line, he can sneak through. Back up the inside goes Bush. Cockrell sticks it round the outside. There's a tiniest bit of contact. They just about hold on. Mansberger puts 2 wheels onto the grass and just about tries to make a move, but can't make it stick. And they're back to where they started again. But just for that brief moment, it looked as though it was going to be something that was either quite incredible or quite terrifying.
I mean, we say that the crescendo is always up at that corner, because that's the last good overtaking opportunity, and that has now passed. So Cockrell is definitely in the prime seats. Hugo Bush tried his hardest to hold off, but just couldn't manage it. So Cockrell, unless he makes a mistake now, I can't see it happening. Hugo will really have to force something to make this work. But at the moment, Cockrell is in. Would certainly get my bet for the win.
Over the mountain for the final time. Mansberger not giving up the pursuit. If he's going to make this be a change here, it's going to have to be exiting Barn Curve and on the run towards the pit straight. It could be a Caterham photo finish if the exit for Bush is good enough, if he can make it happen. The clock ticks down to 0 now, so is there any last chance is going to be in here, but I don't think he's close enough. He's got a good run out of Barn Corner for the last time. I think Bush will try and get close, but it's going to be too late. So the top 3 battling for the 2nd place of the championship will come across the line as one. It's going to be Cockrell who takes a crucial victory in the Mission Motorsport Caterham Roadsport Championship. He wins from Hugo Busch in second place, Dominic Mansberger in third. Then it's going to be Alex Vincent in fourth. And for the Adam West Batman Caterham Appreciation Society up at the complex at the Bouncing, you'll appreciate the fact he got fifth position. Across the line goes Vincent 4. West does get P5, and it's Mott, Lancaster, Hall, and then we'll have Toby Boys and Andy Lund rounding out the top 10. Well, that just makes things a whole lot more interesting, doesn't it? Because that, incredibly, is Cockrell, who did keep the fastest lap of the race. He essentially has clawed back that 3-point gap. And so I think what it has done also is, because Busch finished ahead of Mansberger, I think what it has now done is, it looks as though to me, I think that I would predict, I think that it's now puts Busch and Cockrell, I think, now on equal points, with Mansberger maybe a point back. Gosh. So that that's by the calculations of it, because if you take because they're not dropping any of these results. So if you take the points they're scoring, which is what, 25 points for a win, plus the fastest lap of the race, so that's 26. Busch is getting 23, so that would then bring them on to, this is my rudimentary maths coming in here to try and work this one out. So this is 229 plus 23. Forgive me whilst I'm doing live GCSE maths here for a second. 2 plus 23, that's 49. 252 points. So I think that puts them each on 252 points, from what I can imagine. You're laughing because I'm trying to work this out on the fly. And I think it then puts on 251 points, I think, because that's 22 points scored. We'll work it out overnight, and we'll give you the skinny on it tomorrow. Here's the result, at least. I'll stop trying to do maths and give you the results. So Tom Cockrell then takes the victory by Hugo Busch in second place and Dominic Mansberger in third. The top three covered by less than half a second, when it's Alex Vincent, Adam West, Peter Mott, Steve Lancaster, James Hall, Toby Boys and Andy Lund rounding out the top 10. Then it's Berg, Eels, Arno, Hilton, Marius and Hapgood. That's what we like to see. All 16 cars started, all 16 made it home, so good to see. And the fast lap of the race, of course, was on to Tom Cockrell, and we think it's made things even closer for the battle for second place.
Yeah, really good news for tomorrow, isn't it?
Yeah, good stuff. So for those watching on the Caterham stream, that's your lot for today, but come back tomorrow because there are some more champions to crown on our final races of the season, so be sure to tune in tomorrow for all the action. So for you watching, thanks for doing so. We'll see you tomorrow, but for those watching the BRSCC stream, one race left to come, and it's the first of the weekend for the Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup Championship. Stay tuned on the BRSCC stream, but for those watching the Caterham racing, it's goodbye. Well, they're not pills there.
Okay, coming to interview crew in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Welcome everybody to a very chilly Cadwell Park for the final round of the Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup Championship. That's a mouthful any time. So then, the qualifying has happened. We have a bit of a surprise poll, and it is the Welshman number 15, Andrew Dyer. See if he wants to, see if he's going to let us have a chat with him. He's uninterested in having a word. Andy, you want a word? Oh, never mind. It's just I had that, just as we managed to get his attention, the whistle went. So then, Championship leader Duncan Stone starts from 6th position, a bit of a surprise for the Citroen. But the Citroen C1s, the Toyota Aygos and the Peugeot 107s will do battle at this twisty circuit for the top honours in the Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup Championship. Over to Scott Woodward in the commentary box.
You're right, Chris, it is a bit of a mouthful to say sometimes, but good effort nonetheless. Excellent stuff. Yes, well, for those watching on the page, the CityCar Cup page, welcome to the first of what's 3 races this weekend, 2 races this weekend to round off the first ever full season effort for the 2021 Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup. And wow, what a season it's been, from the a mammoth 38-car grid that we had at the season over at Donington Park. We've been all the way across to Alton Park twice, to another visit to Donington Park supporting the British GT Championship. We had a triple header at Snetterton. And of course, then last time we had 2 races at Croft as well, which is where the site of their very first standalone races before. And now we've come to the circuit where it all began for CityCar Cup, because their first ever race, the first time we saw CityCar Cup cars racing, was here at Cadwell Park at the start of the truncated season last year, where they were part as as a class as part of the Club Sport Trophy race, and they did that for that in Silverstone, did their own standalone race at Croft, and since then, after becoming a championship, it's gone from there. Not all of our regulars can make it for this weekend. We've got a slightly smaller grid than usual, but the key people are here at least for the championship battle, at least at the front. Now, for those who've been loosely keeping in touch, you'll probably notice that one person's been doing just about all the winning this season, and that's Nick Grindrod, who on overall scores, before any drop points come into play, does lead the championship on 585 points. However, when you have the three worst results coming into play, and also take into account the fact that Nick Grindrod has had an exclusion in the season, is actually a different story, because despite all the victories, he doesn't come into the weekend leading the championship. It's actually his teammate, Duncan Stone. So Duncan Stone on dropped scores leads with 452 points over Nick Grindrod on 449. Then it's Richard Bliss, who's actually part of the top novice racer guys. So in all intents and purposes, if results go his way, there's every chance that one of our novice racer drivers could become overall champion still. He's on 447 points. And then Liam Browning, who was the long-time novice racer points leader, is on 431. Also drivers in the mix to watch out for was Stephen Laidlaw, who is on 426, Andrew Dyer, who starts on pole with 419, and then further back we have the likes of Elliot Lettis, Stuart Bliss and Daniel Selleck. So let's take you to the grid then for our first of two races this weekend for the Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup. Andrew Dyer on pole position alongside Stuart Bliss and one of the Auto Bliss Toyota Aigos, so Citroen and Toyota on the front row, Citroen and Toyota on the second row, Nick Grindrod and Richard Bliss on the third and fourth positions. Then it's Liam Brown and points leader on drop scores. Duncan Stone to have some work to do from 6. Ross Macker, the regular MG racer, starts 7th alongside Patrick Booth, who starts in 8th. So that's 2 of the 4G racing cars on the 4th row. William Burgess in the Mission Motorsports car, which is was built by Bad Obsession Motorsport, that starts 9th. Good to see Tim Evans back in his Toyota Aygo after he had some damage at Alton Park. Alex Carter and John Nicholson then come next on the 6th row of the grid. Then it's followed by Richard Snuggs and Ben Bastow, who is in the car. I think that Richard Bastow has also been racing as well. So Benjamin Bastow takes over the car that Richard's been racing regularly this year. Chris Hetherington and Richard Luthwaite on the 8th row of the grid. I think Richard making his first appearance of the year alongside Chris and his Toyota Aygo. And then the last row of the grid is Christopher McKenzie, I believe is the ex-Fiesta Junior racer, starts in 17th on the grid. Again, not the largest grid that we've had. Regardless of that, all the key main players are here, and we've still got a great bunch of drivers here because not all the regular drivers could make it for the final round, unfortunately. But there's still plenty of interest, plenty of buzz, and plenty of cars out there that are being built and prepared, including 2 which are going to be entered by Student Motorsport, and I believe it's West. I'm going to get this right now, otherwise Greg Crane will kill me. Which is, I think it's West Suffolk College, if I'm correct. Now they are putting together a programme, and we're going to be and the BRSCC will be presenting the 2022 Student Motorsport Challenge. And that was announced for this season, but of course, due to some prep work they need to be doing in the background, they now mentioned they'll be involved for 2022. And so I know that the West, I think it is, I'm sure it is West Suffolk College that's involved in that one. They've got 2 cars. There is a new story on the BRSCC website which you'll be able to see, which has a great photo of the 2 cars that they're putting together. The Peugeot 107 on the left of that of the picture that you see on the website, and then a nice Toyota Aygo donor car which they're about to put together and sort out. Yes, West Suffolk College is the one which they're looking out for. So that's the first team to declare an entry into the 2022 season. If there happen to be any educational facilities or like colleges and universities that run a motorsport program that want to get involved, you are welcome to get involved by getting in touch with Student Motorsport. It's run by JP Latham. You can also find out more at Motorsport Days Live, because the BRSCC will be there with a variety of cars that we not only just in the garage but also going out on track, and there will be some members of the Student Motorsport squad who will be there to essentially talk to any interested parties, not just about competing in the Student Motorsport Challenge, but also about the CityCar Cup in general, because it's quite a cost-effective championship to get involved in. You can put a car together, you can buy a turnkey car ready for as little as a £5 to £7,000, or if you want to put one together yourself, you can buy the base car, if you know where to look, for around about roughly £500 or so plus. Then you have the CityCar Cup kit, which is a kit of parts that you simply buy in one go. It's all together. You get the bolting roll cage, you get a specific championship spec coilovers from Gaz, you get ATS wheels, a full Powerflex bushes kit, you get a specific championship spec exhaust back box, you get door cars, driver footrest, a dash blanking plate and a seat base plate, all for £2,800 including VAT. There's a maintenance kit on top of that, and there's also as well the optional Motorsport UK safety kit. So all of that means you can put a car together roughly for around about, if you know where to look and get the prices right, about roughly £6,000. So in terms of buying one and putting one together, the prices are very similar, and it's inspired so many teams and drivers to get involved in this. It's been absolutely mega. It's a great introductory tool for new drivers to come in. There's been plenty of drivers this year that have been racing in the novice racer class. That's for drivers who either last year, for the purposes of racing in CityCar Cup last year or this year, got their racing license and hadn't ever raced before, and were racing it, got the license purely for the purpose of racing CityCar Cup, which is great to see. And the great thing also is the diversity, because it's not just a championship where we've seen other series such as the C1 Racing Club, which are joining the BRSCC next year. It's not just Citroen C1s. You get all three of the cars which have the same underpinnings, which is the Citroen C1, the Peugeot 107 and the Toyota Aygo. All the same cars mechanically, but different body shapes, which means you can pick up different cars, and there's a bit of an inter-brand warfare going on between them in the mix. So these guys always put on exciting racing. Cadwell Park is usually quite a great circuit for them to run at, and this is their final round to what's been an incredible and wonderful first season for them as a championship. So last couple of cars getting into position. I think there's no Christopher McKenzie in the world sadly, so he's not on the grid. But either way, the red lights will come on any second now, and the race will get underway for our first CityCar Cup race of the weekend here at Cadwell Park. Lights out, and we are CityCar Cup racing. Great start from the second row of the group from Richard Bliss on the side for the second row. Nick Grindrod finds a gear from row 2 as well. He's trying to squeeze his way past both Auto Bliss cars. He's already up into second place and charging up the outside line to try and take the lead from Polster to Andrew Dyer. Into the left-hander Coppice they go. And towards the back, that's Chris Hetherington and his Toyota Aygo. And surprise, surprise, into the lead already at Coppice has gone Nick Grindrod. So that's one thing to go. That was the grid for a second there, but the first of two 20-minute races getting underway here at Cadwell Park. So it's Grindrod that leads, Dyer in second, the Bliss siblings in third and fourth positions. Duncan Stone, of course, a little bit further back. There's some side-by-side action going on. There's Ben Baystoke, there's also John Nicholson in the 310 car. But it's Nick Grindrod who's won more races than anyone else this season, and Andrew Dyer looks up the inside for the lead, and over the curves, sparks over the curve as they go up the inside. Andrew Dyer gets his elbows out. He's not allowing Nick Grindrod to take another race victory here. He's going side by side, and here comes now the 18 car of Stuart Bliss. So Stuart's got past Richard. Now he's getting involved. I told you this lot were exciting. All their wheel to wheel and side by side, they bang panels. Into the lead once again goes Andrew Dyer. He really is getting his elbows out here. Up the inside of Stuart goes Richard. Out of the way, fellow Bliss. Up the inside he goes to third position. Brilliant race. It was only half a lap so, but they might only have about roughly 65 odd brake horsepower, but they're proper little buzzsaws. They're brilliant little race cars, and they have been so popular throughout the season. Lots of interest for next year, and I'm sure it's going to be another incredible season for them to once more. Look at them over the mountain, one over the other. They might be diminutive, but they pack a bit of a punch, and they're brilliant little race cars all round. So Dyer, Grindrod, the Bliss is third and fourth, Browning, Stone, then it's one of the 4G racing cars. It looks like Ross Macker. There's Patrick Booth in car 33, another 4G racing car. William Burgess up well as well too in the Mission Motorsport run car that was built originally by the guys at Bad Obsession Motorsport. Was put in that certainly heavily inspired sort of Citroen WRC S livery. And they took it to a class winner in the Silverstone Club Sport Trophy race, but that was the City cars were running as a class in that. And some genius pit strategy from the team that allowed Richard Bryan to take a class win. And it's great to see that car also having an extended racing life. Now it's being looked after and run by Mission Motorsport, who are quite great supporters of the championship, and great to see that their car, which has been run by a team of ex-servicemen and women who have been retrained as motorsport mechanics, are looking quite great. Battle going on here. You can see that's Richard Snuggs, who is having a scrap there with Alex Carter. Up the hill they go for 11th place as they turn into the park corner. So Nick Grindrod then is having to do something he hasn't done very much in the season, which is actually chase somebody and try and regain the lead. He had some pressure at Snetterton, and he did have some strong battling at the likes of Croft, and he was at a couple of incidents at Alton Park, which are kind of the only real sort of major blot on his copybook. And having that exclusion on his season was what has brought the championship battle into contention between several drivers. It looked as though at one point Nick Grindrod was going to completely run away with the championship, and Richard Snuggs gets sideways and Carter puts two wheels onto the grass. They both hit the brakes and somehow get it anchored up before Mansfield. Goodness me, these cars, even though they do have both a specific championship spec gas coilovers suspension kit and also Powerflex bushes on top to stabilise the cars to stop them rolling and moving around too much. If you push them and throw them around hard enough, they can get nervous on the edge. So they are quite fun cars to put together, but you have to be careful not to push them too hard, Otherwise, they can snap back. So it's snap back. But for the most part, these cars are brilliant, stable little race cars that are great fun to put together, great fun to watch, and also for many of the drivers involved, great fun to race as well, as you can see. Team Evans running well. He's up in 8th position. He's ahead of Patrick Booth and the second of the two 4G racing cars. Nick Grindrod sets the fastest lap of the race. In fact, the top 4 all set the fastest lap of the race. Concurrently, Tyre set the fastest lap of the race, then Grindrod, then Richard Bliss, and then Stuart Bliss. So Stuart Bliss has the fastest lap of the race now. He's on 156.617. So the two Auto Bliss Toyota Aigos just in 3rd and 4th for the grey and orange cars, trying to close back in on this scrap. And I wonder if Nick Grindrod's efforts to try and get past Andrew Dye is what's helping these two stay in contention. There are the two Auto Bliss twins. Auto Bliss run several cars in the championship, and they always have a well-prepared awning in the paddock. So really smart, well-prepared team, and good to have both Richard and Stuart in the mix. Stuart Bliss is the more experienced of the two because I think he's a former, or at least still current rally driver. He's been rally driving a Honda Civic, so he knows front-wheel drive quite well, and getting involved in circuit racing for quite a bit, so we've got the experience. Richard Bliss is the one that's running the novice racer class this year. And wherever they've gone, the Bliss siblings have always been very competitive and up towards the front. You can tell how well prepared they are as a team and how well prepared these cars are. So they're both giving Andrew Dyer and Nick Grindrod quite a headache here. Liam Browning, meanwhile, in the grey car with the green top. That's him in 5th position. He is in 5th position, just ahead of Duncan Stone. Now, Duncan Stone doesn't really want to be in 6th position. That's where he started on the grid for the 3rd row. And of course, he stays where he is. He's going to be losing quite a few points to Nick Grindrod, because of course this will be Grindrod certainly picking up points on his teammate here. It is an inter-team battle as the two Bliss cars. That's the great thing about these cars. You can throw them around. They look spectacular. It's not the fastest way around a corner, but they can look spectacular, getting a little bit of a tail slide and leaning on each other as much as they are. Top 4 turns its way line astern through Barn Corner. Browning pulling away now in 5th. 6th place for Stone. 7th for Macca. 8th for Evans. And it's Booth and Burgess rounding out the top 10. Grindrod, Bliss, and again Grindrod sets the fastest lap of the race. In fact, no, it did it again. So Dyer set the fastest lap of the race, then Grindrod, then Richard Bliss, then Stuart Bliss. That's how hot the pace is between those 4. Oh, that looked like, I think it was that Ross Macca in 7th place. It looked like his exhaust was hanging off. I saw something sparking on the ground. It looked like the exhaust back box had just come loose on the bottom of the car. So it might look spectacular, but it won't do his performance any favours. And also, it'll raise the ire of the clerk of the course. So watch out for that one. Just rest of the pack. 8th, 9th and 10th. There's Tim Evans in his red Toyota Aygo. Highest of the Peugeots, of which there's only 2 in the field, is John Nicholson, who's in 13th place, the other one being Richard Luthwaite, and that is him in 16th position at the back of the field. There he is. You can see there's the part of the, I think that looks like it's, yeah, part of the mounting for where the back box for the exhaust sits has come loose, therefore it's dragging on the ground. So if it falls off by its own accord, that should be fine. If not, you might well get a black and orange flag for that if he's not careful. But still chasing on, still on the back of Duncan Stone, who's dropped away from Liam Browning now and is sort of falling back. Now I can notice that the top 4 have actually closed back together now, because the 2 Auto Bliss Toyota Aigos have closed the gap now. They've bridged it to Dyer and Grindrod. Dyer, meanwhile, is doing a fantastic defensive effort holding off Grindrod here on legitimate pace, and that's not a knock on his pace from previously before, because he's been quite decent in terms of pace all season. In fact, he took had a brilliantly fast car at Snetterton and was up towards the front, and then had a really unfortunate accident in the opening laps of the first race, and that put him out for the rest of the weekend. It was a brand new car that he had, and sadly it only lasted a couple of laps before it hit major strife. So he's been back into the trade price car delivery machine that made its debut last year as one of the initial 10 cars that were built for their debut that took place here back in August last year when they were part of the CityCar Cup. Now Andrew Dyer sets the fastest lap of the race. There's a 55.822, and none of the other 3 cars could actually better it, so they're both running at pretty much an identical pace. This is how evenly matched they are behind him. Nick Grindrod on a 156.092, Richard Bliss was a 56.067, Stuart Bliss a 56.075. There is literally thousands of a second between these 3 cars behind them. So what these 2 Auto Bliss Toyotas need is they need Grindrod to try and make a move on Dyer and to try and potentially hold each other up, which then brings them both into play. So watch out for them. There's a battle on there between Stone and Macca. Grindrod's going a bit more on the offensive now. He's just on the tail of Dyer as they come up through Chris Curve. And those 2 Toyotas are just keeping a watching brief, just taking a steady look at this league battle. Might be an opportunity to get involved, but wait and see what even have up their sleeve. Back into Mansfield come the leaders. Still Tyre holding off the most successful driver this season, Nick Grindrod. I think there's apart from Alton Park, which Park he's pretty much won both races almost aside from Alton Park at every other meeting. So he has been the one to watch for. Nick's, of course, vastly experienced. He's a former, very fast, very successful former pickup truck racer. Of course, the pickup trucks that run on some of the shorter circuits, and back in the days when the Rocky Oval existed. So Nick's plenty of experience in rear-wheel drive, but of course in front-wheel drive he's had to completely relearn that. But all the experience that he's got meant that it didn't take him very long. There's Duncan Stone, came into the weekend championship leader on drop scores by 3 points, but certainly the pace he's lacked a little bit here is probably going to see him lose the lead to the man in second place. Meanwhile, speaking of the man in second place, he's dropped back a little bit, hasn't he? He's now lost out to, well, he sets the fastest lap of the race and then again gets it snatched back again by Richard Bliss. So Richard now is going to try and start lining up Nick here for potentially a move for second place. Just as I say that, Nick's straight back onto the tail of Andrew Tyre, so he knows he can carry the momentum through Coppice, through Charlie's. And one thing that's interesting to note is that both of these drivers at the front, both Andrew Tyre and Nick Grindrod, I believe, again, this is allegedly, they've both taken acquisition of an MX-5 Super Cup car each, so they potentially might be moving on to have a shot at Mazda racing. I know Andrew Tyre has had a go initially in an MX-5 Super Cup car and made a fairly decent debut, and I understand, again allegedly, that Nick Grindrod might be going the same direction. So this battle that we're seeing here might well carry on, but this time instead of a front-wheel drive little pocket rocket city cars, instead it might be at the wheel of rear-wheel drive Mazda MX-5. So who knows? We'll wait and see what next year brings. And that's an ultra-competitive championship in itself, the MX-5 Super Cup. But of course now, as it's becoming even more and more with each race weekend, it is the CityCar Cup as the drivers learn more about these cars, gain more track time, more experience. And case in point here, there's a great battle between Richard Snuggs in the 88, the 38 of Alex Carter, the 310 of John Nicholson. John Nicholson, who's got a renowned short oval racer, getting involved in circuit racing for the first time this season. He's looking up the inside of Carter, has a move. And now it's up through the top of the circuit. The gooseneck down the hill again. Top four have gone past me in the commentary box. Still line astern, still no change. Getting a little bit darker out there now as the 1 or 2 delays we've had. It's pushed us into later in the afternoon. It's now about 5:15 in the afternoon now. So now that the afternoons are getting darker, and it's getting darker earlier, it means that I'm not surprised if 1 or 2 cars are popping the headlights on. Down the hill, 8.25 minutes to go then. We're on the end of lap 6. Fastest lap of the race still Richard Bliss. Any takers to the next fastest lap of the race? Not quite, but they're all lapping pretty much within the same sort of range to each other, about 0.3 per second between the top 4 in terms of lap time. Really nice contested battle now. Up now through Charlie's. Grindrod does seem to be quite strong to that first couple of corners, but it's just getting the momentum off that corner through Charlie. We've seen it so many times in the Caterham races in particular. When you get a toe, you can stay as close as possible. The toe can really help you up the hill on the run towards Park Corner. So Park Straight really is a great opportunity to try and close in. Grindrod starting to move around a bit here, trying to look for a move. And holds on for the time being, and that's where Andrew Tyre really got his elbows out and just managed to just really muscle his way back inside through Park Corner right towards the start of the race when Grindrod initially took the lead, but Andrew Tyre was having absolutely none of it, and since then he's put in a fantastic effort on genuine pace to keep Grindrod and the 2 Bliss Toyotas at bay just behind him. Just get a feeling there's possibly an opportunity here that these 2 Igos will start to get involved here. They're running line astern, nose to tail. That'll be good for the promotional shots. There goes Browning and Stone. Right, so Duncan Stone's caught back up to he's caught back up to... No, sorry, that's... no, yes, he has, yes. Liam Browning's lost time to Duncan Stone again, because last time across the line, he was 1.4... Duncan Stone was 1.4 seconds back. Now on that back shot we just saw, they were nose to tail. So something's happened to Liam Browning where he's made a mistake. Because of that, Duncan Stone's got back into contention, and possibly, I think, so has Ross Macker. You might well still have the exhaust hanging off the bottom of that car, so we'll wait and see. That's what the outside of the it's just on screen there. Patrick Booth's car, when it went to the Hall bends, got quite sideways. So big moment for him, but he managed to hold on to it and keep his foot down to the floor. Headlights are coming on now, and that's Duncan Stone. That's Duncan Stone for championship leader. He's off into the barriers and off onto the circuit. Now he's facing the wrong way, and Evans, Booth and William Burgess were so lucky not to catch him. So Duncan Stone, if he can get that car into the pit lane, he'll certainly be out of harm's way. But Duncan Stone, he will have dropped scores to fall back on, but that is certainly going to be a massive dent to his championship chances. That is advantaged Reindrad and everyone else that's behind. So Duncan Stone has really fallen foul of the Cadwell Park Circuit, and his championship chances, I'm afraid, have taken a major nosedive. So back at the front. Now, ultimately, at the moment, now Duncan Stone has stopped the car, and he's gotten out. So this is going to be tricky. I fear this may well be at the very least a safety car. And it may well be a safety car finish, unless the marshals can quickly cover it under double wave yellows and push that car out of the way. This might well play straight into the hands of Andrew Dyer, who's been having to defend all this time from Nick Grindrod, number 2. Auto Bliss Toyota. There are double wave yellows on the exit of at Barn Corner. I'm looking at my commentary box window to see what the current status of the RunYourFleet.com safety car that we've rarely seen all day today, apart from when it came out to bunch up the pack for the instant earlier on in the Fiesta Championship on the second lap on their first start. And of course, there'll be no overtaking coming into that. Now, yes, it's off the racing line, but it's still in a fairly dangerous position. So they're going to come up to the yellow flag zone now. Now, if the marshals can push it out of the way, that will certainly be helpful because it won't be in a dangerous position. So, wait and see. No, it's still facing the wrong way. Now Nick Grindrod will see it. He will see his teammates. He's out of the race, which means that will certainly be a sign to him that he's in contention for victory. They've gone past, and a checker flag's been thrown early. Checker flag is thrown early, and Andrew Dyer picks up his first CityCar Cup victory. They've called it with 4 minutes and 10 seconds to go. So, they called it early, I think, because they probably realised that if they tried to recover that car, it would have been either a safety car that would have meant a one-lap finish, or the safety car would have been taking too long to catch everyone back up. So the clerk of the course has decided to throw the checkered flag, and Andrew Dyer just holds off Nick Grindrod to pick up his first CityCar Cup victory this season. What a brilliant defensive drive that was. He could put in a gutsy move to get back past into Park Corner. He gets the thumbs up from Nick Grindrod, and certainly we'll have to go away and work out the points to see what that means. It does mean, though, of course, on drop scores, Duncan Stone will get some points back, but ultimately that is a full advantage once again to Nick Grindrod, who must be now within possibly, I'm sure, one more result tomorrow of pretty much confirming what looked like for most of the season being quite certain, which was him running away with the championship. So that's a shame for Duncan Stone. If that is his championship chances over, then I'm afraid then that's not the way he wants to see it. But unfortunate mishap for Duncan, which has put him out of the race, and it led to a premature end to what's becoming quite a tight contest between the top 4. But I'm sure a very delighted and relieved Andrew Dyer, who has worked so hard this year to get himself towards the front, and congratulations to him for an incredible result. Still got a couple more cars to come across the line and take the flag. Ben Bastow will come across and pick up 12 places still with Chris Hetherington, Richard Luthwaite, and of course we had Duncan Stone we lost, and also Ross Macker we lost as well. So he also did not, he retired on the same lap, presumably with an issue possibly relating to his exhaust. Here come the final 2 finishers, Chris Hetherington and Jamie Luthwaite. They will pick up 13th and 14th positions respectively, and they conclude our last race of today. It was thrown in a couple of minutes early, but I totally understandably on the grounds of safety and also the time scale it would have taken to remove the car and push the car out of the way and form everyone up behind the safety car. By the time that the race would have got back underway, there wouldn't be enough time to really get more than a one-lap shootout, or even enough time to restart the race properly. So the results for our final race of today and the first of the weekend for the Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup. Andrew Dyer takes his first win in a brilliant drive to hold off Nick Grindrod, who has been the most successful man all season. Then the Blissies, Richard Head and Stewart 3rd and 4th. Then it's Liam Browning 5th. Tim Evans picks up 6th. Then William Burgess, Patrick Booth, John Nicholson and Alex Carter round out the top 10. Then Richard Snuggs, Ben Bastow, Chris Hetherington and Richard Luthwaite. And sadly, we lost Duncan Stone, who has really severely dented his championship chances, and Ross Macker, who I believe it must have been related to the issue with his exhaust. So that concludes the action here at Cadwell Park for day one. There's plenty more to come tomorrow. We've got both of the final races from the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship. They'll conclude their run for the title. 2 more races for the BRSCC Fiesta Championship, of course, but after the drama of today, it's still possible advantage Rob Smith, but they'll have to work very hard to try and maintain his points advantage. And of course, there is still more to come from the Nankang Tyre CityCar Cup, and there's still 4 more Caterham Championships to conclude their final rounds. The Mission Motorsport Caterham Roadsport Championship, the Motul Caterham 7270R Championship, the Bilstein Caterham 7310R Championship, and 2 races for the Avon Tyres Caterham 7 Championship UK. We will crown our 2nd ever British Caterham champion. Plus, there is also a very special non-championship race for the Caterham Roadsport 2022 Challenge Trophy. That is for some of this year's academy drivers that are taking to the track for the first time in 2022 Roadsport spec cars after they finished their season 2 weeks ago at Snetterton. They'll be out to get a bit of pre-2022 practice in their new cars in the mix. So, from myself, Scott Woodwis, from Chris Buxton, from Chris Hutchinson, and all of us here at Cadwell Park, thank you for watching, and tune in first thing tomorrow morning for action here from Cadwell Park on day 2 of our Caterham Motorsport and BRSCC finals weekend here live on Facebook and YouTube. Thanks for watching. Have a brilliant evening. We'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning. Bye for now.